code is going to bring you to our day 4 platform where you can watch all the masterclasses. Okay, we stream for about the first 6 to 7 masterclasses. After that, it's all on our platform. So if you are streaming, if you are listening to us on Instagram, on LinkedIn, on Facebook, on YouTube, and you're feeling like, ooh, this looks interesting, this sounds good, make sure you share. This is a movement. We have to get the message out. This is about building a platform for Black female entrepreneurs. Okay, so we've had some amazing speakers to come and stand with us. And for those of you that don't know me, my name is Natalia Nicholson, and I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. Just check us out, womenindigitalbusiness.com. You can also get access to the summit through our website as well by signing up for tickets. And if you sign up for the tickets, you're going to get a replay of all the previous days, because next week we're going to put everything together and we are going to deliver 100 masterclasses to your email box where you can watch all the content at your own pace and your own leisure. So without further ado, let's open up. It's day 4. Here we go.
Imagine a global sisterhood, thousands strong, bound by vision and courage. This isn't just a gathering, it's a movement. Together, these women are creating a legacy of power and grace, standing tall across continents. Meet the innovators and leaders who have shattered ceilings and rewritten the rules. Black women are not just participating. They're leading boardrooms and shaping culture, redefining what digital ownership truly means. This summit is a revolution of presence. It's a declaration that our time is now. By claiming our place, we're building empires and inspiring a new generation of leaders. From strategy to soul, mindset to mastery, we've embraced the journey. Moving with intention and excellence, we understand that when Black women rise, the world shifts with us. Every word spoken, every lesson shared, plants a seed for transformation. Today is about momentum, continuing what we've started with unshakable belief and purpose. Celebrate the stories redefining possibility and inspiring change. Feel the energy of a revolution of presence where collective leadership is reshaping the future. By embracing this sisterhood, you'll be part of a legacy that stands tall in power and grace. Together, we're not just imagining change, we're leading it. Join us in this journey. Share your story, inspire others, and be the change. The revolution is just beginning, and your voice is essential. Let's lead the future together.
Ooh, powerful stuff, powerful stuff. So like I said, welcome to day 4. So I'm actually going to be kicking off our masterclass for today. And those of you that do know me, I'm often known as the funnel queen. Women in Digital Business is a community that really supports Black entrepreneurs in being visible online, teaches them how to create digital assets, become visible, and create assets that you own. So whether it's a podcast, it's a newsletter, it's, creating your own film, radio station, whatever the case may be, it's about making sure that you build out a digital asset that you can own that is legacy. And what we do is then teach women how to build out a funnel, which essentially is your marketing campaign. But it's a very strategic way of doing it. But I make sure that we also learn how to connect with people, human to human, the psychometrics through technology, through the software, the automating systems, and actually communicating through a laptop, a tablet, a smartphone, and making sure we get those connections, but also understanding the software and automation and the data and tracking. So essentially, we really help women to rise up, become visible online, grow a community, and really be able to sustain a digital business with growth, taking into consideration AI, because you've got to be innovative to stay ahead of trends. So like I said, a lot of people know me as the funnel queen, and I've delivered a lot of sessions this week around funnels, around the user journey, around your target audience, your customer segment, how to connect with people. We've taken a lot of time out to really go through a lot of the fundamentals and really understanding how do you put together a digital marketing campaign? How do you set objectives? How do you set your KPIs? How do you what metrics should you be setting up? So I've covered that for the last 3 days. So today I'm actually going to be coming at you with social media. And the reason for that is it's all very well being able to craft out that funnel, that user journey, understand the automation, put together touch points, lead magnets. Where are we going to engage that consideration? There's so many things to take into consideration when you are building a funnel. However, for each touch point, you've got to make sure that you are on a digital channel. And social media is a huge part of that. Social media is also a part of your branding. And quite often when I'm looking through IG and I am looking through social media, I keep seeing these posts lately and ads that tell you the algorithms have changed. Let us teach you how to plug into those algorithms, and in 30 days, you could revolutionize your following. Crap. Doesn't work like that. What I would say, however, is for the first time ever, social media channels do put content in front of people based on what they listen to, they watch, and what they like. It never used to be like that. Social media was built on the premises of you like me and I like you back. Now the channels are making sure on people's feed is plugging into the algorithms of what they like, what they're interested in, and making sure they feed them with more information like that. So this is one of the first times where actually organically you can get a lot more visibility than what you could have done in the last few years and not have to rely so heavily on digital advertising and spending. Okay, but with that means that you're going to have to make sure that you're putting content together that your audience actually wants, which means you're going to have to really get strategic and think about your social media posting. I feel like with social media, there is the creators that really get how Instagram might work. As an example for a channel, you know, carousels work really well. Videos, obviously videos means you're going to get more visibility. Video is only but growing. If you don't like video, you're going to have to get used to it. So you've got the creators, the tech people that can produce really great reels. They know what they're doing on the platforms. Then you've got some people that will just churn content out. But what's missing, whether you're a novice or whether you're really experienced and great at using those social channels, is does this content attract the person that I want to get in front of? Because if it doesn't, it just becomes vanity posted and it's not going nowhere. Also, there's a big misconception that you can just use social media and you're just going to monetize. You can monetize from a personal brand, but it takes time because you've got to get your audience to know, like, trust, and buy from you. And the first thing you're going to have to do organically is make sure you've got a following, but not just any following, the right following. Because you can do a lot on social media, especially on Instagram, and you can get a following. But if that following doesn't have a desire to buy your product or service, or you're not solving an immediate problem in their life, offering your product and service, and you're just a nice to listen to, a nice to watch, a nice to gaze to, you get a really good following, but you won't actually monetize it. Social media is really an awareness channel. So you do want other channels which is leading directly to sales. When someone's considering buying from you, they will go into your website. But long gone are the days where you can just have a great logo and a website and you can rock up. Okay, now people are like, okay, got a website, it looks okay. Let me see you on Instagram. Let me see you on LinkedIn. What you're doing on Facebook, depending on what channel they hang out, they will go and look you up on social media to see what you're about. So if you've got content that really connects, that's going to make them feel more confident to move on to the next step within your funnel, or as some people call it, a user journey or a customer journey. So social media really is there to support your brand. It's a part of your brand. It's an extension of your brand. And today I really want to look at all the elements of social media that you need to think about, because there is no shortcut. But however, social media is a powerful, powerful tool. And if you are using social media organically, you do need to address that $1 million problem, which is how do I drive traffic to this channel? And once I've driven traffic to this channel, if they're interested in me, what's the next customer touch point, which really is your funnel. So we're going to be taking a deep dive at social media. So make sure you grab your pen, make sure you grab your phone, however you take notes, if you've got a project management tool. And you're going to have to bear with me. Some of you that know me might notice that I'm very nasally right now. But don't worry, I'm here for you. I'm here for it. So let me just get my deck set up. And while I'm doing that, I'm feeling a bit, I don't know. I'm feeling blessed today. I'm feeling humble today. If you're feeling any particular way, you've got a particular emotion going on. If it's not the greatest emotion, drop it in the comments and let us cheer you up and ride your energy up. If you're in the same place as me where I'm feeling a bit high vibration, I'm feeling optimistic, I'm feeling like I love God right now, I love life, I love my family, it's all good in here. No matter how you're feeling, make sure you drop it in the comments. And remember, ladies, share, 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 share. Let's make a noise about this summit. Like I said, it's a movement. So while I'm getting my decks ready, let's play a little bit of how I'm feeling today. Oh, where's it gone? I had it all ready for you. Right, let me, more importantly, get my decks ready. So here we go. Don't worry, I won't sing for you. You don't want to hear my voice. Right, there we go. You want to share screen? Ladies, this week I'm even turning into a DJ now. There we go. Share screen. Come back to you. There we go. And if you're feeling this song, please make sure you drop a comment in the chat. And make sure you hold on to your dreams. Right, let's get started for the day. Right, we're going to be dropping some more exciting jams, but let's get into the learning. Let's get started. So today we're going to be looking at social media. Right, I can see that I'm there in the corner. There we go. You can see all of me. And let me go to my screen. There we go. And let's go into present mode. And guys, as I'm delivering as well, make sure if you are feeling what I'm teaching, feeling what I'm saying, you want to be able to learn more, you want to really be able to look at your business and get your business ahead digitally, make sure you book your audit call with me. The QR code is on the screen. Okay, so there we go. Let's go into present mode. So welcome to day 4 of the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. And like I said, all week I have been. I've just been told, by the way, if I was playing a song, you didn't hear it. Oh, that's a shame. Never mind, guys. I'll play something on the outro because I've just been told that you didn't hear it. You must think I'm a mad woman. I was sitting here bopping along, getting my decks up, but you couldn't actually hear it. So on the way out, I think I'm going to bless you with how I'm feeling. But for now, let's get into it. Notebooks out, phones out. Let's get going because you are going to learn a ton of information today. Okay, don't forget there's a QR code on the screen, top left of me. It is small because I'm small here. If you can scan it, great. It's to book a call. Team, if you could drop a link in the chat for the audit call. There's also a video there. Make sure you start watching the video, which is all about funnels, and the call information will come up on the screen. But for today, welcome, ladies, to social media marketing. Okay, like I said, get those notepads out. So all week I've been going on about the funnel, the user journey, also known as a customer value journey. Okay, social media tends to sit in that awareness stage. Okay, this is you saying, look, I'm over here, I'm over here, look at me. You want to make your audience aware of who you are. And again, you've got to understand who your audience is. We don't want to be making the wrong people aware of you. Because if those people aren't your customers, it's a lot of effort, a lot of time, a lot of money, a lot of resources to be pushing traffic to the wrong audience. So social media tends to always sit in that awareness and engage bracket. Okay, the funnel, the user journey. This is a framework that all marketers use for their marketing campaigns to really get visible. It's a very strategic way of looking at things. So what you've got to do is make sure that you're always staying, emotionally attached to your end user. So you can make sure that this funnel, as much as it's a strategy and a framework, is humanized. Okay, yesterday I did a lot of talking. If you didn't catch it, make sure you listen to it. I did a lot of talking around understanding who your audience is, the difference between a target audience and customer segments. I looked at empathy mapping. So for those of you that was there for that masterclass, it's very much leads on. So this awareness stage might be, organic posting on a social media channel that your customer segment's hanging out on. It could be digital advertising. It could be search engine optimization. It could be paid Google ads. It could be paid any ads. Social media ads, that could be Meta, TikTok, it could be LinkedIn, lead generation, it could be paid LinkedIn. Your awareness is all Reddit, is all the different channels that are aware, and you being on them and producing content that gets the attention of your target audience. So now can you see why yesterday's masterclass was so important? Because if you don't have a deeper understanding of your customer segments and target audience, you're in danger of making the wrong people aware of you. Now, the idea here is to use a call to action on every piece of content that you've got. So from social media, you want to engage with your audience. The days of people making loads of phone calls, as much as we want to sometimes, depending on your business model, engage can often be somewhere that you should be pushing your prospect to content that engage with them, tells you more about them. You know, HubSpot does this really, really well. If you were looking for an email marketing tool, a social media tool, or scheduler, you type it into Google or a search engine, and HubSpot pretty much always comes up the top for SEO. Okay, they don't even have to do much paid advertising, and they will offer you a blog or some type of information that would give you the top 10 tools, tell you who those tools are best for, always place themselves around about the 3rd position, and they understand the law of reciprocation. If there was any one book I could give you, if there was just one book I could give you that every entrepreneur has to read, and most of you have probably read it and you need to revisit it, I always read it at least once a year, at least, most times 2, 3. It's Think Rich, Grow Rich, Napoleon Hill. It's all about the different laws of life, okay, and the different laws that make up you getting ahead, to make sure that you're thinking in the right way to grow. The law of reciprocation is one of them. When you give, the universe gives back. Okay, so this engagement stage is really important. Your gift is to help your prospect make the decision on who they're going to buy from. The awareness is where they would have established whether you can help them or not, whether you solve a problem that they've got in the area of what your product offering is. If they are interested in you once you've made aware, they want more information. So like HubSpot, if they can go and find out more information about what you do, what the market sectors says about it, where your competitions are, it saves them the bother as a prospect of having to go and find the information out. You know, that's why we use marketplace sites. We don't no longer call a car insurance or home insurance. We've got marketplace sites, that do it for us, where you can go and find out. And essentially what you're doing at this engage and consideration is producing content that is the objection to sell. So when people are aware of you and they're interested in you, they want to go somewhere. So again, this could be social media. Maybe they're going to go to YouTube and watch a video. Maybe you've got more of a lifestyle digital product and they're going to go onto Instagram just to be able to find out more. What are people saying? What type of engagement you've got? Do you post? What presents have you got? Because really, when we're going to buy, we're making up our minds whether we are going to buy something. We want to know who we're buying from, whether it's the company or individual. We want to know if they're an authority. We want to know, can they be trusted? We want to know, are they the best at what they do? We want to know, is this the best price? There's a lot of things we want to know to make sure we make our minds up. For some of your business models, it might be a phone call, a chatbot, an email, traditional lines of communications where you go to inquire about something. But in this day and age where we all hang out on digital channels, quite often this engagement and consideration stage could be a social media channel. Your job here now is to take them from a social media channel into somewhere where they can opt in and you can collect their details, and it goes into an email list, a messenger list with cell numbers, but you're collecting details of all the people that are interested in you, that have engaged with you. Okay, I've gone through the other areas. I'm not going to do a deep dive on them today, because after someone subscribe to you, you nurture them, they convert, you get them excited, you upsell to them, you downsell to them, you cross-sell to them, you get all your brand ambassadors. We have all got fans. We have all got people that will always like our posts, even if it's your auntie, your sister, your mum, your husband, your children. But outside of that, all jokes aside, there is those people, but there's also the people that love what you do. That's your advocacy, where you want to take that content, whether it's user generated, it's some type of review, Trustpilot, and you want to push that back down to use it as word of mouth. And in the engage and awareness, you get to use this on social media and say, this is what someone said about me. This is what Jane said about me. this is what Jane's saying, why don't you come on board and join us as well, which essentially is your word of mouth. So we've gone through that in detail in the previous masterclasses, but social media is absolutely key in that awareness, engage, and after engage, you want to be able to push them somewhere on subscribe onto your own channel. We all saw what happened when Instagram went down that time. Okay, I don't know how many of you even experienced Canva going down. It might not be a social media platform, but when you don't own your own content, can you see the danger when it's all on a channel? And as we grow, and if we're growing legacy businesses, we need to make sure that from social media, we are moving people across into subscription, into an opt-in where we're going to get what's called owned traffic. As you grow your email list, and if it's with the right audience, as you sell to them through your list, you will convert. Email is not dead by any means. So the core concepts of social media is really to be able to understand that aware and that engaged stage, and how to use social media to get the right audience made aware of you. And again, how to use social media to get engagement and interest and get your prospect to consider. And then how to figure out, how do I now move them off of this social channel? Do they know me enough, trust me enough to go into that next touch point or subscription where you're collecting their details? And that's where many of us within our businesses use social media. It's in that aware and in that engaged level of the funnel. So as you know, there's 8 stages to the customer journey, to the funnel. You know, you want to make people aware, drive engagement. Okay, you want to get prospects to subscribe. You know, you want to be able to gain advocates, gain promoters. Exactly what I just went through. Okay, so the social media success cycle is really about generating awareness for your brand and your marketing campaigns. It's getting them, like I said, to engage in your content and drive them to your website or a landing page. If you're not sure and you don't understand the difference between a website and a landing page, it's something that you really need to understand. A website has everything on it. It's a part of your brand. It's an extension of who you are and who the business is. So it has a lot of information on there, but it's generally used for people that go on there just to see, are you who you say you are? Okay, they want to get a feel for you. We're a landing page, a sales page, an opt-in page. There's many different type of pages depending on the purpose of it, but they are singular web pages. They are like sales letters that where you're able to talk about one specific thing. Trust me, take it from my experience. When you try to start saying a number of different things to your prospect, someone that's your potential customer that's just come into your funnel, if you start bombarding with 2 messages, it's too much for them. You understand your business, so you're fine with those amount of messages. Someone that doesn't know you, hasn't met you, just wrap their head around what you do, they think it's great. If you start throwing all these different things at them, they'll just move on. So you've got to be able to discover what your audience wants to learn. Okay, back to goal setting. I've been banging on about goal setting all week. Your social media has to be aligned with your business goals. It cannot be separate. And this is a fundamental error I keep seeing businesses make again and again and again. Social media cannot sit separately to SEO. It cannot sit separately to digital advertising if you do it. It cannot sit separately to what the objectives that it is that you want the funnel to do. It's all part and parcel of one marketing campaign that you are going to produce to get your objectives. And remember what I said, it's one marketing campaign per customer segment. So one of the things that I really want you to do is to carry out a social media audit. Okay, this summit and the times that you come to this masterclass is opportunity to be working on your business and not be in your business. And as we come to you twice a year, I want you to use these weeks. Start trying to pencil this time out. Okay, where can you get 100 free masterclasses from? Okay, giving away an extreme amount of information. So you've got to be in the right mindset and you've got to be able to just take that time out. So I want you to do a social media audit. Like, what social media platforms are you currently using? Why do you use those channels? How successful are you on those channels? What are you doing on those channels? And if you want help getting an audit on your social media and all of your digital presence, there's a small QR code on the screen. Please make sure you book that call and you get an audit and you figure out, how can I take my business to that next stage and meet my objectives and my goals of where I want my business to be? Okay? Within your audit, I want you to think about, is your audience present on those channels? Because sometimes we are pumping out content and our audience and customer segment is not on that channel. Okay, so it's really important to think about that. Okay, is your business information and relevant links searchable? This is really, really important. If we're going to be on social media, we're going to be speaking out as an authority, and we're going to be putting content out where we've got to show up, we've got to be on video. Social media posts have to be designed, created, written. As I said, videos getting bigger and bigger. It's a lot of work in terms of the content creation that actually goes with it. Okay, so we need to make sure that all your assets are up to brand, up to par, because all it takes is for them not to be. There's a lot of times still in this day and age, I'm seeing email addresses that are still Gmail or Yahoo, their internet accounts. I'm seeing URLs on web pages that have still got the URLs of the website builder because you haven't attached it to your domain. All these things are a part of branding. So it's all very well just concentrating on social media, but you need to make sure that any relevant links that you're searching is a part of that flow. It's a part of the user journey. It's a part of the funnel. You've got to make sure that your audience all times understands what it is that you're trying to achieve for them. And sometimes, do you know how many times I've met businesses, and I'm talking about businesses that turn over millions, and I'm not kidding, and they will say things to me like, yeah, I know our social media is a bit dry, but we haven't got any new products coming about. We haven't really got anything to say. They think that you've got to be producing something new and be speaking about that on social media. People do not hang out on social media to be sold to. And actually, you can repackage the same message in about 1,000 ways. I'm not exaggerating. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to be running a workshop here on really getting to understand your audience. And you need to come because it's not a masterclass, it's a workshop. You're actually going to be working on building out and understanding who your audience is. Okay? Is your brand visible? Is your posting consistent? Do you have a small following, a large following? If you've got a small following, we've got to get your following up first. Then we can talk about how can we use this channel to move the traffic from awareness into engagement, and then from engagement into opting in onto your own platform. If you haven't got all of the automation, you can't do that. So we need to honestly ask ourselves, is the brand visible? Okay. Content creation. Content creation is just absolutely huge, if you want me to be honest with you. A lot goes into creating content. And you've got to figure out, if you want me to be honest with you, how does that fit into my schedule? What type of content am I going to put out? You are better off putting good quality content out less frequently and being consistent. So understand what you can commit to. And yes, you can have themes. I see a lot of that on Instagram, your pillar of themes. Yes, you can schedule your content a month in advance. There's always going to be an element of your content that's going to be reactive. Remember, you want people to find your content. So it's important that you're posting things about topics that are trending, discussions that are trending, things that are trending that are going on the internet, because that's going to give your post a lot more coverage. So when it comes to content creation, it is about thinking, okay, what's the frequency? What type of content am I posting? I've got core pillars of things, but I've also got spaces every week for anything reactive that's going on. Maybe I don't want pillars of things because I can react to what my audience wants. Sometimes we can create these pillars, and if they don't actually really land with your audience, it can end up being a waste of time. It's good to try and figure out, what does your audience want more of? Suitable media to mix with the content. Are you going for carousels, videos, more static? Is it quizzes? There's so many different interactive things that you can do now on social media. Are you going to be going live every week? What day are you going live? Who is it that you're connecting with? What are you trying to help them with? And engagement's not that easy on social media anymore. Getting the number of reactions, comments, shares, and clicks and likes. When I get on the train, on the subway, all I see is people just scrolling down their phone. They say we scroll on average 2.8 miles a day. Could you actually imagine? Yes, engagement's important. It's harder to get engagement now because of the amount of content that we consume, especially with the rise of video. So all of these factors are things that you need to take into consideration. Sorry, bear with me. You've got to make sure you're setting trackable and relevant goals. So you want to increase your brand and authority, drive traffic to relevant content. You want to be able to generate new leads. You want to be able to push people from posts that you're posting, from your social media channels, the links in the bio. You need to be pushing them to the next stage in your funnel. Okay, you need to be generating leads. Social selling, we've seen the rise of the TikTok shop. and how well you can sell on that. You know, some of you might have a service, but I spoke about yesterday what's called the entry point offer. That entry point offer could be something physical, and maybe you'll sell it through social media. Again, this all depends on your business model and the framework that you put together. And that's why it's important that you map out and understand your value proposition. What am I selling? Who am I selling it to? What is it that they need right now with helping their lives? And are you satisfying that? Okay, because that's how you're going to sell socially. You know, it's not about just customer segments and audiences anymore. It's about building a community and advocates. Do you have advocates following you? Are you on the start of building a community? Are you doing activities where you can bring your community together? This where maybe you start doing online events, in-person events. Can you now see that when it comes to driving traffic through the summit, can you now see when you start driving traffic to your funnel, social media is very much at that front end. So you've got to understand what is behind that back end and have created that fully to come up with a social media strategy that's going to work. Okay, if you don't have the build out of your marketing campaign to understand what it is that you need to do on social media, you just want to focus on your personal brand. You just want to focus on getting a following and giving content that is interesting and keeps them stuck to your channel. And then down the line, that's when you might think about, okay, what do they need? What am I going to offer them? Okay. So the keys to a successful plan is really to determine the channels, build out relevant creative assets, create content that's focused on educating, inspiring, and entertaining your audience. Remember that human to human connection. It's got to be authentic. It's got to be vulnerable. First time ever, algorithms are putting content in front of people that they're interested in. So you just posted inspirational posts or just things with statements. They're nice to look at to a point, but are you really going to get your engagement going and really get people going on your page and it's supporting them and helping them with something within their journey? Now you've got to test your content to see what works. This is where data comes in. Data is going to keep coming in, by the way. You have to track whatever you're doing. Okay, analytics and the utilization of it means that you can tweak and optimize your content that's not doing very well. If you can see what is doing well, you want to create more content like that. Once you've optimized your content and you've got a really good idea of what works, this is where you want to build out a content and posting schedule. Social media can take over, if you want me to be honest with you. As a business owner, you know, you're probably delivering a service or you're making a product. Okay, you've got the finance part to deal with. You've got the technology part, the operations and logistics part. So now with social media, which is an extension of your brand, you've got to now be doing videos, designing, writing copy, putting a posting schedule out. It's a lot. That's why many of you will probably look to get some type of social media manager or a virtual assistant to be able to help you. But be careful with that, because if they don't understand what you're trying to achieve, they don't understand the product or service you offer, they don't understand who your customer segments are, it means that they're going to be creating content that doesn't connect. So be very, very careful of that. Anybody that you bring on board in your business, you need to make sure that you train them around who you are, what your brand is, what your brand promise is, who you stand for, who your target audience is, what are the customer segments that make that audience up, what is your product offering, what's that value proposition. They've got to understand it so they can make sure that when they're producing social media, they're producing content that the audience is interested in. Really important. Research. And some of you might be surprised and say, Natalia, I thought this was a social media masterclass. It is. But these are the things that if you don't really look at and you don't do, you're not going to get your social media to where it needs to be. There's no cheat sheet. Okay, so the next thing, keep writing those notes, is research. Okay, learn about your target audience. And I went through this yesterday, and I'm going to be running a fantastic workshop tomorrow that is like the golden rules of marketing in terms of really understanding who your audience is. I'm going to be asking you a whole load of questions and you're going to be answering them. And at the end of it, you're going to gain so much more clarity on exactly who your target audience are, what the segments are. And it's just going to be the spark and the fire that's going to be lit for you to really go on to say, this is my target audience, these are my segments. Because when you do that, you can refine the offer, then you can build your funnel, then you can start looking at social media and other digital marketing channels to start driving traffic to that funnel. Okay, so research is key. We don't have to do everything from scratch, ladies, because there are competitors that we want to be just like, whether they're competitors that are really, really big and that's what we're gearing to, or they're competitors that do the same thing about you. It's a great place to really learn about the target audience. Look at your competitors and think to yourself, okay, we want to be like this. What's the age range that's they're really, liking, they're following? What age group seems to be responding? What are the job titles of these people? What are their interests? All those things that I covered yesterday. Know what questions your audience is asking. You can check things like Quora, Reddit. I love Reddit. Some people say it's for an older generation that complain, but I love me some Reddit. Facebook groups. Hang out. Even when you're doing social media, TikTok is getting bigger and bigger. And they keep saying, oh, it's a platform for Gen Z. I don't think it's a platform for Gen Z. I think it's becoming a search engine. I think many different age groups use it. Yes, it's primarily Gen Z, but there are still millions that use it that aren't. But actually, I always say to people, if you want to start doing videos, if you want to start building up your TikTok account, and this goes for any social media channel, you should be on there daily and just getting a feel for it, a feel for the type of content that's put out, music people use that's trending, the videos that get really high clicks. You want to hang out. And what you want to do is hang out with your audience on other social channels to gain an insight. That insight is going to be invaluable to deciding your social media strategy and the content that you are posting. Okay, so research. Do some research. Determine the channels. Determine the type of content that's on them. Look at the recent channel demographics versus the audience demographics. Really important. Survey current customers. If you've got customers and you want to know more about them or what they want, ask them. Send a survey out, send a quiz out. Check your competitors' social media presence, sign up to things, look at their presence, look at their automation. Review your content pieces. You've got to really value your audience. And Google is your friend. A lot of what you do on social media contributes to you being visible online and your search engine optimization. Okay, search engine optimization works by bots and spot callers. Sorry, you can see I'm thinking here because I want to explain this to everyone. Because SEO can be explained in a very complex way, and it's not as complex as what you think it is. Honestly, it's not. So there's 3 elements to search engine optimization. The first element is that you are pumping out content. You are an authority. So that's why people write blogs every week, because we all know that by updating your website weekly, it lets the bots and spiders that are crawling your site to figure out whether you're a big enough authority that when someone types a keyword into the search engine, when the SERPs come up, search engine results page, you are at that top because of the bots can see, okay, they've got on-page optimization. There's content being constantly uploaded on here. This is a really good site. But how else do they know that you're an authority? Through social media, guys. So the bots want to know that you produce content frequently, your content is liked, your content is shared, you've got followers that value you, because that's what makes you an authority. And that's what makes the bots think, go girl, go girl. And, they're going to post you up high on that first page. We're going to get to the other 2 elements because that's not just the only one. Okay? But can you see how social media is a big part of that? Now, Google and Facebook have never been friends. Okay? In the digital marketing ad spend, most companies spend with Facebook, which is now Meta, and Google search, which is all your search engines plus YouTube. Do not forget, YouTube is the world's 2nd largest search engine. Okay? So when the bots, are trying to figure out, who is an authority, who has the most content that they produce on all of their channels, and they're looking for who really likes your content, who consumes it. Social media plays a big part in that. And for the first time ever, Google and Facebook are talking. So now some of you might have heard this. When you're using Instagram, Google has now got insights into your social media accounts, especially now Instagram and Facebook, to know, okay, people really like you. They're sure, you've got loads of following, people engage with you. You're constantly putting new content out. Okay, so social media makes a big part of that authoritative piece within SEO. And like I said, in terms of digital advertising, Google and Facebook, the market share is pretty much 50-50. It's a bit like the supermarket walls. Here in the UK, Sainsbury's and Tesco's, which is, your your equivalent to Walmart and another contender of Walmart in America, where there's always this battle. Publix, for instance. So it might be Walmart and Publix. Actually, it would be, which is the same as your Sainsbury's and Tesco's. Sainsbury's has become a bit more like your Public. Tesco's is more of a bigger marketplace, and Asda's, who's owned by Walmart. Not to get into a conversation about supermarkets, but supermarkets, there's only about 4 to 5 in every country that are big ones, and they dominate the space. That's what Google and Facebook do. So they've always been arch enemies. Now, for the first time, Google and Facebook are saying, oh, if we open up some channels and we can see more of what people are doing on Instagram, that will help us make sure that we're discovering the right answers for the keywords that get typed into the search engine, so we can produce better results. So now Instagram is becoming an even bigger part, not just Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn. LinkedIn has always been one of the best search engine optimization tools. Have you never noticed if you're searching someone's name, LinkedIn is the first thing that comes up? Okay, so not to go on about it, social media directly links into search engine optimization. And that's a whole nother lesson. And that's where you got to think, what keywords are people looking for if they're looking for me? I got this wrong for years. Okay, we help women build, funnels. But a lot of women don't necessarily know what funnels are. They've got an idea, but they don't realize they need one. However, if they're relaunching their business or launching a business, they need a website. So we realized with our SEO, we needed to start targeting female coaches that need a website, because they're not coaching and they're not putting in, I need a funnel, or female entrepreneurs that are looking for a membership website builder, because we're so busy looking at the software, we're forgetting about the strategy. But again, now you can use those keywords on your social media channels to become more discoverable. So that's the first thing about SEO. And this is a social media lesson. So just quickly, the second thing is your technical SEO. The bots and the spiders need to be able to see the gorgeous sites that we all can see on the front end. If you're someone that's been in business for a long time and maybe you've got a website on WordPress and you've had some revamps, but you've just built over the old one, it's a bit like having a house when you keep building, you keep painting paint on top of paint on top of paint, or wallpaper on top of wallpaper and wallpaper. The bots read the code. They don't see what we see on the front. Okay, we speak 2 different languages. So if they can't read your coding properly, it means that they can't see how well designed your website is and that it's got user experience, the layout's really great. So now, then you're not discoverable. Okay, the third element of search engine optimization is backlinks. And again, social media plays a part in this. Backlinks is your website, all your URLs, all your digital assets, the name of them that's found in URLs, being found on third-party websites that aren't yours. And your information, that URL being shared, being liked, being followed, because what do the bots do? They say, yay, go girl. They can see that on-site SEO, you're doing really well. Your social media channels, you do well. You've got following, you've got engagement. You put new content on your website. People are talking, they really like you. Your technical SEO is all up to par. Which is all the coding on your web pages. You can find that having dead links is a no-no. Google Console. I might just run an SEO session, by the way, because it's all about becoming discoverable. So it's one thing having a funnel. It's another thing understanding every single channel. And that's another thing that I do. I teach in every area of digital channels of how you push traffic back to that funnel. So again, when you're producing backlinks and the bots want to see your URL, your company name on third-party sites, that could be you being a guest on a podcast. It could be you being a guest blogger. That content. So social media plays into a big part of search engine optimization. So do a Google search for updated articles on channel demographics, by the way. There's a lot of softwares that you can use to really get an understanding of content that's trending. One of my favorite ones that I like to use is Ask the Public. It's a lot of information, and ladies, that's why you need to join the community, so you can learn all this stuff, so you can move with confidence and have an understanding of the content you're putting it out, why you're putting it out, how it's going to make you discoverable, and how you're going to really build an audience. Okay, so one of the things you can do, by the way, is do a Google search for updated articles on any channel that you choose. Facebook ads library is another one. It's great to go and look in Facebook ads library, put your competitor in and see what adverts are they putting out on Facebook. From those adverts, you're going to see the type of content that it is, which is going to give you an idea of the type of content that you should be using. If your competitor is spending money on ads, why would you not take into consideration what that content looks like? Who does it target? Because you want to be doing the same thing, because they're not going to spend money on ads if that's not what their audience is liking or that's building their business. So I could keep going on forever. Hashtags. Know what hashtags that your target audience is most likely to engage with. Hashtags aren't as big as what they used to be because of AI and machine learning. Most of the channels can categorize where you should be. But if you're a community like ours, where we're really niche and we target Black entrepreneurs, we need to use hashtags to help the algorithms categorize the content to make sure they can find the right content to put in front of people based on what they're interested in. So, hashtags will increase the reach of your content. It's going to help you connect with the right audience and just make sure you discover great hashtags. A great place to do that is Twitter. Sorry, I still call it Twitter and not X. And make sure hashtags are relevant to your brand. Create your own hashtag. If you're posting anything about this summit, please make sure that you're using our hashtags. Okay? Top 100 Black women, sorry. Use your content to help guide your decision. There's so many tools out here that can help you as well, which I'm going to cover in a minute. It's critical that your content fits with each channel. Like, seriously. I know sometimes we want to be everywhere and we're just pumping out the same content on the same channels. We're just thinking, let's get it out. After a while, it will get picked up. We'll get picked up. It does not work like that. So, for instance, an e-commerce brand might use Instagram and Pinterest. Okay? If you've got, video production capabilities, you're good on camera, you've got, a podcast. Video podcast is becoming bigger and bigger. Those that have got big podcast communities, and when they started when video wasn't out, there's a window of opportunity that's closing and closing at the minute for you to produce a video podcast on Spotify, on Apple, on YouTube, where the big podcasters haven't quite got there yet with their production. Okay, if it's a high visual brand, maybe it's Instagram. If you're targeting a younger demographic, maybe it's TikTok, it's Snapchat. If you've got an ad budget, maybe it's Meta, Facebook and Instagram. Customer queries, Twitter, X. A lot of companies, big companies, DVLA, use Twitter as their customer service line. So social media has become a part of your brand. So you've also got to make sure you build a complete profile. Another thing that I see on a lot of social channels are profiles that don't make no sense to me. So I'll go onto a social media channel and I'm like, okay, so what do you do? Or the link tree's got so many links. No one is not going to be bothered to figure out where your link tree is. Go to your link tree and click on all the 10 links that you've got there, or find the one that's applicable for them. As entrepreneurs, they'll be like, well, this is for this segment, this is for that segment. That's why you need to identify which segment is on which channel and craft your channel to that segment, because you'll have a lot more success, if you want me to be honest with you, talking directly to the pain points or challenges of a specific segment, rather than trying to include everyone, where there's so much content thrown at us. No one's going to be doing the research to find out what you offer if they've only just found out who you are. So make sure you're building a complete profile. Utilize each channel's branding and building tools. Upload branded profile photos. Have your logo on things. Claim that this is yours. Cover images. How do your brand values align with your bio and your copy? You should be able to say what you do in one sentence that hits the pain point of who that customer segment is. Making sure you include a call to action. Every post should have a call to action and some type of relevant link or instruction of what do you want them to do next. You want to establish a really strong and consistent voice. Okay? And your brand is born out of you. So if you are like, the sage, you're calming, don't look at someone else and think, oh my God, they sound brilliant. Let me change my style. Your style is your style. And that's going to be translated into your brand as it grows. People buy people, and people will be attracted to you for that. Some people love me. I'm a bit loud. I'm quite high tempo, in your face. Some people, it's like, whoa, way too much. Not everybody's going to like me. but it's the audience that I'm attracting. So just stay true to who you are as a brand on social media. Try not to change who you are to try and attract an audience of what they want. You should be aligning who you want to attract with who you are, and knowing that they're your tribe and you're their tribe. You know, be distinctive with your colors. It's really important, especially on your feed. All social medias have got a feed now. You want to give a look, a feel that if someone's just scrolling to check you out, they can get an idea of how you help and what you do. So, you know, the branding element of your social media is key. You know, planning and scheduling. You know, you've got to start with content research. And that research can be done through competitors, yes, but it can also be done through research. SEMrush is a SEMrush is a tool for search engine optimization, but it's a great tool for content research. Like I said, Answer the Public, great place. Ask the Public, will tell you what people are searching for in terms of what you do, the keywords, and it will tell you who, what, where, when, in relation to those questions, what people are searching for. That way you can plan content based on what people are searching for, meaning that it's probably going to become more visible rather than you just plucking things out the sky. There's Google Trends. Google Trends, you can put keywords in and see how high is the search volume. All these tools are really relevant for social media because it helps you with planning and scheduling, understanding what people are searching for, what your audience are searching for, what do they want to know more of, so your content falls in line with that. Okay, so there's intelligence. There's loads of softwares out there. Looking at your direct and indirect competition, you know, brands in your industry, influence in your industry, popular brands on the channel, brands you admire and follow. Start looking at them, start taking it in. And this might be something you schedule into your project workflow rather than just treating social media as like, oh yeah, got to do social media, got to have more presence. Yeah, just going to get a social media planner. We'll just post 3-4 times a week. We've got this content. Let's just use that. Okay, it's really important that you are constantly, and when I say constantly, it's not an everyday thing. You don't want social media to take over your whole life. But at the same time, you need to be aware. So this is why I'm doing this masterclass. I kind of want you to go away and work on all of this. Even if it's to a certain point, you might say, okay, I'll pick this up again in the next couple of months. But let's start here and let's start getting this content out. So look at competitors' profile and posts. Okay, look at what content type do they use. Look at the frequency and consistency, the captions they use, engagements, hashtag, conversations. You have not got to start from scratch. You've got software that can do all this for you on your competitors. You know, do additional research. Look at brands that you think your target audience would follow. Look at brands that you like and respect. Brands you think might create similar content. Influencers in your industry. You should know who they are. You know, check with co-workers, friends, family on their favorite accounts. What do they think of it? Do a Google search on your best brands on a channel. Find content inspiration from popular brands. You know, use to guide your creatives. All of this is what's going to give you the answers and you understanding your audience of what content you should be posting. So you're not just posting for posting's sake. And incorporate your research into your content. Look at available content. Understand the content types that work for a channel. Is it written? Is it more longer content? Is it more video? Video is on the rise. If you're not doing video, you need to be doing video. It's not just YouTube. LinkedIn is taking very kindly to videos at the moment because they want to encourage it more. You know, Instagram is the rival with TikTok. They want more video content. TikTok's all about video. Okay, come up with a content test. You know, is my content really landing? You know, what could you do to maybe push traffic to a campaign going out on social media to see the results? You know, refer to your research. Yeah, it's always the answers are out there between research and competitors and all the intelligence and software tools that are out there. You will know. You know, you can turn a core piece into any social media post. So maybe things like pull-out tips, quotes. If you're going to have quotes, they need to be relevant. Once upon a time, you could keep posting inspirational posts and you get a really good following. You still will to a point in this day and age. But are they the people that are liking and loving your quotes that are just looking for inspiration for the day? The same people that will buy from you your products and service. So, you know, do not post the same content across your channels. Okay, not a good idea, because if you have got someone that might be on the same channels, it just feels like you haven't got any care and attention yourself. Okay, it feels like, you know, you haven't got, it just feels like you're posting for posting sake. You're not getting that emotional connection. That's what's important. You've got to make sure that your posts are educational, inspirational, and entertaining. You know, focus on your post copy. Make sure your visual copy and captions are cohesive. Spend most of the time crafting your message. Yeah, use AI, use ChatGPT, but you've got to give it the explanation. You've got to give it the emotion. You can't just be, if you're vague and generic, it will give you a vague and generic prompt back. Always include a call to action on each post. You know, ask questions. Try to get engagement growing. Drive to a content piece, you know, for further information. Go here to keep reading or keep going. Ask for your users' input. Use that brand voice. Establish it. Be unexpected. Be vulnerable. Be real. Be unapologetic. You've got to be able to stand out. So when it comes to content creation, you really want to splinter your content pieces. Splintering is taking chunks out of your content. You know, we've got some great apps now. Great apps that can now take long form content, if you've got any, and chop it up into chunks that you can now post. Okay, again, make sure you come into our community, because software is a big part of what I do. And we are always testing new products and softwares out to see how they work. You know, look at your previous month content pieces. The ones that did really well, do more like that. What are the top performing content pieces? You should know. You should be scoring everything that you do on social media so you can get better and better and better at it. You know, content pieces featuring well-known experts, celebrities. You know, there's your core content, your evergreen content pieces. So you need to put some type of monthly social content calendar together. It helps you focus on creating appropriate content and post across all channels. It's going to boost your social media presence consistently, allow you to create a strategy in posting content, and it's also going to recommend tools. So even if it's something as simple as Google Sheets, and on there you've got your whole monthly calendar, and you're also tracking what your following's going up by, what's the engagement, what's the like on each post. Monday.com is really great for this. Asana. You've also got Canva. Canva, you can produce all your graphics. It gives you templates. You can even do basic editing for video, and you can help plan all of your content. It's also got its rival Adobe, and there's a lot of third-party tools and software that you can schedule posts ahead of time. So as we wrap up the session, you know, social media scheduling. This has been a thing for years, you know, just schedule your content out in advance. There's an element of doing that, like I said, and an element of being reactive to what's trending so you can get more coverage on your content. But it does. Scheduling your post is going to save you a lot of time. Your business role in life does not revolve around social media, and it's time consuming. It allows you to amend your post ahead of time in cases when your scheduled post is no longer on trend. It can help you choose when to post during times when your audience is active on each channel. It's going to be able to tell you that. You know, and it's going to show you how to schedule your post. What I mean by that is, on the channel, depending on the channel features, it depends on what exactly the software can do as a third-party platform. So in terms of scheduling your posts, you want to look at how does the softwares do all of that. Okay, and there's pros and cons on the channel depending on your channel features. If it lives on the platform, you know, great. You know, IGTV videos can be scheduled but don't live on the platform for ever. Mixed element carousels can be created. Creator Studio has a really straightforward interface. Okay, you need to go to multiple channels to. You don't have to now go onto every channel to schedule. You can now schedule across all channels. One of the things why I'll always love later.com is you've got a calendar view. I can see what my feed looks like while I'm scheduling. In a lot of softwares, there is no calendar view. There's limited features compared to third-party tools. And for any of you that want these decks, you know, there's a QR code on the screen. Make sure you go to the audit call, because this is something I'll be able to share with you if you request it. But I'll need to be able to speak to you to do that. So check the QR code and make sure you book the audit call so we can audit all of your content. That's your social media, web pages, any sales pages, and do a full audit of where you are, just to see how you're going to get ahead. Okay, so you can actually schedule and do a lot of these things on the channel, or you can use a third-party platform scheduler. There are many third-party schedulers, from Sprout Social to Buffer to Hootsuite. Later, I just mentioned. You've got things like 24/7, which is for the travel and hospitality. Anything that you're getting multiple reviews for. You want to know when someone said something bad. So there's third-party options that will give you alerts. The great thing about scheduling tools is they've got a lot of social listening that goes with them. Social listening is key. So these softwares are going to really help you understand, what are people interacting with? What are they interested in? You know, what's the context? What's the context behind what they like? What's the meaning? Okay, social listening is key. And all these apps are going to analyze, you know, they're going to give you channel analytics. They're going to be able to help you with your engagement over a period of time, show you what's the engagement, how you could be better. You can track everything. It allows you to make notes of patterns and adjust your strategy. Okay, so, you know, this is all the stuff. If you want to take more of a deep dive, ladies, you really do need to join us in our community. Okay, it's really, really important. And like I said, we like to understand and know where everybody is, to make sure that if we can help you, you know, we can help you in the correct way. So make sure you click on that QR code. I better hurry up. So we've got our next speaker who is waiting to come on, the fantastic Abigail. So we're going to go over to the next masterclass. But when it comes to software and, you know, an in-depth overview of third-party platforms, social media platforms, the social listening I've been speaking about, the SEO, all the information that I've gone across, you know, come and find out more about how you can track posting patterns, track engagement, track follower growth, track impressions and reach, and filter by time and period. There's a lot of information that you can get. Okay, so just a few things to remember as I wrap up. You know, a very small portion of your organic audience will actually see your content. So for any of you that are just feeling like I post, like, really, Natalia, is everything you're saying really going to help me? Because I've been out here and I don't see any difference. A small portion of your organic audience will actually see your content. You've got to focus on optimizing your content and engaging your audience. Okay, so that brings us to the end of our social media. I hope you found that useful. Scan the QR code on the screen right now to make sure you get your audit, not just an audit of your website and any sales pages and funnels that you might have built out, but an audit of your whole digital business. Let's look at your social media channels. Let's look at how you're driving traffic to get people to book you. Let's look at your business. So just scan the code on the screen and book that audit call. A lot of our first cohorts in our community, on our programs, anything we do, are going to be starting second week in November. So if you are going to book a call with me, make sure that you get it in next week so we can get you up and running for 2026. Right. I have got now. I'm so sorry, Abigail. I can see, right, this lady, I absolutely love Abigail. I'll never forget the first time I met her, and I should do a competition around this, Abigail. The first time I met Abigail, I came onto the screen. I know Abigail's laughing right now because she knows what I'm about to say. And I looked behind her, and then she just had all this stuff that I just resonated with. And it just reminded me that, do you know what? I've lost my creative self. She's not called the innovation doctor for no reason. I see a speak and spell. Right, how many of you had a speak and spell? Please drop it in the comments. Speak and spell was one of my best favorite Christmas gifts. And if you look behind her, she's just got all this stuff that just brings out and draws out your creativity. So you are going to have a masterclass of really tapping into your innovative self, your creative self. Creative thinking is the way that you're going to get ahead in this digital age. This is a masterclass that you need to stay around for. You need to pay attention to, because you're going to get some great nuggets and you're going to get a great offer. So without further ado, I am going to bring on Sasha, who is going to introduce Dr. Abigail Joseph.
If your idea could become more than just a thought? This bold question sparked Dr. Abigail Joseph's transformative journey. Her story shows us that daring to question is the first step toward innovation. Dr. Joseph uses design thinking and innovation frameworks to move ideas forward. These tools help transform concepts from stuck to unstoppable, empowering leaders to drive change with purpose. Purpose-led leadership is key to empowering change. By aligning actions with values, Dr. Joseph shows how leaders can inspire and create meaningful impact in their communities. Dr. Joseph's mission is to empower Black women and other visionaries. By reclaiming creative power, they can build lasting legacies and lead transformative change. Stories of transformation and leadership highlight the impact of Dr. Joseph's work. These narratives inspire others to embrace their potential and drive meaningful change. Challenge your beliefs about your ideas and potential. Stepping into a new realm of influence requires courage and a decision to act, not just dream. Prepare to make decisions that ignite your path forward. By embracing this mindset, you open doors to new opportunities and growth. Join us in this journey of becoming. Take the first step today by daring to question and deciding to act. Let's give it up for Dr. Abigail Joseph.
Brilliant. Abigail, it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are, to be on this virtual stage and have some time to share with you the community of women that have been presenting over the course of the week. It has just been delightful to be in community with all of them. I am working on sharing my screen. Hopefully, let's see.
As soon as you share it, Abigail, I will put it on the stage with you. So if you just go to the share button, right at the bottom of the screen, there's a screen with a plus sign. So next to the microphone, the camera.
Has it come on?
Oh, hang on. Let me see if I can see it. Oh, hang on. Oh, sorry, Yes, hang on. And let me bring it to the stage. Oh, hang on, Abigail. I'll be 2 seconds. I've just got to remove your introduction. So I can now, there you
go.
It is. And then I'm going to take myself away.
Awesome. All right. Well, I hope you are ready for a little fun, a little play. Everything I love to do incorporates that. So welcome to the Great Idea Escape. We're going to learn about today tiny experiments to unlock courage, clarity, and connection. All right. See if I can do it this way. Okay. So hello, everyone. I am Dr. Abigail. I am most known for bringing clarity, confidence to the creative process and blending that with art and strategy. If you know me well, you know that I am both a left brain and right brain person who merges her love of logic and computer science with the arts and dance and photography and painting. And I walk in the world helping to move people from being stuck in their ideas and the swirl of ideas to turning those ideas into action and momentum. I'm gonna go over here. Not do it. Do it this way. Perfect. So I wanted to know who is here today joining me for the Great Escape. I can't see the chat, but I would love for you to drop a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 in the chat and let us know where you are, who you are, and what angle perspective you are coming from today. Are you an entrepreneur? Are you looking for your next career chapter? Are you a multi-passionate like me who's constantly wrangling a lot of ideas? Are you just being inspired to be curious and inspired? Are you here because you are a fan of me? I know I invited a lot of people that I know to join us this morning. So let us know who you are and how you've come to be here today. All right. So this is the Great Idea Escape. And the way to unlocking all of your ideas the key isn't about perfection. It's about experimentation. And that is the focus of this masterclass today. So I'm going to start with a story because I was very locked down in May of 2017. I am an educator by trade. I've worked in education in K-12 schools for over 17 years. And now I work what I like to say education adjacent. But there was a time when I worked in schools. I worked in this beautiful makerspace lab. You see all this fun creative stuff behind me. Well, I worked in this space that had laser cutters and 3D printers and electronics and prototyping materials and sewing machines, and it had it even had a little wood shop. And I had access to all these things, and I was teaching children how to be creative and innovative, and I taught them computer programming. And there came a time 3 years in, I spent at this particular school, and I realized, I turned around, I blinked, and all I had created in my 3 years there, with access to all of this wonderful, fun, creative tools, was this cutout scape that I laser cut that was in honor of my parents. And it's a beautiful piece, and I love it to death. But I just realized that I was locking my creativity was locked down, even though I was teaching students and working with teachers to unlock their creativity. So I was blessed one year to have what I call a teacher gap year. I was just blessed to be able to take a year off from teaching. And I stumbled into my local community college was developing a makerspace. And I found this out and I found my way in there. And that door was the light bulb that clicked with me. And when I realized that I had been working in isolation and my creativity had been stifled and was pressed down, and going and being part of this makerspace just lit something up inside of me. And I don't know how many of you out there are really passionate people who have a lot of ideas and often feel like sometimes those ideas, you don't know how to get them out and they're just a little stifled. Well, that was me. So this community college, this makerspace in this community college was the door for me. And then the key that unlocked was I spent so much time there. I was learning myself. I learned how to use tools that I had in the makerspace at the school that I hadn't spent time with. I learned how to laser cut. Did some electronics. I learned how to use a vinyl cutting machine, so many things. And as I worked in that space and was in community with other people in that space and talking to them and collaborating with them, I became alive. I was feeling joyful. I was playing again. And my curiosity and wonder was on fire. And this is what I want for all of you. That moment I had back in 2019 where everything clicked and my ideas started to flow. So are you ready for the great escape? Locking you in. And now we have to reveal the keys to letting our ideas take flight. All right. So the three locks many entrepreneurs face. And if you're not an entrepreneur, you might be a person who just have lots of ideas. There are three things that when you are idea rich or multi-passionate like me, that you will face. One is isolation. You are creating alone and it feels very lonely at times, and you often wonder how you can just how to get those ideas out. Ideas need collaboration and energy. You might feel overwhelmed that you're constantly doing things. Especially if you're a solopreneur like myself, you are everything. You are marketing, you are communications, you are the creative, you are the CEO, you're running all the systems, and that can be super overwhelming. And then the third is a lack of accountability. When I was teaching, I had a lot of accountability for my job as an educator, but I was not accountable to my ideas and my passions personally. And that kind of was very stifling. So we're going to unlock these keys right now today. So the first lock is isolation. Think about yourself. Think about how you work. Are you working with a team? Do you have a community that you work with? Or are often your days filled with isolation where it's just you at your computer plugging along? And, our ideas, they can't hatch in a vacuum. They need air, they need interaction, they need a space to bring these ideas to life and give them a lot of energy. And especially if you're the only person in your field or what you're doing, it becomes even more isolating. I used to teach computer science, and at every school I taught, I was probably the only one or two computer science teachers, and that was very isolating. But there is a key to moving away and breaking from that isolation. That key is community and connection. With a community, as I described earlier, when I found that community of makers and that maker space, I became alive. It was that connection that made me more energized and provided that momentum to make my ideas, move forward with my ideas. So community isn't something you find, it's something you prototype, something you build and forge. So my question to all of you is, how might we create connection before we feel ready? If you walk in my world, you know that I bring a design question challenge to everything I do, every talk I do, every workshop I do. There's always a challenge that we set forth and questions we set forth to uncover. So in the chat, think about, or to yourself, how might we create connection before we feel ready? Some ideas are we might post an idea publicly to create connection. So if there are those of you who are like, I'm social media averse, maybe the first step is posting on social media. Sliding into someone's DM is a great way to forge connection. Sharing with a family member, a friend, those are other ways that we might forge connection or dare to forge connection. So our first tiny experiment, number one, is about connection. And I would like you to take a moment right now to fill in this sentence frame. I will share blank idea with person or community this week and why it matters. So think about something you've been chewing on and who and what community you can share it with and why that's important with you to get that idea out there. So I'll give you a moment to think about those ideas. And if you are feeling willing and able, you can share those ideas in the comments with all of us for that tiny experiment around connection. So I'm putting myself in the spot. I often do this in my workshops too. I haven't thought about anything. I am going to play along and do this tiny experiment as well. So an idea I have been working on is repurposing my YouTube content. And so I'm going to say, I'm going to share a piece of repurposed content from my YouTube with my LinkedIn community this week because I want more people to hear what I have to say. That's important. So that's the experiment I'm going to do. I'm going to figure out what I'm going to repurpose out of that content and create some LinkedIn posts. Overwhelm. This is a big one for any multi-passionate, any entrepreneur. If you have a lot of ideas, You are probably constantly in a constant swirl of ideas. And that overwhelm is really, really real. It often feels like you're drowning and you don't know where to start first or where to take that first step. That is a real thing. I know as a multi-passionate, I have around here somewhere a journal filled with probably 50 ideas that I want to do. And you put in one idea, two ideas, three ideas, but then 50, and then you don't know where to go first. And you're often feeling a little stuck. Maybe you, like me, suffer from analysis paralysis. You excessively overthink your ideas, and that's when the perfectionism starts to creep in. Well, we can unlock this overwhelm with courageous action, taking one small step at a time is how you gain momentum. So that big idea you have, maybe you have this idea of starting a YouTube channel and having millions of followers. Well, that all starts with one courageous step, one courageous action. And maybe that first step is simply creating one video and figuring out how to even get that thing posted on YouTube or how to even create that YouTube channel. So courageous action is how we move things forward. So clarity doesn't come from thinking, it comes from testing. We need to test. We need to take small chunks of our ideas and continually test them, move them forward. So the question I want you to think about right now is, how might we make progress when all of our ideas feel equally important? That's right. When you've got the swirl of ideas, every idea seems like the one I need to do right now. I need to create the workshop. I need to create the course. I need to talk to this person. I need to figure out if I can create a partnership here. I need to grow my email list. I need to put out all these things on social. I need to create this. I need to record this video. I need to edit this video. That list can become very, very overwhelming. But we can test those ideas. We can test those ideas with really small micro steps. We might take one thing that we want to test for 7 days. So maybe my small test for the week might be, what does it feel like to post one thing on social media every day? Or what might it feel like to email my email list every day for a week? How would that feel? How would that make a difference? How would that make me more connected to my email list? Or what would happen if I truly blocked out 90 minutes to work on this one idea this week? Closed the door, changed my environment so that I could get that job task done. So your tiny experiment number 2 is action. So here's the sentence frame I want you to work on right now. For the next whatever time frame, I will test this tiny step or idea to see what happens when I do this thing. So again, while you're thinking, I'll put myself on the spot. So right now, top of mind for me is in my membership community, we have a 6-week sprint going on. And my sprint for myself is figuring out how to repurpose my one video that I record a week for YouTube into multiple formats for LinkedIn. So I would say for me, for maybe the next 7 days, I will test different forms of posts in LinkedIn of my YouTube content to see what happens when those ideas are out in the world. I don't know if it'll work, but that's my test. That's what I'm going to do. That's the action I will take. So that's experiment number 2. And now we move on to the final lack of accountability. Raise your hand if you could use more accountability in your business life, in your life in general, to not to other people, but to yourself and to what's important for you and your ideas and what gets you excited and energized and to do the work in the world. That is what you need. So that's the lock we need to unlock is how do we develop that accountability? How do we, if we don't have accountability to all those ideas, you see this woman with all this ideas in front of her. If we don't have accountability to those ideas, they will fizzle out. The focus won't be there and they will be lost. So we don't want our ideas to go into the ethers. We want them to go out into the world and for people to connect with them. So the key to that is clarity and focus. And as I mentioned a little earlier, in my membership community, we run these idea sprints. And that is one way to keep yourself accountable. In this picture, you can see this woman on the right side of her computer screens is what's called a Kanban board. It is a fantastic way to make your ideas visible to yourself and hold yourself accountable. So the door we want to walk through now is focus. Without structure, even our best ideas start to drift, start to fade away. So how might we design simple ways to stay focused and honest with ourselves to keep our ideas moving forward? I want you to think about that. What could you do to really keep yourself honest to your ideas and move those ideas and keep them moving forward? This is probably one of the most important questions we have right now. So I mentioned one way I do that in my membership community is through idea sprints and accountability. There's some other things that I do in my community, which I'll share with you in a moment, that we do. But for you yourself, what do you think? I can think of many ways. I can think of how many people have accountability buddies. I have 2 accountability buddies. I even have one that I met in a community, in a virtual community, actually, who is in South Africa. And shout out to Lenore. We meet every week, and that keeps us both honest to our ideas and moving our business forward. And then I will lastly say that if you really knew me, you would know that I am a glorified groupie and not one that follows music bands, although there was a time that I was an extreme groupie for music, but I can share that story with you another time. But I belong to a lot of communities, and community is important. And I know Natalia has been sharing about this business community that she's inviting you to. Community is an important focus. And so I belong to several communities, and they each give me something, bring something different to my business, to my life, and that's super important. So your last tiny experiment, number 3, is to get clear and to focus. And the sentence frame is this: for the next time period, I'll focus on this one idea or project and track my progress by and how you'll do that. So this one's easy for me because I'm in it right now. We are in week 2 in our sprint in my membership community. And so for the next 6 weeks, I'm focusing on how to repurpose one YouTube video a week into several pieces of content that I can put on LinkedIn and people will connect with. And I'll tracking my progress in the community. So in the membership community, we track our progress in the discussion threads. And that is how we track our ideas and stay accountable to them for a 6-week idea sprint. But beyond the sprints, I keep us going throughout the year with various threads and reminders in the community that constantly take us back to the ideas that we're working on and want to move forward into the world. So you did it. You did it. You opened that door. Alero, I see you. I see that for the next 7 days, you will start to a TikTok account and see how it goes. That's it. That's the action. Taking those tiny steps. Way to go. I applaud you. All right. So the big unlock. We escaped The great idea escape is here. We are unlocking those ideas. We are moving ourselves. No longer will we stay in isolation. We will find community and we will connect with other people and we will share our ideas and speak them out loud. We will no longer stay in that overthinking loop, that idea swirl. We are going to take courageous action, even if that action is as small as opening that TikTok account and creating it. That's it. One tiny step is all you need to unlock the overwhelm. And then lastly, we are going to move away from our lack of accountability to ourselves, our ideas, and our passions. And we are going to get clear and we're going to get focused and we are going to build in accountability, whether that is with our partners, our friends, someone we've met virtually online. And we are going to find many groups to satisfy the many ways we need to be held accountable to our ideas. So, do you want some help unlocking these doors and more? I'm here to help you. I am here today to help you and get you started. You now know that overthinking is a trap. You might be stuck in this overthinking loop where you have your initial idea, you do excessive analysis, you step into analysis paralysis, perfectionism creeps in, and then you just freeze and you're stuck and you don't know what to do anymore. But the tiny experiments I presented here today are your first key step to taking some courageous action and creating some connection to unlock your isolation, creating action to move away from overwhelm, and maybe you'll start sprinting or find that accountability so that you have focus and clarity. Because on the right side here, you'll see that the momentum loop is a much better loop to sit in, where you experiment, you reflect, and then you adjust. And you repeat that over and over again. You do one tiny thing, you see what happens. Maybe it succeeds, maybe it fails. But you can't know the information unless you try. And you, right now, you have everything you need to test those ideas. You have it all. But you still might be thinking, there are so many doors, Dr. Abigail, so many doors I need to unlock. And I don't have that structure or space to keep me accountable or to keep my ideas accountable. I might have other structures and spaces to keep a few other things going, but those ideas that I'm running with for my business or the project I want to do, I don't have a space to keep me accountable to that. And I know it would be much more fun and easier to do that if I had a place to do experiments with other women like me who are creative, who have multiple ideas and passions. And I don't want to lose that momentum that I unlocked today. Maybe you wrote down one sentence today that you're just like, I want to do it, but I don't know how to do that. So your golden key awaits. I have a membership community. It's called The Hatchery, and it's filled with the space and structure to help your ideas take flight. So what is in this membership community? Well, this is a space where you can clarify your ideas, shape or spark something new, build creative momentum about what you're trying to accomplish. There are many people in the membership community who are working on books, podcasts, courses, simple projects of learning how to crochet, from building apps. Anything goes. You bring your ideas and we celebrate and we evolve together one tiny step at a time. And so who's this community for? Well, as I said, if you're a multi-passionate professional like myself, if you are an entrepreneur, especially a solo entrepreneur who doesn't have a creative team, this is a space to do your creative and do it with other people. If you are an educator or facilitator who wants to bring more play and creativity into what you do, if you are a busy creative like myself, the artist, fighting with the logic and structure, or if you're at a crossroads, this is especially a great place for you because it's a place where you can experiment with different ideas to move you into your next chapter. So what's inside? There's a variety of there's a lot inside. Discussion threads. These are some of the courses that are made available to members as they ascend through our leadership board and participate more in the community. I run idea festivals, I run idea sprints, and I would say the signature part of this community is my rubber duck sessions. And the rubber duck is linked to my left brain, the computer scientist in me. It's a symbol for a space where you can talk out your problems, talk through what your challenge is, and in talking through them is when you realize the solutions. And so the rubber duck sessions are offered twice a month in the hatchery, and these are some of the things that some of the members have to say about those sessions. The supportive environment fostered by Dr. Abigail makes it easy to share ideas and feel empowered to move forward. I walk away with refreshed perspective, actionable insights, and I can immediately try. That's important, being able to try right out the bat. Dr. Abigail has an amazing way about her that inspires me every time we work together. And getting validation on an idea has been a game changer in my business. You bring your idea to this session, you get multiple perspectives from people who are not connected with your world, which is a valuable insight to moving your ideas forward. So, which ideas do you want to allow to escape the hatchery? Join me in the hatchery and let's set them free. So right now, I am still in a founder special moment where it is only $9 a month or $50 for a year, which is more than a 50% discount if you sign up for the annual. But for the summit today, I'm very excited to have put together a package for that $50 annual fee for the year. You will get 3 bonus gifts. I have an idea untangler wizard, a GPT, that helps you focus in on the ideas of the moment and what particular courageous action that you can take on it in the now. So you can think of it as your sidekick to untangling your ideas. And then I have 2 creative networking workshops that are coming up. These are called Tiny Experiments, Joyful Jams. You'll learn a few more ways to do some tiny experiments, but do this in collaboration and network with other women. And it is going to be a joyful time for the holiday season. A little bit of work, but a lot of play and creativity. And alongside of that, I'm offering a tiny experiments tracker, which you will also get. So if you sign up I thought I updated this, but somehow it didn't get updated. But it's actually November, 2 weeks from now is when this offer will go away. And I forget what date that was. I think it's like November 5th. I was going to update that in the slide, but know that it'll be open for 2 weeks to get all this value, but you will always be welcome and open to joining us in the hatchery. So a little bit about the Tiny Experiments Joyful Jam. It's a place where it's a live creative lab where you design 3 tiny experiments and do it kind of live in a fun, playful way. We'll have breakout rooms where you can share and compare and collaborate and connect and just have some fun. The holiday season is about being joyful, and you can work and be joyful. If you didn't learn anything today from me today, know that work, play, creativity, and being joyful and being curious can all be a part of your work, what you do. So that is the Tiny Experiments Joyful Jam, small experiments, big clarity. And with the bonus, you're going to be able to attend both, if not one, both. I know that we have a lot of friends over in the UK, and so most of my sessions are in the evening, Pacific time here in the States, but I will, if enough people are signed up, or whoever signs up, even if you're only one, I will create a session that will work better with your time over the pond there. And then the other bonus is the idea untangler. I have a guidebook that helps you with my my 3-step framework. Spot it, shape it, start it. And there's a companion chat wizard that goes along with that. So that'll be part of the package as well. So I hope that you'll consider joining us in the hatchery. We have a lot of fun. And oh, I changed it on this slide, but not the other slide. There you go. The package offer expires November 5th, but the hatchery is open all year long. So come in and you're welcome anytime. So I will leave you with this. There's no such thing as a failed experiment, only experiments with unexpected outcomes. So if you don't take that courageous action, don't take that small step, you will have no idea what the outcome will be. So let's do it. Let's take that small idea. Let's take that idea, take that courageous step, move those ideas forward. And if it fails, it fails. But what if it succeeds? So thank you all very much for joining me on this journey for the Great Idea Escape. And let's keep experimenting. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, on Instagram, and follow me on YouTube in my YouTube studio called The Hatch Studio. But most of all, join us in the hatchery, sign up for the annual membership. And I look forward to coaching and guiding you and making sure that you are able to make those ideas that are swirling in your head take flight. Thank you all very much.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you, Abigail. That was absolutely amazing. And actually, ladies, Abigail has just given you an absolute amazing offer. Community is important. And there are different communities, but that price that Abigail's given you, and she's absolutely amazing. She's really going to crack open that design thinking. And I don't think, Abigail, people realize design thinking is what's done by all the big boys. This is a concept that they use time and time again. They wouldn't bring nothing to market without using a process like this. So being part of a community that's really going to tap into your innovation, tap into your creativity, and to be able to work with Abigail at the price that she's given you, come on, it's a no-brainer. So make sure that you scan the QR code that you're seeing on the screen. You've all had some amazing offers throughout this week, and I hope you are taking them up. If you feel like you might have missed out on any, do not forget that once you sign up to get access to this summit in our platforms, if you're streaming, it means that you'll get an email link for tomorrow and for Saturday, and you'll also be able to get access to all the replays. So on the screen at the moment, there you go, is a QR code right above my head that gives you access directly onto the platform, where if you miss some of Abigail's masterclass, some of anybody else's, you can get access to all of them. So make sure you opt in to listen on our platform. Abigail, thank you so much. That was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely loved it. And hopefully you'll be seeing more of Dr. Abigail around our community as well, and make sure that you join hers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the great accolades in the comments. I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to helping your ideas take flight.
Brilliant. Thank you, Abigail. Take care. Bye-bye. Right, I'm still getting used to this. Here we go, people. I'm back. Right, we have got next up for you in the next 13 minutes. Oh, the wonderful Shy Boston. She's just an absolute delight, a ball of energy, so genuine. You're in for an absolute treat. Okay, I'm not going to maroon anything by telling you what it's about or anything like that. Make sure you stick around. So, while we are waiting for Shy to come, it is drum roll. It's competition time. It's competition time. It's also time for you to get an offer from me, Natalia, Women in Digital Business. So every day we have been running what's called a keyword competition. Okay. So I'm going to announce for the first time today a set of keywords I want you to jot down. So go get a piece of paper, go get a notepad, get your phone. And I'm going to jot down some keywords. And then at the end of the day, our last session, just to tell you, our last session will be today at 3 p.m. live. The sessions continue on our platform, by the way. but streaming live to all our socials and actually on our platform will end today, 3 p.m. Eastern time, which is, no, sorry, my bad, 4 p.m. Eastern time. That's 4 p.m. Eastern time, 1600 hours Eastern time, which is 9 o'clock in the UK. And just before we end out, I will be giving a Google form QR code. Once you link to that Google form, put the answers in, and you have got the chance of getting onto our funnel mastery program or our coaching mastery program complimentary. Go onto our website, www.womenindigitalbusiness.com, and on the menu bar, you will see information about those two programs and you could be one of the lucky winners that wins. Can't get the words out. That wins a free place on one of those programs. Okay. So, keywords. Sorry, I keep covering the screen only because I'm swapping screen. So the keywords for today are, here we go, day 4, authenticity, funnel, authority, adaptable, opportunity. Okay, those are our keywords for today. I will be announcing them throughout the day. Just put them into the Google link form, which is about 4 o'clock at the end of our last keynote speaker. I'll be ending the live streaming sessions around that time, and I will give the QR code to the Google form where you can drop the keywords in. If you missed any of those keywords, I will be announcing them throughout the day. Now, time for a gift from us, Women in Digital Business, to you. They've crowned me the funnel queen. For those of you that know me, I've spoken a lot around how to get audiences, understand your audience more, the customer journey, customer touch points, the funnel. Today I delivered a session all around social media, how we drive traffic to the funnel. It's just a framework for your marketing. And marketing is the function in your business that's responsible for driving promotion to get people to buy from you, to be profitable, and for your business to be sustainable. So I got a gift for you. We are giving a gift away where we are giving audits to people's businesses, and also it's a way for us to find out, like, do our programs suit you? We've got a really high success rate here at Women in Digital Business, so we like to speak to anyone before they come on our programs. Whether you want to come on the program, whether you're not ready for it, have an audit call, get your business audited, make sure that you are where you should be, or have a good understanding of where you need to be to get visible online, to get successful, to get more customers, to get a customer, to be able to really grow your business. If you've already got customers, but maybe you're not really got a great digital presence and you're finding that your business is getting stagnant and maybe it's dwindling and you want to just go from growth to scale, also book that audit call. So let's take a look at how funnels can really help you and how to book that call. There is a QR code on the screen, by the way, and that QR code is what's going to take you through to a video. When you start watching that video, that's how you can book the audit call. But let's find out a little bit more. Oh, sorry, guys. Little bit of a, I was sharing. Let me stop sharing. Sorry, little bit of a tech problem here. I was going to play some music because I'm strange no music. Oh, which reason? I kicked off today playing some tunes I was feeling. And I don't know why you couldn't hear it. So bear with me. And don't forget, in the next 8 minutes, we are kicking off with our next masterclass. So just bear with me for a moment and I'm going to tell you about the gift I have for you. There we go. Where have we gone? Here we go. And then we are going to get into it with Shy Boston. So here we go. Here's my gift to you. Here's to figure out how to get it. And don't forget to click the QR code on the screen. Beautiful souls, it's Natalia here. Now, can I just have a minute of your time and just be really honest and frank and open? Throughout my entrepreneurial journey, I have met so many organizations, companies, business, solopreneurs, but mainly Black female entrepreneurs, because that is what I am and that is who I relate to and that's whose lives that I want to improve. And I often just see how much work and effort goes into the coaches, consultants and content creators that I work with, where when I meet them, they're just churning out all of this content. So either putting content on social media, writing blogs, trying to get their social media to where it needs to be. They're trying to get following, they're trying to get likes, they're trying to get shares, they're trying to collect emails, they're trying to build communities, they're trying to get known. And often we don't really have a strategy, we're just trying everything. And when we don't see any of the results, it can be really disheartening, especially when you put your all into it, and especially when you want to get to monetization to really make a difference in your life, those around you, and your clients' lives as well. I know how frustrating it can be when you're simply just not converting at the levels of where you want to be. That's exactly the reason why I created the Funnel Mastery program. It's a program that's really going to be able to help you put together, your lead magnets. It's going to help you put together your campaign so you can make yourself more aware. It's going to help you get leads and create email campaigns. It's going to help you put together landing pages. Landing pages are a set of URLs and web pages that you will use to create your funnel. You're going to use it to create a journey from the top of the funnel at awareness to engagement to being able to collect information of email addresses and phone numbers to converting to really being able to nurture and really be able to upsell all the other products and services that you might offer, as well as really looking at things like your offer and just making sure that you have got a strategic funnel that you put together and you know how to create all the content assets that you need to, but it's a part of a journey. It's a part of a funnel that flows like water and attracts you to the very audience that you want to get the attention of, and get that audience to know, like, and trust you in a very a very strategic manner, but at the same time, a very human manner. Being able to actually connect with your audience and get them to buy into you, be vulnerable with them so they can see that you're human and you can help them. But at the same time, creating an automation through technology that's going to pass them through a strategic journey that gets them to know you, like you, and again, buy from you. So normally this program would be $1,197. Today, we are giving it to you for $1,497. That's a staggering $500 off. Why do I say the word staggering for $500? Some of you might be thinking, okay, that's a lot, but it's not that much. Well, actually it is, because one of the things that we pride ourselves at, Women in Digital Business, is the amazing value that we give. We are on a mission to help 1 million Black female entrepreneurs globally level up their businesses and make sure that they've built their own table and they're not waiting for a seat at somebody else's table that does not serve them. So we already offer all our programs which are very, very, very high value. Okay, you get a lot of accountability. I show up. It's not just a set of online courses. You also get to do consulting sessions in a really small group and really be able to grow with that nurturing of coaching and consultancy that goes with the actual program. Okay, so it's lowly priced already. So we are giving away another amazing $500 off, and you will never, ever, ever see this offer again. So I promise you, take that faith of leap. Okay, make the change that your business needs strategically so you can have the fruits of your labor. So if you're tired of spinning those plates, if you're tired of the guessing work, if you're tired of feeling lonely, if you're frustrated of never getting the results that you require to really get ahead, this is the program for you. Okay, so don't procrastinate. Take that leap of faith. Take what it is that you need to do. I'm going to work with you. Whatever you put in, I'm going to match you fully, and we're going to do this together. So I look forward to seeing you on the program. Oh, right. So make sure you book that audit call. The QR code is on the screen. Right, we are getting prepared to bring in Shy Boston. You are in for a super duper duper treat. She is absolutely amazing. As soon as I met this lady, we just connected. You know, when you meet someone and it's just good people, all the speakers are good people, but this was just someone that just so genuine, so real, so caring, so nurturing. She is the ideas woman. She's the woman that's really gonna pull you through, give you loads of ideas, be your cheerleader. So seriously, you are in for a treat for her masterclass. So I'm going to introduce her now, or should I say, Sasha is going to do the official introduction. So here we go.
Authentic leadership isn't just a buzzword, it's a transformative force. When leaders embrace authenticity, they inspire trust and foster a culture of openness. This shift can lead to more engaged teams and a authentic leadership isn't just a buzzword, it's a transformative force. When leaders embrace authenticity, they inspire trust and foster a culture of openness. This shift can lead to more engaged teams and a thriving workplace. Shoaishi's path from corporate to entrepreneurship is a testament to resilience and vision. Her experiences in diverse industries have shaped her mission to empower others. She stands as a beacon of change, inspiring others to pursue their passions. Her journey isn't just personal, it's a movement. By sharing her story, Shoichi empowers others to create meaningful change in their lives and communities. Her legacy is one of courage and transformation. Speaking your truth is powerful. It's about owning your narrative and making your voice heard. Shuichi teaches us that confidence in communication can redefine how we are perceived and how we influence others. Building your platform with confidence means stepping into spaces with purpose. Shuichi's techniques help you own any room you enter, ensuring your presence is felt and your message is clear. Let's recap Shuichi's insights. Authentic leadership transforms cultures, speaking boldly empowers change, and owning your space builds confidence. These lessons challenge us to lead with purpose and clarity. Now, it's your turn. Embrace the challenge to lead authentically and make a lasting impact. By doing so, you'll create a legacy of connection and clarity. Pay rapt attention to a great mind. Let's give it up for Shuichi Shy Boston.
Hey, Shy, I love the way how she didn't quite get your name right, did she?
No, that's okay. I was just like, I don't think I've ever been called my government name by AI.
Oh, we put it in, but she was articulate. But yeah, even I was like, whoops.
No, but it was awesome. That was great. That was great.
Oh, well, brilliant. Well, welcome to the stage. It's all yours, Shy. I'm out of here. If you've got decks, just upload them. There's a button that's got a plus and a screen next to right at the bottom of the screen. You'll see a mic, you'll see a camera, and you'll also see the screen with a plus sign. So
Yeah,
if you share screen, once I see it, I'll put it up. But over to you, Shy.
Let me go ahead and do that. So while I'm doing all of that, let me just say a quick hello to everyone. It's great to be here today. I'm very excited to be here because we're going to be talking about something that is really seemingly mundane to a lot of people, but also is really very important to all of us. So while I work on getting this taken care of, I'll just tell you a little bit more about myself. That's Sasha. I was ready for some Beyonce on there. I thought I was getting ready to get some Sasha Fierce playing. And, I was like, oh, okay, I'm a diva. But they faked me out. So what I'm going to do is okay, here we go. Just want to make sure I got the right thing. And so while it's uploading, I just want to tell you a little bit more about myself. So yesterday, I actually celebrated my 3rd year in business. So I'm super excited about that. Although I've been doing this work for well over 20 years. I am a certified professional in talent development. And what that means to you is I have had to learn every aspect of the world of talent development, from training to instructional design, KPIs, all sorts of things in order to be able to serve you more effectively, and especially in the area that I like to specialize in, which is communication and leadership. And so because of that, I've taken the time to make sure that I've gotten certified in as a disc behavioral analyst. And it looks like this is taking a minute to upload here. And so that has allowed me to continue to perfect, if you will, my ability to help you all when it comes to communication and tying that into leadership skills. Because one of the things that we don't often think about is how impactful our words are when we're in leadership roles. And let's face it, we as Black women, we have a great deal to overcome, whether we're in the corporate environment, whether we're working in our own businesses as entrepreneurs, business owners, that sort of a thing. So that's what we are going to talk about today. Now, I'm hoping I get this right. There we go. All right, perfect. So now we have it going. So today we're going to talk about 5 proven communication shifts that turn relationships into revenue. And the reason why we're talking about those is because we know that right now we have over, at least here in the US, over 400,000 Black women that are out of work right now. Many of them are creatives. Many of them are also neurodivergent, which I'll touch on in a minute because that's near and dear to my heart, as I am also neurodivergent. But we're also the most educated, the most talented, the ones that make movements happen. And so what's everyone else's loss is also the potential for gain. But the way we do that is through our communication, and we're going to talk about how we can become more effective that way. So let's dive right in, since we've only got a few more minutes together, and I want to make sure that we can go ahead and talk about these things. Let me go back. So we're all phenomenal leaders in some shape, form, or fashion. We're moving ahead here. Slow down. We're all phenomenal leaders in some shape, form, or fashion, right? So we got to these roles because we worked our butts off. We may have acquired a number of different degrees. We may have also gotten our certifications, whatever the case may be. We did what it took to get here. Sometimes it was just good old hard work and on-the-job training for a lot of us. But nonetheless, the fundamentals of communication is something that starts from way back, from when we're at home. We start perfecting it or getting better at it as we socialize, as we move into school, and then as we get out of school and we go into work. Well, the thing is that we can always improve in our social skills. We can always improve in our communication skills, and this also makes us more effective and better leaders. And the reality is that we need to improve in these skills. I always tell my clients we have to hone our crafts. And the reason for that is because we are living in an environment where relationships are more important now than they ever have been. And so when we have good relationships, not only in our teams, but with our prospects and clients, then that ends up leading to more revenue and some additional impact. So what I'm going to be talking about today, it is not theory. It is not anything that's been made up. This is pure strategy. And it's something that I've been talking to people about for many years now, for at least about 15 years or so now. So the proof is actually in the stats. When you have a 10% conversion or 10% increase in business, okay? So you get higher conversion rates when clients feel more connected to your business. It can go from 10% on average to actually over 50% as a conversion increase when people are connected to you or feel they're connected and they're heard. That saves you 80% in your acquisition cost. So what that means is you don't have to spend out of that $100, you only have to spend $20 to acquire a new client versus going in and spending $80 to acquire a new client. That's a huge cost savings for us. And for every 5% in retention, you're looking at an increased profits of up to 95%. Many surveys have shown this, including Bain & Company. So retaining those that we get that come to us as clients is really important. And part of that is how we communicate with them and how we connect with them. And just as importantly, if you have a staff, whether you're working with contractors or you have your own staff, even if you're a solopreneur, because sometimes we have to talk to ourselves to keep ourselves in the game, right? We have a 73% employee retention rate when employees also feel like they are seen and that they are heard. So these are the numbers that prove to us that when we do what it takes to build connections, we are not only going to make connections, we're going to make conversions, which goes into cash. And that's what we're all trying to do, right? I hope so. So I want you to take a quick look at this slide. And I just want you to think about what are some of the things that you might see on this slide. Every time I do this in a class, I get candelabras, faces, entryways, vases, all different types of perceptions. Now take a look at this. I want you to find the number one, and I'm going to give you about 5 seconds to start finding as many numbers in numerical order that you can find. How did you do? It's challenging, right? Some of us might have done a little bit better. I think on the first go round, the highest number I think some people got might have been about 7. Now, if I showed you the pattern, so we have 1 is over here, 2 is over here, 3 is down here, then 4. Then 5 is up here, which means 6 is right over here. 7 is down here. And then you have 8, which is over here. So once you see the pattern, you start to recognize what you can do and how you can go about it. So why these 2 exercises, right? These are probably your initial thoughts, some of your initial impressions as to why we're doing these 2 exercises. There is a valid reason for this. The reason why I like to take people through these exercises before we even get into the topics of communication and the 5 shifts that we can make is because we all have different impressions of things when it comes to our communication, when it comes to talking to people. Our perceptions are different. We're coming from different backgrounds. Now, this isn't something that you don't already know. This is pure logic. Well, logic isn't something that grows in everybody's garden, but you understand what I'm saying, that this is something that we kind of inherently pick up and learn, is that everybody comes from different backgrounds, but that information kind of goes out the window when we start talking about our colleagues that we're working with, the teams that we're running, and even the clients or prospects that we're trying to meet. So when we understand how to sync up in the patterns, that's when we're able to more effectively reach each other. So let's start with a basic, simple something. As you can see on the screen, it's been on there for a minute to get you thinking a little bit. What is communication? Like, really, what is communication? So some say it's the act of transferring information from one source or place to another, or something along those lines. Communication is really this. You have a sender, so the person that's sending the message, that's number 2. So the sender, they have a message that they're trying to get to the recipient, and that equals communication. So if it's such a simple equation, why is it so challenging for us to do? Again, it goes back to how we were raised. It could be our current environment. Maybe we're not in a good environment right now. It's noisy. You can't hear. You can't listen. It could be internal issues or external issues. Some of us, like I said, are neurodivergent, so we digest information in different ways. There could be cultural nuances, and there could also be the mode of communication. Maybe one person needs to use sign language while somebody else might need to use Braille. So it's all different ways of communicating, right? I know you all know this. Just stick with me. I promise you it's going somewhere. I am not a communication expert for anything. So I know that your emotions right now are probably going, ma'am, get to the point. I'm getting there. So we learn that we have different perceptions. We learn that there are patterns, and it's the same when we communicate. Our goal is to communicate, to understand, and to connect. If we're not trying to do those two things, we're really not trying to communicate. And we'll talk about that a little bit more. So ultimately, what is the primary driver of revenue for all of us? If you're an entrepreneur, if you are working at a corporation or organization, nonprofit, ultimately the primary driver of revenue is relationships. No matter which way that you're going and pursuing these relationships, it's all about relationships. And that is the other reason why communication and leadership, effectively doing those, is so important. So our relationships will equal revenue. Now let's get to the shifts that we can make. We're going to lay out the stepping stones to help you go from one direction to another when it comes to being able to shift how you're communicating with others. Okay, get ready to take some notes and some screenshots on this information. Now, as I mentioned, I'm a certified DISC behavioral analyst. So a lot of the times what I'm looking at is communication. I'm looking at what shapes one's personality, their communication skills, which got ran under the image there. Sorry about that. But there's a number of things that go into this. So we talk about what's hereditary. Believe it or not, we pick up a lot from our parents. I'm not going to go into all the science. We do pick up a lot from our parents and even past generations when it comes to how we communicate and what attaches itself to our DNA and to the ways that we interact. Of course, our role models and our environments, all of these things go into play. So what DISC does, now many of you probably have taken DISC before, and I want you to understand, I don't approach DISC as the way others have typically approached DISC. Most of the time people think DISC is just a personality assessment. It is way more than that when you get the right DISC assessment and when it's done by the right person that is a behavioral analyst in addition to that. So we're going to talk about some of the just brief foundations of DISC, and then you'll see how it all ties into everything that we are going to work on or talk about today. All of us have a combination of these letters. Some of us are higher than others. I'm a high S and a high C. You'll learn what that is in a minute. But nonetheless, there's times when I can be a D and there's times when I can be an I. So we all have these combinations. But the ultimate point is that part of our communication skills is learning to sync up with those who communicate differently from us. And that is where part of this DISC comes into play. So what do these stand for if you've never heard of them? The D stands for dominant. That generally means someone who's very direct, someone who's to the point, someone who likes the bottom line. The I stands for influencing. So that's someone that generally likes to be the center of attention, the person that can really get the party going. That's the person who likes to have all eyes on them in general. Now, these are neither good nor bad. This is just giving you some generalities on how to identify some of these people. The S's are steady. These are very relationship-oriented people, oftentimes called the people pleasers, because we will do whatever it takes to keep and make everybody happy. And the C is for those that are compliant. They're going to cross the T's, dot the I's, and they're going to be the ones who are going to make sure we stay on task during a meeting. So what does this have to do with our 5 shifts? Now, I had to find this image because I missed driving my manual stick shift here in the States. I had it for umpteen years, and this reminded me of it. I'm sure some of you over there still in Europe are probably still using your manuals, and I envy you. But we're definitely going to talk about the 5 shifts, and here they are. These are the 5 communication shifts. We're going to talk about going from reaction to response. We're going to talk about going from transactional to relational, from telling to coaching, from one size fits all to adaptive communication. And then we're going to close it out with conversation to conversion. Each one will continue to build on the other. Now, when we talk about from reaction to response, what that means is that there are times when we are in a negotiation. And all of a sudden, everything that we thought was going so smoothly just goes by the wayside, blows up in our face, and we are challenged with, now you're angry. You spent all this time pulling this together. You've gone back and forth on a deal. And now at the last hour, the rope or the rug, as they say, gets pulled from underneath you. There's other times when you may be talking to a client and you're talking too much. You're responding to how you're reacting to how they're responding to you. So you feel like I have to keep selling them. I have to keep talking to them. Sometimes we're just not listening to a conversation that is taking place. So we're missing key points. And some of us are thinking ahead. I know sometimes I do that. That's how my brain works. So I'm sometimes listening to a conversation and I'm now 10 steps ahead trying to figure out, and I call it strategy, but it's not necessarily strategy. Sometimes it's tuning out of the conversation. So what are the solutions? We cultivate the power of the pause. And what that means is that when something happens that throws us for a loop, when someone says something or does something that we are instantly wanting to react to, we take a moment and pause. That gives us the opportunity to assess the situation, to take a step back. It allows us to think through how we want to respond. Now, when we talk about DISC, this is where we talk about some of those personality types that came in. So if you are working on this shift, going from reaction to response, if you're a D, you're prone to really react first and then go back later and think things through. Whereas an S is the one that is going to drive to take immediate action. They feel hurt, they're devastated, so they're going to want to do something about it. I's are going to think that the situation is all about them and that they did something wrong, or why didn't they like what I had to offer or say. C's are going to be the ones that are going to have a little bit of a delayed reaction. They're the best ones in the situation because they're going to be even keeled. They're going to see things for the way they are. Now, they're going to take a little time to think about things, but when they come back, they're going to come back with really good insight that perhaps everyone else missed because they were in reactionary mode. The benefits of slowing down with that pause, reassessing how you can come back and respond to the situation, especially in a negotiation. And if you're working it with your team and collaborating, and now you're all at a stalemate, it allows you to have better decision making. And it gives you more opportunities for influence, because when you know how to sync up and communicate in the way that another person can listen and respond in a way that they understand, then it makes it easier for you to go ahead and continue to influence them, perhaps to continue the negotiation or to think about a different way of approaching a project. The next shift that gets built from that. So you start shifting from responding from reacting, to responding in a better way by doing the pause. Then you go from having transactional situations and relationships to actual real relationships. The problem that normally takes place in transactional relationships is that it generally is all about whatever the outcome is going to be, whatever the tasks are going to be. It really neglects the human aspect to connection. So sometimes what happens is we meet someone, we connect with them, and we say, hey, I'm going to follow up with you so we can talk and perhaps we can get together and do some business. And your very next talk with them, the very next time you meet with them, it's instantly doing an offer with them. We also know what it's like to get on LinkedIn and nobody that you know is sitting up here sending you DMs. You have not met this person, have not connected with this person. You have no relationship with this person. And all of a sudden, they're coming to you and they're trying to make you an offer about something, trying to ask you if you're willing to buy their services. That's what we mean by transactional situations. And believe it or not, we can turn almost everyday situations transactional only. When was the last time you walked into your local pharmacy and actually talked to the people there? Not just a hi, I'm here to pick up a prescription, but hey, how you doing? How's your day going? Some of us don't like chit chat. Some of us don't like being social. Some of us just, we're going to get what we need to get. That's why we went through the drive-through in our pajamas. But the point is that that is a transactional relationship instead of a relational one. And don't you find when you build relationships with those at your local markets, your local grocery stores or pharmacies or things like that, you end up getting a little bit better service? Relational. So what are some of these solutions? Think about having authentic connections with your team, building authentic connections with your prospects so you can turn them and convert them into clients. And for your clients, having those authentic relationships. Do you know your clients' anniversaries? Do you know the names of their dogs or their cats? Do you know the names of their children? Do you know where they live? Getting to know them is part of building those connections. Work on having empathy. Some of us naturally have empathy. Some of us have a little too much of it, and we have to tone it down. But empathy and emotional intelligence will go a long way from taking a relationship that you have that's only transactional to one that is deeper. We're not saying that you have to become best friends. I'm not saying that by any means. What I'm saying is when you go below the surface, then you end up having a deeper relationship. And it allows you to start working towards mutual understanding, because now you know better where that person is coming from, how they communicate, how they understand the words that you're saying, and not just listening or just hearing it as in the auditory. They're really listening to it as in deciphering the meaning and the information behind it. It builds up loyalty within your teams and with your clients. It goes towards retention and retainment. It will generate more revenue, and it brings up engagement. Well, remember, we talked about how important engagement was before. So the D's, they're bottom line results oriented. Transactional is the way that you operate. So it's really important that if you're not able to make that jump over into relational, but I believe you can, I can show you how. But if you're not there yet, make sure you have someone on your team that is there. The I's, they are going to go back and forth into relational because they want to build that relationship, because they also want to see what else they can get out of that relationship. It's not all self-centered, not in a bad way, but they're looking at, okay, if I go ahead and I'm working with this person that I've networked with, okay, if I give them something, what else can I get out of this? When it comes to the C's, they're going to cross the T's and dot the I's. They're the ones that are also going to have a challenge with transactional versus relational, because they're used to just checking things off the list. So work towards the relational. Us S's, we're relational before we're transactional. We want to build a relationship so that we're being very intentional about who we're working with, why we're working with them. We'll talk about that a little bit more in a moment. And that allows us to be relational. So if you have any S's on your team, people that are very relationship oriented, that's who you want to talk to. And that's who you want to help you through the process of going from transactional to relational. Next, shift number 3, from telling to coaching. Whew. Now, this is a sensitive one, because if you grew up in a culture, whether you're Black and brown or if you're not, if you grew up in a culture or around people where they told you what to do all the time, more than likely you picked up that trait as well. So it goes with us into the workplace. When we talk about telling, we're talking about directing. Are you constantly telling people what to do? Are you dictating to them what they should be doing? Are you the one that knows everything on the team? Or do you know everything out of you and your client? If you do, then that is not necessarily a good thing. There's a time and a place to have knowledge and be knowledgeable, and the only one that might have that level of knowledge. There's a time and place to offer direction. And the only time you should be dictating something, honestly, is if you're putting it into a machine for somebody else to transcribe. Now, what are some solutions to this? asking more questions, taking a step back before you tell someone what to do, asking them questions. What are their ideas? What are their thoughts? Maybe they're trying to share something with you that you didn't know, or maybe they don't know what to do. And you've been telling them, dictating to them what they need to do, and they don't know. Maybe you've been doing that with the client. You keep telling the client, if you're a travel agent, I need for you to buy this travel insurance, sign this form, do this and that. And they're not doing it. Well, if you ask them questions, well, why, may I ask why you're not wanting to buy the travel insurance? Is it this particular one? Would you like for me to consider something else? Oh, you're not able to get the form online, so you'd rather sign it in person. Getting your questions answered can help you in a huge way. Then actively listen, stay engaged, ask the questions, and then wait for the answers. And if you are working with the team, then help them with their self-discovery of their knowledge and their skills. As they're doing something and you can see them doing something that's right. Yes, that's what I want. That's what I've been asking for. Yes, this is good. Give them positive reinforcement and feedback. This allows you to better facilitate solutions rather than always being the person that has to solve them. It allows for more innovation within your team and also even with your client. There's times when our clients come to us and they have a really big idea or a real clear understanding, I should say, of what they want, how they want it, and what they're going to do. And we're the ones that sit there and go, no, we're going to do it this way because I know it's best. Well, that's not how this works. It's a two-way street. And then we end up with more buy-in and ownership. And that's what we want, not only from our clients, but also from our team. Our fourth shift is a one-size-fits-all to an adaptive communication. So basically this means if you're doing some generic messaging, if you have a stale sales pitch, if you've got a been there, done that mentality, we're going to make some adjustments there because we want to make sure that we're using different communication in order to reach our clients and our staff. We want to actively listen to them so we can sync up to where they are in the conversation right now. What that means is if we're listening to how they're talking, if we're listening to their word choices, we will know where they are on that disc wheel at any given time. Now, there's much deeper information into that. And actually, there's a way you can surmise that information probably in about 2 minutes or less. And I can teach you how to do all of that. But this is going to help you to kind of start getting a general idea of how you can move from I'm sharing the same sales pitch over and over into something else. This will also help facilitate self-discovery for yourself as well as for your clients, because as you adjust the communication, it's going to help adjust their thinking process. So as we go forward, one of the things I wanted to share with you, so on number 3, for when it comes to telling and coaching, be mindful that the S's will likely over communicate. I forgot to mention that, so I want to go back and mention that. The C's will think that they know everything because they remember what everyone else forgets. The I's will be more direct because they want what they want when they want it. And the D's will often tell because they are not used to providing directions and coaching. But the S's are the ones, the S's and the I's are the ones that are more likely to help in that coaching arena. When it comes to the one size fits alls, D's often, because they already feel like I've been there, done that, I know what the bottom line is, let me just get to it, I already know what the answer should be. They're the ones that are going to have a little bit of a challenge adapting their style a little bit more. But they can do it. The I's are so used to, they're the great sales rep, they're used to saying the same pitch over and over and over because it works every time. Well, they'll want to freshen up that sales pitch a little bit because not everybody is going to be responsive that way. The C's might use a generic pitch because once they learn it, they're going to stick to it because they can check it off in their heads and go down the list. And some of you are probably nodding your heads that you recognize that. But S's are a good example of personalizing because S's can work with everyone that's all around the board. And they're the ones that be able to get that flow a little bit better. Now we're going to go to my next slide. And we're sticking with the same young lady because she was able to take conversation and switch it over to conversion. Conversation sometimes doesn't always have a clear intention and purpose. There might not be any results that come out of the conversation. It's not driving results. And there might not be intentionality or purpose. And what that means is intentionality is you know what the motive is behind what you're trying to do. The purpose is the goal you're trying to achieve. So a solution to that when you're going into conversations is have a clear objective. One of the things that John Maxwell teaches and How Successful People Think, which I absolutely love, is even if you have a clear objective in going to a meeting, even if you're the one that called the meeting and you have the agenda, go into the meeting willing to learn something from somebody else. So go in with the idea that, yes, I have the intention of solving XYZ problem, but I also want to see what I can walk away with from this meeting. When you do that, you'll see more opportunities of where you can turn that conversation into a conversion. You can also guide the conversation towards more actionable steps. And when you get to actionable steps, that's when you start converting your clients, your prospects to clients. That's when you start converting your clients from one-time buyers to retainers. And that's when you start converting your team from just being on your team to being a part of the team. And it also allows you to articulate value more effectively because you're guiding the conversation. You have a purpose. And when you can articulate value, that's when everyone says, okay, now I want to buy. So you get greater team performance, more client trust, and more importantly, you get to build revenue. And we're going to be wrapping up in just a moment, so stick with me. In this particular case, D's always know what the end game is for their conversation. They are a great lead to follow because they always know exactly what they want out of the conversation, the negotiation, whatever it is. So they're truly the great ones to follow. The I's might start to get off topic if the subject they're listening to bores them. And that's the honest truth. The C's will start going down a checklist mentally in their head. And while you're trying to drive a conversation forward, they're still thinking about something you said 20 minutes ago that wasn't adding up to them or that they were still trying to process. So they might get stuck in analysis paralysis. And the S's are going to go with the flow, but they connect better with those who connect with them. So those are different ways you can look at the conversation and those that are participating in it. So communication and leadership will equate to influence. Leadership is a part of our daily lives. Your clients are looking for you to lead them and help them make the best decisions. Your colleagues, those that you're working with, your employees, they're also looking to you to provide the mission and the vision and the direction that they need. So as a leader, we want to make sure we're communicating effectively. And then we want to use the influence that we develop from our effective communication and leadership skills in order to bridge gaps, to break down barriers, and to achieve further goals, which all helps to increase our sales. And when we think about the word influence, it means that we have the ability, the effect of being able to affect someone else's character, their development, their behavior. So when we think about the fact that if we know how to effectively lead and communicate from every seat at the table, even if you were not invited to that table, even if you had to build the table yourself and drag the chairs over, if you know how to effectively lead and communicate, you can effectively influence any given situation, any given conversation. So connecting is your ability to identify with people and relate to them in a way that increases your influence with them. And that's what we want to do with our prospects and our clients so we can convert them and retain them. And that's what we want to do with our teams so they stay loyal to us and continue working with us. These were the 5 communication shifts that we just talked about. There was a lot to go over, and believe me, there is a lot more that we could be covering right at this moment. But with that said, let's kind of put it all together a little more succinctly. Relationships equal revenues. Communication equals connection. Connection equals influence. So if you have communication and connection, you can use your influence on that relationship to generate your revenue. With that said, I want to tell you about a special offer we have today about my quick win mini course that goes a little bit more into this. I do also have Catalyst Clarity Experience strategy sessions that are available, so we can dive into this. That's basically one-on-one coaching. I also have fractional training opportunities available. But the two I want to tell you about today is the quick win mini course. There's 2 tiers. The first tier is a 90-minute live virtual training with me that goes deeper into these 5 steps even more and provides even more insight, and also provides one-on-one group coaching so you can learn how to apply this in your particular situation. There will also be digital class materials, and that investment is $197. And then for tier 2, which we have, then you'll have this 90-minute live virtual training. You'll have 1 group coaching session and 1 one-on-one Catalyst Clarity Experience strategy session. And for that, I'm going to do it for 90 minutes, so an hour and a half with me on your strategy. And the total for that is $397. There's 2 dates available for the cohort 1 and tier 1. That is going to tier 1 and 2 for cohort 1 is going to be on November the 12th of this year at 7 p.m. Eastern. And for the second cohort for the 2 tiers, it's going to be December 3rd at 1 p.m. Eastern. And for 48 hours only, if you go ahead and sign up, you can be a part of that program, and you'll also receive your Impact Accelerator, which is mastering the 5 communication shifts. So it takes you even more a little bit into this and tells you how to utilize this on a day-to-day basis. And to sign up, feel free to go ahead and scan my QR code, and it will take you right to my landing page so you can sign up. I appreciate being here today and having you all listen to me. And I hope that you got something out of everything we talked about today. If nothing else, think about 1 shift that you can make that will be a big impact on your business, on your relationships, especially your personal and client relationships, starting today and starting right now. Again, feel free to go ahead and scan the QR code to take advantage of that special offer, or you can go ahead and visit online at shyboston@odoo.com, and you'll be able to go ahead and click on the landing page. Thank you so much for all that you've done. And there's Miss Natalia.
Hey, brilliant, Shy. Make sure you scan that QR code, people. That was absolutely amazing. Thank you, Shy. I really, really enjoyed that. Didn't I tell you, everybody, you're going to be in for getting some invaluable information in just a loving, caring, nurturing way that really helps you to understand how to move forward. And you are the idea queen for me, Shy. Without a shadow of a doubt. So make sure that you scan the QR code. Check out Shy's offer. It's an absolutely amazing one, and the value you're getting with her wealth of experience is a no-brainer price. So make sure that you tap into her. Shy, thank you so much. That was absolutely lovely. And watch out for Shy in our community, and make sure you follow her on her social channels. Look her name up. We are all a community of women working together to make sure that we can make sure that we can make you make sure. But I think you know what I mean. Sorry, Shy. That's the dyslexia kicking in. But no, it's important. I know it's important to support us all, as we are all in a mission to make sure we help you and we help you to level up. So, Shy Boston, thank you so much for being with us today. I've got brain fog and I'm stumbling over my words today, by the way. Gonna shake it off and start again. But yeah, it was an absolute pleasure having you here, and no doubt we shall see you again.
Yes. Thank you all. Take care.
No
Bye-bye.
problem. Take care, Guy. Bye-bye. No, I had a bit of a tech problem going on there. So we are day 4 of the top 100 most powerful Black women summit. In the next 15 minutes, we are going to be invited onto the virtual stage. Francesca, Miss Fancy, otherwise known as, who is the founder of a magazine built for Black female entrepreneurs called Swag Her. We are going to be collaborating with Swag Her in our up and coming summit, which is going to be March, in conjunction with International Women's Month. So if you would like to know how you can speak at this event, please do just make sure that you join us. I'll put a link in the QR code onto our virtual platform where you get access to all the speakers. By doing that, you're going to get a link every day. So we've got tomorrow and Saturday left still, to our speakers and them coming on stage. And you will also be sent next week a replay of all 100 masterclasses. So please make sure that you use the QR code on the screen right now to be able to access our platform. And by accessing it, it means that we will be sending messages out to anybody that might be interested or who qualifies to speak at the next summit, which is in March 2026. Could you imagine it's 2026? Francesca's going to be coming to us in just over the next 15 minutes. So I feel competition time coming on. So let's do our quick competition. Every day, I'm going to be reading keywords out. The keywords that I read out, and I'll be repeating them throughout the day. Please jot them down. So go and get your phone, go and get a piece of paper, jot them down at the end of the day, which will be 9 p.m. UK time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. At the end of that last masterclass, I will be putting a QR code on the screen, which is going to give you access to a Google form where you can drop in the keywords that I'll be announcing throughout the day. So this is the second time I'm bringing the keywords of today to you, and they are authenticity, funnel, engagement, adaptable, opportunity. Okay, those are our keywords for today. Jot them down, keep them somewhere safe. And at the end of the live sessions, not the summit, there are a number of masterclasses and some amazing ones that go on all throughout the day. Make sure you scan that QR code and you get access to our platform, because that's what's going to give you access to all the masterclasses. We are only streaming the first 5 to 6 every day on our social channels and on the page. After that, everything will exist on our platform. So scan the QR code that you can see on the screen, and that's going to give you access onto today's platform. And like I said, those of you that are interested in speaking, we are going to be dropping an application process to all of you in the next week or so. So by opting in to go to our platform, it means you'll get that email from us. And do not worry, we do not bombard you with emails. In fact, we have a great email newsletter called Spotlight Voices. We give away but nothing but value within our emails. It's not one of those emails lists that's there to be annoying and sell to you. It's there to give you value and there to give you support. So make sure you log on to our platform. So that's us for competition time. Right, now what we're going to do, we are going to take a look at how I really use funnels to get where I am now. I have more of an understanding about it, and we've got a special gift for you. For those of you that want to book a call to get an audit, you can do that. So we're going to play this now, and then we're going to come back, and I'm going to be running another short workshop and masterclass, and then we will have the fantastic Francesca from Swag Her. Or our virtual stage, the schedule can change sometimes after we run this masterclass just about funnels and offering you your gift of an audit. We'll probably go over to Francesca maybe then. We will see if she's on our virtual stage what time, but you will definitely be seeing Francesca in the next half an hour. Okay, so bear with me a moment. Right, I've got a lot going on here. We've had some excellent speakers today, by the way. We really, really have. Right, so let's share screen. Oh gosh, there we go. So I'm back on my screen. I'm now going to share screen. Can you see my finger pointing, guys? Right, here we go. I'm on the share screen now. Here we go. Without further ado, here is just a little bit of my journey, how I use funnels to get to where I am, and how it might be able to help you. And like I said, we're offering you a gift of booking a call for a free audit using the QR code that's on the screen, and that will stay on the screen. So without further ado. But always a but, isn't there sometimes? And I absolutely love always a but, isn't there sometimes? Black women start businesses at the fastest rate globally. My wings were clipped. Hang on a minute, but always a but, isn't there sometimes? And I absolutely love what I do. And I love the impact that I get to have on other people and other businesses. Yes, but I was being stomped. I wasn't allowed to break a ceiling height. I could do what I do and do what I love. Welcome, ladies. My name is Natalia Nicholson and I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. And today I want to share with you my story. I want to share with you of how I became that black female entrepreneur that just wanted to conquer the world, to having a coaching business and scrapping around for years to get the clients that I needed to get for it to really become profitable. And I want to share and give you some insights, because these insights, I wish someone had given them to me. And you might have heard people say this before, but they don't always authentically serve you. It's my mission to help people just like me. Black women start businesses at the fastest rate globally. You know, we get up, we work, we put the effort in. We have to put so many different faces in. We have to appeal to so many different people, whether we're in the corporate world, whether you're a mum, whether you're a daughter, whether you're a wife, whether you're a mother, whether you're a friend, whether you're a community leader. We wear so many different hats, and when we show up on point. Okay, and when you put all that in, you're always waiting for that big thing to come back and happen, and quite often it doesn't. And if you feel like that, just, you know, hear me out. Hear how I got through some of my really turbulent times, and I'm hoping that they will help. This story will actually help you. And at the end, I'm actually going to give you a gift that is really genuinely going to help you, because my mission is to help women just like me. I want to make female black entrepreneurs stronger and better, and make sure we're not waiting for that seat at the table, but we're owning the table. So around about 2013 is when I decided that, you know what, I want to be a coach, I want to be a speaker. I've always had a burning desire to have a voice and to be visible and make a difference in the world since being a teenager. And it got to a point when I had my first son where it's kind of like, okay, it's time to do this. I felt like I'd had enough experience. I'd gone through bankruptcy. I'd gone through, you know, actually making a successful business, selling a successful business. I felt like, you know, I had enough experience and wisdom to really be able to get into coaching, speaking and consulting, and really being able to help others. So I wasn't sure how to go about it, in a sense that I wasn't sure what it was I was going to sell. So I stumbled across a business called YB12, Your Best 12 Months, on LinkedIn. And I kind of thought, actually, this might be a good place to start, because this company was saying, we're going to give you all the content that you need. So we're going to give you the decks, the slide, we're going to teach you how to present it, we're going to teach you how to get your own audience. And it kind of felt like, okay, this is a good, like, you know, entry into market. So I did it. It was like a franchise. So paid a fee, became a part of this organization, you know, turned up to training sessions, and this is where the first thing that they taught me was to deliver this 45-minute keynote presentation all about procrastination and how people can have their best lives ever. And then they taught me how to deliver the actual program, which is really getting people to apply themselves to a program that's put together for them to achieve all the things that they want in a 12-month period. You know, got a few clients out of that. Slowly learned that actually I'm not a fairy godmother. Life coaching, I don't know, it didn't come that naturally and easy to me. And also getting the customers was tough. So they also show you, you know, how to market and how you get customers. You know, make sure you put in leaflets in coffee shops, posters in your library, go to breakfast meetings, network with people. And I was following all the structures down to an absolute T. And yes, I was getting clients, but not enough. I was not nowhere near that 6-figure and 7 figures that, whoa, way off. I remained in that 5-figure bracket for a while, and I kept pushing and I kept trying. You know, I remember being in Portugal with my family and delivering the keynote presentation and saying, record me, you know, send it to your friends. I'll have a call with them. I want to book them on. And at that time, I think I was charging about £60 per hour. And my goal was within a year to get to £100 per coaching session. So what often can happen, I don't know if it's happened to you, the desperation of money can kick in. You know, I'm older, I've already had a business that's failed, I've already had a business that's successful. I want more out of life. I don't just want like £60 an hour for private coaching. So that's when I thought, okay, let me invest in myself again, and I'm gonna buy the corporate package from this company, which allows me to go and do corporate training. So again, they teach me how to do this keynote, how to get on the phone, and I'm on that phone and I'm following the framework, I'm doing what I'm told. Because as far as I'm concerned, these people look like they're really successful. There's other coaches within the group of people that I'm learning with. They are exactly where I want to be. They're super successful, but there's still like this feeling of like, well, I'm black, I'm a black female, I'm on the outside. You know, this group is full of a lot of white males, there are white women, and you know, I'm someone that can blend in. I can blend in with the best of them, but I didn't feel myself authentically. So think about it. If I don't feel myself authentically, I'm selling a program that doesn't come from me, from people who deliver it really well in a world that I don't even exist. Even when I'm going for business for sales, even when I'm delivering, I don't have that full belief in what I'm saying or doing. I don't have that gut feeling that it's like, yes, this is it. This program is going to change your life. Because usually as a coach, you would come up with a program based on a revelation or something that really helped you, that you can say, look, this helped me. This is my story. This is how I got out of my situation. And I can help you get out of yours by helping you because of what I've done. Usually that's how most coaches work. Even if it's not your story or your why, it will still be connected to maybe somebody else that you helped, where you saw how what you did and, you know, a process that you put together or you came up with or you tweaked or adapted that might have been someone else, but it's personal to you. You saw the results and now you can say, I'm going to do this because I know this works. Because I didn't put this program together and because I couldn't say that, as confident as I am and as much as I can sell, there isn't that full belief and conviction. There's still that fear that can creep into your head. There's that imposter syndrome, that trying to fill in, wanting to fill in, but still feeling different somehow deep down. You can't really articulate it, so you just get up and you go on with your everyday. So a point came where it's just like, this is a lot of work for not much return. You know, I think I'm going to put my own coaching program together and I need to choose who I'm serving, because being told who to serve, it just means that I'm doing a job. I'm not coaching because I really feel like I can make a difference. It now felt like that I'm getting into coaching and speaking just to pay the bills. So I started losing my passion for it. So then I decided, okay, I'm going to reinvest in myself again. So I'm now spending another batch of money. So now I'm going on programs of, you know, learning how to speak, learning how to tell my story, putting my story into a system. You know, on that program, I learned how you can put an acronym together. Within that acronym, you're going to put the steps of your program together. But yet again, ladies, I'm following somebody else's framework. I'm taking what somebody else is saying and then I'm forcing it into things like acronyms, or I'm forcing it into a system that they're doing and it looks really good. So I'm thinking I can adapt myself and do that because I want to be like them. I can see success. I can smell it. That's where I want to be. So even though I'm creating my own program, I'm investing in myself heavily. These are not no small amounts of money I was spending. I was going on programs that were like 15,000, 20,000, like really crafting my art of how to speak, how to tell a story, coming up with the program, going on to courses of how to get bums on seats fully booked, training myself on Facebook ads. And that took me to a whole nother journey, the digital age, but we'll get on to that. So now I'm really focused on having my own program, putting my own business together, but it's still based off all these different frameworks. So again, I'm getting more clients, but am I where I really want to be? No. And if you ask me, what do I do? Who do I help? And you ask me some really detailed questions about my business, I'm not answering you in one sentence. You know, if you are taking too long to explain what you do, there's way too much going on. And at that time, because I'm following different programs, I'm following different people's, I'm just adding things on. Oh yeah, the business can do this. Yeah, let's target that person. Well, actually, we can do this. But I'm not being successful at anything at this point. I'm just getting scraps of customers in, and I'm working much harder that's reflecting the income that's coming in. So that's when it just got to a stage, and I'm getting older now. I'm on like kid number, like, is it 2 or 3 at this point? And it's like, come on, I did not start off all this time, like within my 20s when I launched my first e-commerce business, for me to be here. And it just feels like I'm getting all this education. I'm traveling around the world. I'm listening. I'm putting the work in. I'm following all the things that people are telling me to do, who I feel are an authority. But I'm still not at that level of wealth or income that I want to be. So then that education turned into, okay, let's go again. Now I'm going to figure out, how do I really sell to people? How do I get more clients? Because clearly there's a problem with the amount of clients that I'm getting. So that's what I realized. It's like, okay, I bought somebody else's program. Then I've put together my own program, buying a template, or someone showed me how to put my program into a system and into a business. And neither one has really brought me to where I want to be. So that's when I really started to think, okay, how do I market? How do I sell? And at that time, that's when the internet and the smartphone had come out, and the internet was now really blowing up. I mean, it had always been around, but now it was like, it's constant. That smartphone gave us access to channels 24/7 all the time. And that's when I really started to get into marketing. Plus, I miss being an entrepreneur. So I actually put together my own range of candles, and as a sideline hustle was selling candles on Amazon, and built my own Shopify store. And again, I put all the work in, done all the operations, logistics, the finance, went to China, you know, imported, yet bought everything back. Started selling, but I didn't actually really sell. So I had this side hustle with the candles, okay? Then I had, you know, the coaching business that was bringing clients in. But I'm doing all this work, investing in myself, investing in stocks and products with the candles, and I'm not really making the money that I should be making. So this really now was a task of, okay, this is a marketing problem. And I actually graduated in marketing, so it also felt personal. Like, the one thing that seems to be letting me down was the one thing that I was educated in. So from there, that's what really took me on a journey of really figuring out how to sell online. And oh boy, did things change at that point. Entering into the marketing, and now at this time the digital marketing space, it just brought me to a whole different level. For the first time ever, I remember I went to San Diego and I walked into this massive conference called Traffic and Conversion. And it's all about how to create traffic and how to convert. And it was all about the online space. Remember, at this point now, I'm on it. I'm really laser focused. I'm thinking this is the last step in what it is that I've got to do to figure out. And that's when I really found my gift for everything digital. That's where I found my community. So I'm in this conference, and literally it's 3 whole days of 45-minute lectures, a 15-minute break, you go on to the next lecture. And it talks about everything to how you make people aware, the different channels you can use, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Messenger, bots, video marketing, how to get people's attention, how to write copy, how to use design softwares that can really save you time. It was the whole world of everything digital that you really needed to be visible online. And I just fell in love. I fell in love with all the people there. I found my tribe, the education, and that was my biggest turning point. And not only did I find my passion, but I understood how to start. Not only did I find my passion, I started to understand how you sell online. And the secret of selling online is to make sure that you connect with other humans. It's the human to human, but you also have a strategy which is built into a funnel. That's what we call it in the marketing world, a funnel. Some marketers call it a user journey, a customer value journey, touch points within a life cycle. They are all the same thing. but essentially it's a funnel. And at the top of that funnel, what you've got is really thinking to yourself, okay, how do I make my audience aware of me? Then the next stage of the funnel as you come down is, how do I get someone to consider buying from me? How do I engage with them? How do I put content out, which is the objection to sell? You know, as we keep coming down into the funnel, how do I get people to subscribe to me? How do I get their name, their email address or telephone number so I can continue nurturing them? You know, how from there do I actually get them to convert into a sale? You know, what's the first thing that I can sell them, an entry point to get them to trust me so they can continue to buy from me? What can I do to really get them excited and happy that they bought from me? What can I do to the ascension ladder where I'm upselling products and services now of what I do? You know, how do I do advocacy? How am I going to go about getting reviews? And those reviews will then help more people come into my funnel. And it's a strategy. It's a strategy of thinking about every level of that funnel, from the very top to the very bottom where you convert and make money and you make a business. But at the same time, for you to go from one level to the next, what you've got to have is human to human connection. You've got to be able to solve a problem in someone's life that they genuinely have, and you can genuinely help them and serve them and humanize it, rather than having a framework that feels very robotic and so too. That works great in the corporate world because that's what's needed. When we're talking about people, we're talking about entrepreneurs and we're talking about humans. And even in the B2B market, you're still dealing with someone that is in a position and they are human. Even though it might be easier to sell because the industry or the marketplace might demand the service that you sell, and that's what's trending at the moment and that's what's needed. The person that buys from you is still human. They still need to feel connected to you. People buy people. They need to know that you can really be able to help them. So funnels really taught me on how to humanize my approach to selling, and also how to understand to create a strategic number of levels and touch points that get people to know, like and trust you. And when I started doing that, it didn't just have impact on me finding clients and the marketing, it had an impact on my offering. You know, what am I offering? You know, what's my value proposition? Who is my audience? What do I really do that's going to help them get from A to B? Really thinking about how I can help them, and that passion that I wanted to help Black female entrepreneurs now makes me think and look at my offer and a program in a whole different light, because now it's very humanitarian. Now I'm thinking, what's the big picture? And it was just absolutely life-changing. It brought me from 5 figures to 6 figures to 7 figures. And I just got better and better and better at building funnels. Because you need a funnel for each one of your customer segments. You need a funnel for each one of your objectives. A funnel is a framework that you put together with your heart at the center of it, and then you build a strategy around it, and then you watch the magic happen. And if you track it, because marketing intelligence, there's so much of it now. So if you're tracking everything you're doing, if something's not quite working, you can go to the data, you can then optimize it, you go again, and you'll see your conversion would increase. You know, there's nothing like it. Learning how to build funnels and learning how to reach every single objective of goal with a funnel changed my life. Funnels just brought me into a whole new different world. Not only did I learn to build funnels for my own coaching business, and for each objective that I have, it was like tick, 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 tick. I was just getting them, and it was because of my understanding of funnels, and I absolutely love building them. But it also brought my business into a different direction as well, and brought me even more success. I then started to work building out other people's funnels. So solo entrepreneurs, corporate organizations, companies that are backed by VCs and have got rounds of funding. So from seed to startup, actually working and implementing and putting the funnel strategy together. I've had the best time in the last 5 years. I've gone in and I have 10x some companies' revenue. I have gone in and I put companies on the maps and make sure that they have been seen, they've been made aware, they have leads, and they've started to get income. Then I've left. I've gone in and out of many different organizations. I've had the privilege of talking on global stages. I've had the privilege of coaching, speaking, consulting, training, facilitating, all around digital marketing and all around building funnels. And I absolutely love what I do. And I love the impact that I get to have on other people and other businesses. But, always a but, isn't there sometimes? What was happening when I was going into the larger companies, I was finding that I didn't have as much leeway as what I might have with maybe a solo entrepreneur or a business that's got a really small team. Okay, I started to find that actually, hang on a minute, people who don't do as much as I do get paid a lot more than what I'm getting paid. And some people might say, but Nat, you were making a good income off this. Yes, but I was being stomped. I wasn't allowed to break a ceiling height. My wings were clipped. I could do what I do and do what I love, but it came with its limitations. And when it came with its limitations, it takes that human to human away. So now I'm building out funnels with all these different limitations, my wings being clipped, which means I wasn't really getting the results that I knew I could get. I wasn't getting the freedom to just be able to go in and be able to do all the things that I would know and reach the objective of that client. So then when I found out that you've got other people junior to me even being paid more to me, it started to make me feel like I'm not valued here. Okay, it started to give me that imposter syndrome. It started to make me feel like a black woman. And that's when I decided, you know what, why am I helping a group of people, an organization with a culture that doesn't care about me and doesn't care about people like me? And that's when I decided, you know what, I've got to do this, but do it to black female entrepreneurs. I need to help people like me, because too often in this corporate world, we're clawing our way up and we get to a level and there's a stop sign. And then we keep having this carrot being dangled in front of us, being told, it's coming, just hang on, hold tight. So what happens is you keep waiting for this seat at the table that doesn't occur. You reach this ceiling height and you're just waiting for these crumbs to keep dropping, like you've got to catch them. And a point comes in a girl's life where you think, I'm tired. And actually, when I very, very first started out in this entrepreneurial journey, my mission was to help black people. For 400 years, there's been a struggle of one type or another, from slavery to flooding drugs and guns on the streets to, not having representatives at the top. It's a new decade and it's just the same thing. And I just got tired of it. And I just wanted to be me. I wanted to be free. I want to be authentic. And that's when I decided to go back to my roots, and I thought I'm going to start helping black female entrepreneurs. Because essentially, a funnel is all about strategy, and it's all about being able to put the nurturing and that human to human into it. And it's about coming up with a strategy of how you're going to drive your prospect from one touch point to another. And the thing that lets a lot of businesses down and a lot of female entrepreneurs is actually the technology and the automation. So when you can figure out, okay, how do I map out the strategy? How do I put that human to human element into it? And how do I really think about my different customer segments? What is my value proposition? And what is it that I'm going to offer that is absolutely life-changing, it's going to really help someone? What are the tools and tactics that I'm going to use? What's the software that I'm going to use to be able to achieve an automation that even as a solo entrepreneur or a small business, I can appear as a brand to be a stable organization, a business that can really help people and people can trust me. Automation is what's going to get you to absolutely grow and scale your business. That's what's actually going to take you to the next level, because without automation, you're going to have to be doing everything manually, or you're going to have to get a team. You're pumping more money out. You're not actually executing as well as you can with your actual offer because you're so caught up with marketing, other functions of your business. So automation allows you to do that. Technology allows you to be present online digitally and actually have a flow and understanding what you're doing and track what you're doing. Without automation, it's very hard to track. With automation, you can set your tracking up seamlessly, which means you're always can see, where am I going right? Where am I going wrong? You start doing more of the things that you need to do that's right and less of the things that's going wrong. And you start to see results, tangible results. You start to convert more. Okay, really being able to understand that strategy, the tools and tactics, the technology, and the automation that you put together, which enables you to track so you can then optimize. It's life-changing, because when you don't know, you don't know. So I want to make sure I give a gift back to black female entrepreneurs. And I really want to be able to help you level up. I'm tired of all of us having to wait for this seat at the table where only a select few go through, and the masses of us are, building ourselves up. I say it and I'm going to say it again. As a group, we start businesses at the fastest rate. There is no other group that starts businesses more than a black female entrepreneur. And I want to be a part of a movement, and I want you to stand with me and be a part of a movement where more and more of us have successful businesses in the 6-7 figure bracket. We can give jobs, we can grow communities, and we can start trading with one another. I want to show you all the secrets that I've learned along the way. So my gift to you is I want to offer offer you an audit of your business. I want to jump on a call with you. I'm going to look at your website, I'm going to look at any landing pages you've got, I'm going to look at all your social media channels, what content you're putting out, your actual offer, what is it that you're selling, and I'm actually going to give you an audit. And not only will I audit your business, I'm also going to give you an example of how a funnel could change your business and map it out with you on a call. That way you get to physically see, hear how you can implement a funnel and how it could possibly change your business. Okay, and that's my gift to you, and I'm doing this. You're not going to turn up and there's someone else there. So ladies, if you book a call with me and you can't make it, please make sure you either cancel or you reschedule. I have never done this before. I've always had a sales team. This time I want to jump on the call to show you how powerful funnels are and how it can really get you to level up. But if you're going to book a call with me, just give me that respect back if you can't make it, that you change the time. And this is actually just going to be for a limited time only. Okay, in my mind, I said I'm going to help 10 women. That's it. So make sure you book a call. I want to go through your business with you. And at Women in Digital Business, I've built this community giving away value. Anything we offer, you're not going to find anywhere else at the level of information that we give out and how we help. We do it authentically. I'm never going to sell you something. I'm never going to do something for you that doesn't serve you. But on this occasion, for absolutely free, I'm giving back to you. I want to give you a gift. I want to make sure that you elevate. So simply click the button below, book your audit call with me, and I look forward to seeing you. Oh, I just realised I'm on mute. So I'm going on and realising I'm not in mute. Apologies about that. I couldn't quite get the mouse to get to you. So if you want to book that audit call, just scan the QR code in the left-hand side of the screen and you will get access. There's going to be a video on there. As you start watching it within the first couple of minutes, a page is going to appear an extension of that page is going to appear where you can book an audit call with me. Okay, so make sure you book on. It's an amazing offer because either way, whether you do the program or not, it's an opportunity to have a conversation with me and just go through all your material and audits and just see how a funnel could change your business and what are the things that you need to do to your content assets. So make sure you book that call now. So without further ado, I would like to bring onto the stage next. She is a very well accomplished lady. One of the things that I would say that we have in common is just a lot of the things that we go through. I call it the eating glass. Francesca, who is our next guest speaker, like myself, has gone through a lot of trials and tribulations, a lot of stopping, starting, trying. She's pushed through it. She's done amazingly well. She is the owner of a magazine, Swag Her. Swag Her will be collaborating with Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women for the March Summit in association with International Women's Day, where you can get the opportunity as a speaker to be featured in the magazine and get a much more further reach and get your visibility online. When we all connect and come together to get our visibility, it just means that we can do a lot more together. So Elizabeth is absolutely fantastic. Please make sure that you subscribe to the magazine. But what we're going to do now, let me stop sharing as well. I didn't think you could see the screen anyway. So let's, without further ado, introduce Francesca to the stage. Have we got Sasha yet? We've got Sasha to introduce Francesca. Here we go.
What if the stories we tell shape our very identity? Storytelling is more than entertainment. It's a powerful tool that molds culture and self-perception. Dive into how narratives influence who we are and who we become. Francesca Felder believes in the transformative power of stories. Through her work, she shows how narratives can redefine success and empower Black women to build influence on their own terms. Swagger magazine is more than a publication. It's a platform amplifying Black women's voices. By celebrating their brilliance, it positions them for legacy and influence, reshaping media representation. Ownership in media is crucial. It ensures that stories are told authentically and that diverse voices are heard. Francesca's mission is to create spaces where Black women can thrive and lead. Francesca envisions a world where success is self-defined. By crafting your narrative, you can build influence and position yourself for the next level. It's about owning your story and your future. Discover strategies to elevate your presence. From building a personal brand to leveraging media, learn how to position yourself for success and make your voice heard in a crowded world. We've explored the power of identity, media, and ownership. By embracing these elements, you can amplify your voice and influence. Remember, your story is your strength. Take action today. Amplify your voice, share your story, and step into your power with Francesca Felder.
Woo, Francesca, I literally cannot wait. So let's take it over. So as you can imagine, running a whole magazine, Francesca is a very, very busy lady. So she's not going to be on stage for too long. So make sure you are tuned in, you're listening. Make sure you have got your notepad, your mobile phone ready to make sure you can see how to get access to Swag Her. Make sure you look it up online. Make sure you follow it on social media. People, we have got a magazine aimed at Black female entrepreneurs. Okay, so let's make sure we're supporting Francesca, we're supporting Swag Her, because these are the medias that we need to support because it gives us a greater voice for all of us. So without further ado, here is Francesca.
Greetings, I'm Fancy, the award-winning publisher and editor-in-chief of Swagger Magazine, and now I can officially say I am the creator of Swagger Society. Swagger Magazine is an empowerment and lifestyle publication and PR boutique for intentional Black women who like to keep it real. I started the magazine when I was about 25 and living in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I was a little behind because I was a teen mom and had 3 children by 21. So I was freshly out of community college, thinking I was ready to take on the world and feeling like I had to catch up. I was ambitious and frustrated because nothing was happening fast enough. I was attending Southern University, working at Applebee's, dancing at a strip club, and selling adult toys, and I was so unhappy with life. I was a country girl from Mississippi with big dreams, and the women who owned the toy party business would try to motivate me by sharing their stories of how they overcame their own challenges. Excuse me. These stories blew my mind. I didn't know people could endure so much and keep going. I was so moved that I thought other Black women needed to know that they could overcome whatever life threw at them too. I was so taken that I thought I'd start a magazine and get rich quickly. Keep in mind, I was 25, young and country, and I didn't have a clue about what it really took. But I set out anyway. In the beginning, I recorded interviews because I was too afraid to write. I hadn't written professionally, and while I believe writing was my gift, I didn't know how people would receive it. But one day, I shared the magazine with someone I admired on Twitter, and she said, "It's good, but you didn't write anything." I was so embarrassed, but that moment was a turning point. It wasn't enough for me to share these women's stories. I had to help the world hear them. That was the beginning of my journey with visibility. I started telling stories not just to inspire, but to shine a light on women doing incredible things who weren't being seen. Over the years, I've grown so much just listening, learning, and evolving as a woman. I've learned self-love, healing, mindset, and emotional acceptance. I've learned big lessons like instead of seeking balance, seek harmony. Your consistency will speak for you when your pockets can't. And relationships are everything. I started Swagger with nothing. And when I say nothing, I mean the month that I got my business license, my kids and I were evicted. I've been homeless more than once, but the magazine never stopped. People saw my resilience. My consistency became my currency. And as the years went on, Swagger became more than a platform. It became a megaphone. a way to make sure Black women didn't have to fight to be seen or heard. It gave us a seat at the table when no one was pulling up a chair. But even while I was helping others get visible, I realized something. I was still feeling unseen myself. I had poured so much into Swagger that there was no space left for me. No friends, no hobbies, no man, no godparents for my kids, just me, my babies, and a dream that often felt too heavy to carry alone. I was tired of doing it by myself. I needed a circle, women who got it. I wanted sisterhood. I used to be closed off, burned by people who wanted to attach themselves to my shine. Others drifted away because I didn't know how to nurture relationships. I was negative, exhausted, and focused only on survival. But once I realized that, I did the work to heal, to grow, to pray. And over time, those prayers were answered. I learned how to build sisterhood slowly, intentionally. One friend became two, two became three. And before I knew it, I had a circle. Women who check in on me, who cheer for me, who hold me accountable and remind me who I am when I forget. Those friendships showed me what's possible when women come together intentionally. It reminded me of the little girls group I tried to start as a tween, the Red Roses. I didn't know it then, but I was trying to build a sisterhood even back then. Now, this is the late 90s. And now, 30 years later, here I am again. But this time, I'm not just dreaming about it, I'm building it. Swagger Society is more than a membership. It's a movement, a safe space, a table where intentional Black women can truly sit together. It's a place where we don't have to explain ourselves, where our brilliance is expected, where we can be seen, heard, celebrated, and supported. For 15 years, I've helped hundreds of women get visible through storytelling, media, PR, and amplifying their brilliance. But now I want to take that beyond the feature. I want to build an ecosystem where visibility isn't a one-time moment, it's a way of life. Swagger Society was created for us, the ambitious woman with a big dream, the founder who refuses to play small, the creative who knows her gift is world changing. Whether you're in the UK, the US, or anywhere else in the world, you can pull up a chair at this table. And so tonight, I'm inviting you to join Swagger Society, our visibility and community. Our visibility and lifestyle community. With that being said, I'm offering a 10% discount code. If you use the code UKSIS, you can get 10% off your order. And you don't have to be located within the UK in order to use that code. But all you need to do is go to swaghersociety.com. That's SWAGHER society.com and check us out. Thank you.
Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. So please do make sure, actually, let me put it back on the screen, actually. Let's put it back on the screen. Oh, no, that's not it. Let's get right to the end and get that back up on the screen. Sorry, I did that.
I'm offering a 10% discount code. If you use the code UKSIS, you can get 10% off your order. And you don't have to be located within the UK in order to use that code. But all you need to do is go to swaghersociety.com. That's SWAGHER society.com and check us out. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely brilliant. Like seriously, having a publication or a magazine in this day and age, any business in this day and age, it's really not easy. It really, really isn't. So, you know, like I said, Swag Her, we're going to be collaborating with them for our March summit. Please do make sure that you support. And it's not just about supporting. Actually, Fancy, her team, she's got a great set of journalists. There is some really great articles. There's really great interviews that are done. It actually genuinely is a publication that you want to check out. So please, please, please make sure that you check out Swag Her Society. Take Fancy up on the code. The code is UKSIS. Even if you're in America, that's fine. You can still use UKSIS, UKSIS, and that gives you the 10% off. If we start creating our own medias, it means that we've got an outlet to be able to connect with one another. So we're not having to rely on all of the platforms and be held at the realm of them. We are the biggest consumer, Black people. So if we stay together and we stick together, building communities and building economies, it's going to make it easier for us to get forward. So please make sure that you go and check out Swag Her. Sign up, get the 10% discount. Make sure you follow them on social medias. It's a big thing. It's not an easy thing setting up a publication. It's not an easy thing setting up any business. Okay, so please, please, please make sure. And like I said, Swag Her is going to be partnering with Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit in March, International Women's Month. So if you want the opportunity to be featured in the publication, make sure that you keep informed with us and you keep up to date with us. So it is time, people. I'm going to do a competition again. So what we will do, right, bear with me a moment. Sorry, I can see messages coming in. What we're going to do is we're going to do our competition time. I'm going to be giving away a set of keywords all throughout today. Now, if you didn't hear me before, I'm going to say the keywords again. If you did hear me, it means that you've got the keywords and you can check that you've got the right keywords. Okay? So I'm going to give a set of keywords a day. You're going to jot them down on a notepad, put them in your phone, and at the end of today's session, which will be at 4 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. UK. When I say end of the session, it's not the end of the day. It's just the end of the sessions that are being streamed online. Please know that there are a number of masterclasses still running right the way throughout today, and you can get access to that directly on our platform. So before I give the keywords out, there is a QR code at the top left-hand side of the screen. If you can see it, scan the QR code. And once you scan the QR code, that will take you directly onto our platform. Okay? Directly onto our platform. Once you're onto our platform, that means you can access all the rest of the masterclasses beyond 4 p.m. that go right the way through into the night. If you wanted to have a replay, if you want to come back to them after the summit, we will be giving everybody that visited the summit access to all 100 master classes. Okay, so scan the QR code on the screen, come onto our live platform where actually all the summits being hosted and you can listen to all the masterclasses. But in terms of the live masterclasses, we are going till 9 p.m. UK time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, so back to the competition. So we are releasing a whole load of keywords every single day, and then you can enter them at the end of the live sessions with a Google form, and I'll give you a link to that Google form at the end of today's last session, and you can input your keywords that I've said today, press submit, and you are now going to be going into a competition to win a complimentary space on either our coaching mastery program or on our funnel mastery program. Okay, what I'll do is I'll give you a bit of a breakdown of exactly what is included on both of those programs after we've done the competition. So without further ado, the keywords for today are, we have got authenticity, funnel, one of my faves, engagement, adaptable, and opportunity. Okay, those are our keywords for today. Make sure that you jot them down. And like I said, at the end of today's last live session that we'll be streaming, I will put a link to give you access to a Google form where you can submit your answers, and you have got the chance of winning a free space on our program. Okay. So what we want to do next is we have featured, okay, a lot of women on this on this summit. There's 100 speakers, and they are great speakers. So if you want to meet some of them, please do head over to our YouTube channel, Natalia Official, where you can check out a podcast, Spotlight Voices, that will, give you information on who they are, what they're speaking about, what they do, so you can gain more of an idea of who our speakers are. And what we're going to do next is just give you a little bit of information about our podcast, why we started it. Really, really important. We need to keep that connection amongst one another. We need to hear stories of inspiration. Okay, we need to hear stories of motivation. When you start seeing other women, doing things in their own vision, and doing what you want to do in their own vision, it just makes such a huge difference. Okay, it really, really does. It gives you comfort. It gets you to understand, you know what? Actually, I can do this too. So I just want to share with you why I started the podcast. And we're going to play a podcast episode at some point today, if we've got time, of some of the great women that have really got some great online businesses. It just gives you an insight into just understanding that you can do this. Okay, it might be hard. You might not be getting the coverage that you want. You might not be getting the sales that you want. You might not be where you want to be. But actually, you can do this. And by seeing other women doing what you're doing, it just allows you and gives you confidence, gives you faith, gives you inspiration, gives you motivation to really be able to continue that journey. So what I want to do is just, take you to why we started this podcast. Okay, right. Bear with me a moment. I'm podcast up. Right, bear with me a moment. Right, here we go. Let's take it away. Let's learn a lot more about Spotlight Voices, Spotlight Hustle, and just why we thought it was important to bring this podcast out. If you're not following me, please make sure you go to our YouTube channel, Natalia Official, and make sure that you subscribe and follow. There's a lot of tutorials on there as well. And after this, I've got a special offer for you as well. If any of you are building out membership sites, you are building an online course, we've got an unbeatable offer with Kajabi where you can get access to it for a whole 30 days. Okay, so let's take a look, and we're going to play one of the podcasts for you at some point today. Okay, right, here we go. Let's take this off. Yay. Let's share screen. Oh, there we go. Pressing the wrong button, am I? Let's share screen. Here we go. Right, brilliant. Here we go. Right, let's go again on that. I have spent pretty much the last 25 years failing my way to success. And I've always known that I've wanted to be different. I've wanted to be successful. I always knew that I wanted to surpass my parents. My parents are from Jamaica. They're from the Windrush period. So they came into this country in the 60s where they built a better life for themselves. However, I always knew that I didn't want to struggle. I didn't want to have to keep holding my head down and just doing what I'm told and blending in and making sure I don't get into trouble and just having a peaceful life. I wanted to go against the grain. I wanted to be fabulous. Like, I literally remember being in secondary school, and I actually used to skive off of school, depending on where you're watching this. Skive just means missing school. Because I wanted to watch like Knots Landing, Dynasty, Dallas. I mean, these people look nothing like me. So when I'm being told by my parents, keep your head down, just do as you're told, be humble, just get a good education, get a good job. I'm thinking, nah, I want to be like the people on Knots Landing, Dynasty. I want the big house. I want a legacy. I want a huge ranch. I want the clothes. I want the lifestyle. So I always knew somewhere within me I wanted to be successful. I just didn't know what success looked like. And within that period of growing up, there was just so many people telling you, your sights are a bit high, you think too big. I literally remember going to my careers advisor, and at that time, I wanted to be the first Black female president of Jamaica. And she looked at me like I was nuts, and she started laughing, that laugh from the belly. And she literally had tears in her eyes. And I was like, oh. And she said, maybe what about a social worker? And even then, that's going to be really hard for someone like you. So a lot of us go through experiences, whether it's from school, whether it's from our home lifestyle, get that education, get that job, which, yeah, it does benefit you. But there isn't that blueprint and preparation to be an entrepreneur. There's no one on the sidelines, cheerleading you on and saying, go girl, you can do this. And I think if I had that, it would have turned out maybe a bit different. But our story is our story, and it's meant to go the way it's meant to go. So that was me. So in 2003, I started my first business, an online bookstore. Thought I was going to be the next biggest multicultural Amazon seller. So for me, my common theme throughout the whole of my 25 years is multiculturalism. I think growing up in London and not feeling like I belong here and always feeling like I'm different and always feeling like I've got to change myself to blend in physically and mentally, it makes you become someone that maybe you don't really know. And then I go back to my home country and they all see me as, well, you're not Jamaican, you're lucky, you went to go to the UK and England to get a better life. In England, you're always feeling like, if you did get somewhere, it's because you're we better give it to you to make sure it's diversity. Yeah, I said it. In this day and age, you have to be so careful what you say, but that is the truth. It was like a tick box if you got ahead in some instances. Not all the time, but that's definitely how I felt. In 2003, launched my own online business, but now I've got all the blueprints of being at university, working in the corporate world, and I'm bringing this mindset into a brand new online business when the internet had just taken off. I've been around for a while, ladies. So from there, I went bankrupt. I bet you wasn't expecting that. Yeah, because I wasn't focused on return on investment. When you are looking at marketing, so I actually graduated in marketing. So the very thing that I was educated on, but from an academic point of view, was the very thing that actually I failed at. Constantly, desperately trying, shooting in the dark, let's do radio promotions, let's do newspaper advertising, let's do promotions with this person and that person. And you're just spending and praying at the same time that let this be the one that takes me to where I need to be. And at the time, I just didn't understand. I didn't have a mentor. I didn't have a coach. I didn't have a community. I didn't understand that, just because you work really hard and you really try doesn't guarantee you success. And yeah, literally one day went to the cash point, didn't give me my car back. Rent was due on my offices. I got letters for repossession on my flat. I literally had no money. There was a point where I was literally going to see friends and think, I'll just stay rather than go home because I didn't have nowhere to stay. Ended up going back home and it was a hard pill to swallow. I took a really big knock. My confidence took a knock and I just thought, okay, time to go back to work. I had a load of debt to pay back to people. But when I went back to work, guess what? I couldn't do it. I just thought, if I've got to do this, this is literally a life of misery. So from there, I thought, what can I do? I'm a good talker, I'm a good administrator, trawled around the internet and thought, do you know what? I'm going to start a cleaning business. So between my now husband and my dad, so at the time I was like, please God, send me some money, give me another chance. And he sent me a man, didn't quite understand it back then. But yeah, I started Essex County Cleaners, a cleaning business with £600, and I got that to 500,000 turnover within a 3-year period. Had national contracts all around the UK. Life was good. However, I was a slave for myself. I didn't enjoy it. And it got to a stage when I did have children, I couldn't sustain the lifestyle of being up all night for when things go wrong because I was in retail cleaning. People only call you when there's something wrong. No one ever called you anything happy to say. And I just couldn't balance a lifestyle now that I'd had children and I've got this cleaning business. So I sold it. And that was the first time I actually got to 7 figures in business. I sold the business. From there, it's like, what am I going to do next? Like, you know what? I'm going to become a coach. I feel like people need someone that's been through it. I had a lot of coaches at that time that was given to me, through funding, through other avenues, but there wasn't that cultural connection of really understanding me. And a lot of the businesses that I had started even before the multicultural bookstore, my customers were primarily people of color, Black people. So it's hard to talk to someone and be mentored by someone that doesn't understand me as an individual and doesn't understand my end user. So I felt like, you know what, I'd make a good coach. I've done it. I've got a lot to offer. Got into life coaching. Then I realized, hang on a minute. I'm nobody's fairy godmother. You know, you have to be able to help yourself. A coach can guide you, but essentially you need to have that want, you need to have that desire. So then I went into corporate coaching, found myself in Dubai, was coaching out there, was doing a lot of leadership coaching, but I just wasn't in that entrepreneurial space, and it runs through me. Very, very entrepreneurial. And those of you who are entrepreneurial, you know it. There's just this thing that lives inside of you that you've just got to do it, because if you don't, you just can't be your natural self. We all suffer from shiny object syndrome as well, wanting to start 10 things at the same time. It's just this innate ability of being an entrepreneur, I guess. So from there, I thought, no, I need to get back into entrepreneurialism. So I started my own range of candles and got into e-commerce. So after doing the whole importing, you know, designing my own product, the legalities, the taxes, setting up my own site, the technology, setting up my Amazon store, I just thought I was going to pull everything out there and boom, still making the same mistakes, you know, no actual real strategy. It's sell up, it's there to go. Come on, I've come that far. Of course I deserve the sales. So I spent pretty much about 4 to 5 years. In that time, the candle business grew a lot, but I really immersed myself in digital marketing. I wanted to understand how to sell online. You know, I started off in 2003 when the internet started, and I was adamant that this was the way for me to go. I can hit global markets. I can live anywhere in the world. I can have flexibility with a family. I'm very much the go-to in my own family. It just felt like, you know, the internet was the solutions to a lot of my problems. And to be fair, I love digitalization. We are in the information age. You know, we've seen the manufacturing age, the industrial age. We've seen so many different ages, and we are in the information age. And I just knew I wanted to be a part of that. So corporate coaching, e-commerce business, I then fell into digital marketing coach. And that's how I would define myself today, ladies. I am a digital marketing coach. I'm a digital marketeer. I love all things digital, and I love creating something that's a seed of an idea and bringing it to life digitally and being able to make a product or service accessible to people online. Okay, so that's my story. That's my story. That was a short version of it. I've probably gone on a bit. But from the e-commerce, from falling into digital marketing, and just having such a great passion for it, I decided to launch Women in Digital Business. I wanted to create a place and a space that I could share all my knowledge, all my failures, you know, just all my mistakes, all my wins, everything. Like, you can just see that it's like it's bottled up inside of me. I can't even get the words out. I just want to share it. I want to be able to empower other women. I want us to rise up together. Black women are starting businesses at the fastest rate than any other group, and we get the least support. I want to change that. We need to change that together. So stick with me. Stick with Spotlight Hustle. Stick with hearing about all the inspirational stories. I want to feed you so much that you're just so full that you are just going to start your journey with a spring in your step. And when you come across adversity, you're just going to know how to deal with it and how to get over those bumps and get through that tunnel and see the light at the end. I want to grow a community where we have thousands of successful businesswomen, examples, and then we can keep teaching the next generation. One of the things as well that we'll be doing in this community is we will be doing mastermind retreats, taking us back to Africa. Huge opportunities in the developing countries many of us come from. So if you are first, second, third generation and you've got a curiosity about yourself, or actually you're dealing with any types of natural resources from developing countries, farming, agriculture, coaching, consultancy, hair, beauty. Oh, the list just goes on and on and on. You know, come into this community, explore yourself, explore who you are. We are so unique as a people. Our history, nobody has a history like Black people. Nobody has a history like Black women. Okay, we are the backbone of many of our communities and households globally and worldwide. We contribute absolutely massively economically with the businesses that we're opening up. So let's create our own community and let's count. So if you have not subscribed yet, please do subscribe. Also, you're going to see below this video, you can sign up and join into our community where you get to see all the full episodes of the podcast. Here on YouTube, you're going to be seeing a short, but you also can watch the full episode within our community, meet other like-minded women, and have loads of resources and tools to really help you get your sideline hustle to profit. So before you switch off, and I feel like I've been talking about sorry, people. Sorry. We seem to. Oh,
It was September at that time.
It's all happening. It's all happening.
I know we have to do this festival.
This is what you call live on the night. Right, bear with me, bear with me. Explore yourself, explore who you are. We are so unique as a people. Our history, nobody has a history like Black people. Nobody has a history like Black women. Okay, we are the backbone of many of our communities and households globally and worldwide. We contribute absolutely massively economically with the businesses that we're opening up. So let's create our own community and let's count. So if you have not subscribed yet, please do subscribe. Also, you're going to see below this video, you can sign up and join into our community where you get to see all the full episodes of the podcast. Here on YouTube, you're going to be seeing a short, but you also can watch the full episode within our community, meet other like-minded women, and have loads of resources and tools to really help you get your sideline hustle to profit. So before you switch off, and I feel like I've been talking about ladies, so that is Spotlight Hustle. Please make sure that you follow us on YouTube. It's Natalie Official. In fact, let me stop sharing screen. I'm gonna put it into the chat. Make sure you follow us on YouTube. You also get access to see all the speakers that I don't know if you can hear that, sorry, there's loads of noises going in the background, where you will get access to all of the podcasts about our speakers so you can see who's coming up. Do not forget to make sure that you join us on our platform, because once you do that, you're going to get access to all the masterclasses. Right, we have got an amazing speaker coming up at 6 p.m. But in the meantime, I really want to be able to feature, bear with me, a lady called Karen. Right, use the chat for me. Oh, you're not seeing anything, are you? Here I am. Use the chat. Like, I think the arts is really, really important. I absolutely love the arts. I love theatre. I feel like the more that we can do to support Black arts and make sure there is a stage for it, the better. Then one of the ladies that's going to be running a masterclass this week, her name is Karen Moore. And I just think that what she does, the live production she does, what she puts together, what she puts on stage is just so amazing. And not only is it amazing, she's crafting out a space as well to really give Black content creators, creatives that want to get into film, want to get into live theatre, somewhere where they can show their work, feature their work. And I just feel like it's something that is really important. Okay, so we're going to take a little glimpse of an interview that I did with her, so you can get a vibe. And also make sure, let's put the QR code on the screen. Make sure you come onto our live platform, because that way you'll get to know who's there for the rest of the day, who's on tomorrow, who's on Saturday, and you'll also get a replay of all 100 masterclasses. Okay, this is actually just the start of the promotion of the summit. We are going to make sure we are promoting this for the next 6 weeks, because there's no way you can consume all this content. There's been some amazing speakers. So if you're seeing us and you're thinking, oh, it's the end, make sure that you come on board for the rest of today. Once you join our platform for today, the QR code is on the screen. You'll be sent a link for Friday and Saturday, and you'll also be sent access to all 100 masterclasses so you can watch anything that you have missed. Okay, so really, really important. Click the QR code. And please make sure you join us live on our platform. So gave you a little taste of why we started Spotlight Hustle. Okay, I played a video there of why we started, what it means to us, and we're going to be playing some of our podcasts of just introducing the speakers. Okay, I can actually see who has entered into the studio right now. Ooh, brilliant. Is Savannah. Savannah is our next speaker, and you are really in for a treat. But before Susanna, what's wrong with me today? Before Savannah even comes onto the stage, I can see her smiling. Like I said, I just want to shine the spotlight on one of our podcast speakers, Karen Moore. So bear with me. I'm just having a little bit of difficulty getting the link up, but please do bear with me. There we go. There we go. There we go. Right, I've now got the link. Oh gosh, I hope you're still there, because I seem to have a really bad problem with my mouse. Oh, thank Lord you're there. It just decides to click on things. I just feel like I breathe on the mouse, and I'm really frightened of just shutting you all down. Right, here we go. Let me use a touch screen. So let me just use the touch screen. I think that will be easier. Right, here we go. So let's feature Karen Moore before our next speaker comes on, Savannah. Alone, it makes you feel connected.
Phones now can do amazing things.
Many people are going through the same stories.
Film and videos. I've seen films, entire films that were made on iPhones.
Welcome to Spotlight Voices. My name's Natalia Nicholson. I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business, and I have been bringing to you literally daily speakers from the top 100 most powerful Black Women Summit. I'm so excited today. Today I've got someone here who is in a industry and does something that is very close to my heart. Many of you listening and watching this as Black female entrepreneurs probably love the arts as much as I do. And I feel like within our community is something that we need to see more growth in. And it's a really difficult industry in terms of visibility. And I think a lot of us take for granted what it takes, what goes into any production, whether it's on stage or music, especially when it's independent and especially when it's from the Black community. So without further ado, I would like to introduce you to the fantastic Karen, who is going to tell us a little bit more about what she does and just about her story. So please welcome Karen Moore. Karen, please do tell us a little bit more about yourself.
Thank you so much, Natalia. I'm so excited to be here and so excited to be part of this summit. I am a filmmaker, poet, musical theater producer, and I am also the founder of the Color of Beautiful Media and Entertainment Group, and I am the Color of Beautiful Global Movement, where we are redefining the standard of beauty for dark-skinned Black women, helping them move beyond the negative impact of colorism. So a lot of the work I do is around making people aware of colorism if they don't already know, and colorism is the discriminatory practice of favoring lighter skin over darker skin, and it exists within the Black community. It actually exists in all communities of color, but it also outside of our communities, many times how people outside of our community perceive us based on not only our race, but our skin tone. And so a lot of the work that I'm doing is around bringing more awareness to colorism, and not just bringing awareness, but actually looking for ways for women to heal and to have conversation around how we feel about our skin, how we feel about our beauty, and how we are able to move forward based on so much of the negative impact of colorism.
Yeah, that's really impactful and so powerful. I think as Black women, we've just become so used to putting up and shutting up and being able to get on with it. We forget about the impact of the comments, how we feel about ourselves, our complexion, our hair, all the things that make us different are the very things that actually quite often can hold us back, and we don't really express it. We tend to keep it all in. So I feel like what you're doing is so important. But my next question that I think maybe a lot of our audience, now that they're starting to listen and get to know you and your journey, we'd love to know, Karen, like, what is it that inspired you to do what you do? Like, what is it that made you get into filmmaking? Like, what was that thing that brought you into this realm? There's a lot of entrepreneurs out here that are watching this, and many of them are from the creative sector. And many are trying to figure, like, what does filmmaking look like getting into in this day and age? But for someone like you that's been in the industry for so long and who's so experienced, like, what did it look like for you, and what do you think like some of the barriers are in today's marketplace? Sorry, that was a big question.
Well, one of the things that got me into actually filmmaking, I was asked to do a panel on colorism for a film festival. And the film festival founder asked me if I knew of a film on colorism, and if I didn't, I should just make one. So, not being one to be, deterred from a challenge, I went ahead and made a film. And, it was really a great experience. I recently was actually in a film scholars program where I've had the opportunity to really hone my skills even more. But I would say to anyone that's really interested in film and making a film to just start where you are. We have so many resources available to us. These phones now can do amazing things as film and videos. I've seen entire films that were made on iPhones. And so if you have a story and you are a storyteller, and there's something that it doesn't have to be. And, it doesn't have to be a feature film. There are shorts that are as short as 4 or 5 minutes. And if you have a story to tell, pick up your phone and begin to tell the story. And I think that it's so much easier to do that. Now, when it comes to, sometimes screenings and distribution, that kind of thing, that's a whole nother animal. But I would say if you have a story that you want to tell, pick up your phone and tell the story. Start where you are. You don't have to have, expensive cameras and lighting and all that. Start where you are with your phone and tell your story, because someone needs to hear your story.
Yeah, I think we forget the power in storytelling, by the way. And I think sometimes we keep so much to ourselves, especially in the Black community, that we don't understand that by telling a story, how many people you actually help. Because many people are going through the same story. So when you hear someone and you can see yourself in their story, it makes you feel not alone. It makes you feel connected. And with things like AI coming into the world, the one thing that we're craving the most is connection. Sharing stories is a form of human connection. And it also helps you. It's almost, I feel like when I tell a story, especially if it's adversity or something that I've been through, it's almost like therapy of just being able to get it out. It's literally,
It really is.
it is. And you're also helping other people as well. So for me, that's why I like being so vulnerable. That's why I wear my heart on my sleeve. I feel like I can see clearer because I get out of my head just by saying how I feel and putting it out there. Because otherwise it just stays all in there, and that's what causes overthinking, and when 2 + 2 starts to equal 10. So there's so many great things, and what you said about the phone is so true. We're living in a world that you don't have the barriers that we once had in terms of having to get a films crew, having to get technical. You could literally learn how to use these devices yourself and literally use a phone. 100 most powerful. Right, ladies, make sure that you check out the rest of our lineup for today, tomorrow, and Saturday. Make sure that you look Karen Moore up. I'm going to put a QR code on the screen very quickly. That is the link to access our platform, so you can get access to all the masterclasses that are going to continue to run for the rest of the day, Thursday and Saturday, and you'll also get all 100 masterclasses if you've missed anything. So make sure you look out for Karen, because it's true. There's a lot you can do with a little smartphone. But without further ado, I would love to introduce to you on the stage Savannah, who is going to be delivering a masterclass to you. So without further ado, I'm going to hand it over to Sasha to introduce her onto our virtual stage.
Savannah J. Frierson's words don't just tell stories, they transform hearts. Her writing celebrates the beauty and resilience of Black womanhood, inviting readers to see themselves through their own power and purpose. Her focus on celebrating Black womanhood is profound. Savannah's stories are more than narratives. They are celebrations of identity and strength, resonating deeply with readers and inspiring transformation. Savannah's stories offer healing and empowerment. She emphasizes the importance of every voice and experience, reminding us that healing often begins on the page. Through her work, Savannah highlights the power of storytelling in personal growth. Her narratives encourage reflection and self-discovery, empowering readers to embrace their own stories. Savannah encourages self-reflection and clarity. Her message is clear: view yourself through your own power and purpose, not the world's lens. Authenticity is key in Savannah's work. She inspires us to embrace our true selves, fostering a sense of empowerment and self-worth. Impact is profound. Her message of empowerment clear. Her storytelling transforms lives, encouraging us to reflect and grow. Explore Savannah's works in this video and embrace your own story. By doing so, you'll find empowerment and clarity. Give it up for Savannah.
Oh, give it up for Savannah. So let's welcome Savannah to the virtual stage. Savannah, over to you, my darling. Take it away.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining me on this Thursday afternoon. I am Savannah J. Frierson, and we'll just get started.
If you want to share screen, Savannah, there's the
Yes.
controls are right at the bottom.
Okay.
You can share. There's a microphone, video camera icon, then there's a screen with a plus sign.
Okay,
So
that's what I want.
Yeah, if you share
Okay.
there, it will come up and I will upload it onto the stage with you.
Okay. I have it loaded already, but I don't know how to.
Just share a tab or just share the entire screen.
I thought I was doing that.
Oh, hang on, let me see if I can see it. Yes, hang on a mo. Yes, you have.
Okay.
There
All
you
right.
go. Let me get rid of myself.
All right, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. So, hello everyone. My name is Savannah J. Frierson, and today we're going to be talking about I am not the algorithm, and that's a good thing. Authenticity in a world of artificiality. So, as you can see, hopefully, if let me be great. Okay, there we go. This would be the slide normally on typical presentations where it tells you who I am, why I'm qualified to talk to you, list my credentials and everything, but that's not really relevant right now. Instead, I want to show you who I am essentially, or if you believe in astrology, whether Western or Chinese or Vedic or any of these other personality types. If you understand it, great. If not, I just hope that you can ride with me for the next 30 or so minutes. But according to the stars and everything, I'm a Gemini sun, a Libra moon, a Libra rising. I'm an Enneagram 5, an INFP, INTP, in terms of Jungian and MBTI. I'm typing, and I am a manifesting generator in human design, and in Chinese astrology, I am a pig. So, what does all of that mean? Well, if you put it all together, according to the personality types and assessments, I'm someone who naturally has exceptional pattern recognition. I see how stories, systems, and people interlock. I am a creative polymath. I can fluidly merge analytical insights with emotional storytelling. I have high conceptual empathy. I understand others' emotional logic. I'm a charismatic communicator. When I speak or write, I hold attention, and I value mutual respect and mutual trust. I take others as they are and with positive intent when I'm living in my highest self. But Also, what happens is, sorry, excuse me, went the wrong way. And so how that has translated to in the beginning of my life was I decided that I would be a writer at 12 years old. I was very good at English and history classes. I was the go-to person for people who needed advice, whether within my friend group and sometimes even with adults. And I played instruments, the piano a little bit and the viola a lot. And I chose viola because I was told when they came to my third grade class that viola players get more money because they're so rare. And so I said, bet, that's what I want to do. But eventually I just grew to love the instrument and the sound, and it's gorgeous. So please look up some viola concertos and pieces. It's wonderful. Other things I like to do when I was growing up is read. I love to watch musicals, and I love to play handheld video games. If you know anything about Wario and Game Boy, that was my game. That was my jam. And so how all of these talents and things that I enjoyed turned into some early achievements. I ended up being able to play in the district orchestra. I was able to get admitted to and graduate college. I became a proofreading supervisor right out of college. And I had the temerity and the audacity and the gumption to release my debut novel independently. So I was able to learn and grow in areas that felt at home to me. And therefore, I was able to lean into the things that I naturally like to do. So success became something I learned to do, or I learned to expect when I did what I enjoyed and did well. Except I didn't know that consciously. I was just living on vibes. And if you know the Boyz II Men album, too, you know that song Vibin'. But then the vibes went off, as it tends to happen in life. My proofreading position ended. I moved back home, and I was unemployed when I did. My book sales started to go down. My freelancing editing job stopped coming. I hit a ceiling at the new job fairly quickly. I lost several family members, and the cost of living outpaced the income that I was getting. And finally, I had some very close relationships deteriorate and end. Even the good things that were happening weren't hitting the same as they used to. I'd gotten an agent without having to query, a literary agent without having to query. I was hired at the institution that did exactly what I went to school for, learn and be imbued with African American history and culture. And I even hit the USA Today bestseller list. And yet I still wasn't feeling like anything was working out. What changed? I became unresponsive, which led to me being reactive. I felt like I couldn't express myself, which meant I became stifled. I became really unfocused, which means I started to worry about everything. I became unsure about myself, and so I hesitated to do anything. And all of that kind of culminated into me feeling just out of order, unaligned, and I became lost. I began to feel that my earlier successes were flukes, not real, flashes in the pan. What I'd done then wasn't working. What I was doing now wasn't working. So what was I supposed to do? I had to get back to basics. I had to figure out what had gotten me off track and when that happened. I had to figure out why I felt like I was treading water instead of swimming. I had to go back to the point where doing something I loved and did started to become something that was a slog that I resented. When did that happen? How did that happen? Eventually, I realized I was doing things to survive, not thrive. I was editing what I said to get mass acceptance because this was the time when social media was blowing up, and it became something of a requirement and not just the thing that you added on to get yourself out there. I was mitigating for failure instead of cultivating for success. I wasn't thinking about this will work out. I was hoping that this would not go terribly wrong. I was dismissing my own expertise for others. So I was looking for the wisdom and the knowledge and the permission from other people instead of using myself as that guide. And I was following, but not discerning the destination. So I was following directions, but I didn't really know if that was where I needed to go in the first place. That's just where everybody else was going. So I thought that's where I needed to go to. I wasn't just lost. I was operating from a place of loss and lack. I'd lost readers. I'd lost reliable income streams. I'd lost opportunities for advancement. I'd lost confidence from my family. I thought I had lost my skill. I'd lost assurance that I could turn this around. And I lost faith that I should be doing this at all. I lost faith if I should even be a writer, if I should even continue to pursue the creative industry in publishing and just expressing myself. But then something said, you know what, enough is enough. I didn't like where I was or where I was headed. And so I slowly returned to doing things how I used to. But this time I wasn't rushing it. Instead, I decided to trust the process. So I started speaking up again. I went back to school to get a master's degree. I became a book festival officer at a regional book festival that we have where I live. And I became a recommended editor. So I was getting recommendations from all sorts of people, from big 5 publishers to independent authors. I was in demand. And even though progress was happening, it wasn't in one core area, my writing. We were still at odds. I wasn't connecting with any of the new ideas. I wasn't trusting any of the ideas I already had. And I didn't know how to get back to that place of creativity and productivity. Then I remembered this course I kept hearing about in my author circles. At several author conferences and workshops I'd attended, a course called Write Better Faster was referenced really often, to the point that it started to be like an antenna that it would just ping anytime I heard it. And so since all of these authors were swearing by this course, I said, let me go see what's over there. Who all over there? What's going on? And for the first time in a long time, if ever, I was told to build on what I did well, not worry about what I don't do well. And the way that we did this in this course was through Clifton Strengths. And Clifton Strengths is a positive psychology framework identifying a person's natural talents that with intentional investment become strengths. So the great thing is that everybody has talents. In Clifton Strengths, these talents are defined by 34 themes, and they're categorized in 4 dimensions: strategic thinking, relationship building, influencing, and executing. The top 5 of these things are the strongest, the ones that fire without thought. Investment and intention are what make a talent a strength. Talents are neutral. They can operate for your benefit or to your detriment. If they're unrefined, they can be more of a hinder than a help. Sorry. So when I took the test in 2014, because I had forgotten I'd taken it in 2014 for my job, these were my top 5 Clifton Strengths. And most of these were in strategic thinking. So I am somebody who has a talent for looking at what happened in the past and using that information to discern and decide what should be happening in the future. With somebody who has high intellection, their power, their strength is thinking and getting to the bottom of things and turning things over until you can come up with new ways of considering something. Deliberative, which is an executing strength, are people who are very cautious about making decisions. They make sure that whatever decision we go with has the least amount of risk involved. And even though I'm high in context, I'm also high in futuristic, which means I can see the future. I know what needs to be happening. I know what it looks like. And I'm pretty sure I know how to get us there. And then finally, learner. I'm a lifelong learner. I love learning for the sake of learning. But how they were operating for me was not intentional. I had no focus on how to direct it. And so my context became reactive, unresponsive. I was not paying attention to the past. I was so worried about what needs to work now that I couldn't see how things used to work before and translate that into how I can make it work in the future. My intellection meant that I was thinking too deeply. And by too deeply, I was ruminating. I was not thinking about anything in particular. I was just letting my mind do what it does. And so it was unfocused. And therefore, because it was unfocused, I didn't know what to say or how to say it. I became anxious. So my futuristic started seeing how everything went wrong. It stopped seeing how everything would work out. I became hesitant. So I became too risk averse. I wasn't willing to take a chance on anything. I needed to know that it was going to work and work all the time. And that's just not how life goes. And because I was so unaligned, I became lost. I was learning everything, but sometimes you're not supposed to learn everything. You're supposed to learn what you need to know. And I wasn't doing that. But the good thing was realizing I didn't need to make my weakest part stronger helped me build my confidence back up in what I knew I did well. And so after taking the assessment for the class, I saw the talents I should prioritize refining as I started my delving into my creative areas again. So these are my new top 5 Clifton strengths when I took the test in 2022. As you can see, intellection and learner are still there, but I have 3 new talents that drifted up into the top 5. And these are relationship building things. So what I learned now is that I do understand individuals. Individualization is the talent of understanding that people have strengths and they're good at what they do, and you respect that about them. Relator is you build deep and meaningful connections with people. That is what you do well. And adaptability means that you're good to go with the flow. Whatever comes up, you know how you need to handle it, and you put people at ease in the midst of chaos. What changed between 2014 and 2022? I mean, there was this, thing called a pandemic that happened. And so in a way, it was a reset for everybody. But also my process was starting earlier. So remember when I said enough was enough, we needed to go back to what used to work before? I did that in a different way. So instead of being unresponsive and reactive, I became more assessing about what needed to be done and when. So it didn't scare me so much when I had to pivot. I leaned into it and took advantage of the new opportunity that came. I became more mindful. I learned how to interact with people based on who they are. And not only that, based on who I am, knowing that what I had to bring to the table was just as valuable as what somebody else did. And how can we partner and make that be an even better relationship and project and accomplishment? And that's how I made it to the USA Today bestseller list. I was in a box set with other authors, and we all came together with all of our great stories, and we managed to make it on the list. I became more curious, but my curiosity was targeted. It wasn't just, oh, I need to learn this because I might need it. It was more of a, I want to learn this because I think this will be helpful, but also it's interesting. So I didn't feel like I had to learn everything, collect knowledge because I was going to lose it. It was more of, I can learn this stuff and have it and be fulfilled with it. I became more connected. Instead of feeling like I had to do everything alone, I reached out to people, went back to old connections that I had, built up new connections. And then I became more introspective. So instead of letting my mind run around thinking about how things can go wrong, why things aren't working, I decided to say, you know what? How can I make this work? How can I make myself work? Is what I'm doing aligned with what I need to do and want to do and I'm good at doing? So even with all that, there were still some ons and offs, as again, life happens. So I became a certified strengths coach. And then I lost family and friends. Ironically, none of them to COVID. My freelance editing started going well again, but my book sales still remained down. I celebrated a milestone birthday abroad, someplace I had wanted to go to for years. And even in the midst of that, I was navigating my father's failing health. Because of the pandemic, I was able to reconnect with folks I hadn't talked to in a long time. And when the world started opening up again, I got to see them in person, and that was fun. But I was also starting to feel very tired for various reasons, going up and down the Eastern Seaboard in the United States to deal with my father, and navigating my own health challenges that I didn't think were that serious in the grand scheme of things. I was gaining coaching clients, so I was getting successful in that area. And then my father passed right around the holidays were starting. But because of that, my family rallied around each other, and I was able to feel like I could continue with their support and being reminded once again that I wasn't doing this alone. But then I almost died. And I was alone for that. I was out of town and I was alone, and I went to sleep one day and I woke up in the hospital ICU 5 days later with a new liver. It was frightening, more so for my family than for me, but it definitely forced another reset. So, what are my top 5 strengths now? As you can see, they have all appeared in some form or fashion in my previous 2 assessments, but after such a huge life change, I wanted to see what I was leaning on right now and how this was helping me navigate this next chapter of my life. So I'm leaning heavily into my relationship building now. With the relator and adapter, that's where I'm leading from. I still have intellection there, but I'm also looking back again at what was working and how I can make that work again, how I need to readjust, and I'm still learning. So what changed? I have less independence now, so I have to rely on people more. My ability and capability is not the same every day. And so I need to learn to lean with where that energy is letting me go each and every day, sometimes even hour by hour. My brain and mental processing became impaired. That's a literal medical diagnosis I now have. And that has affected how I'm able to think and how deeply I'm able to think and for how long. My personal status quo is not the same. So whatever I was doing in the past, I have to figure out new ways for a lot of it, how to continue to do those things in the future. And my knowledge about my new status quo was very minimal. So I had to start learning. I had to learn what my new life is going to be like. I had to learn how to navigate resources I didn't think I would need. I had to learn how to communicate what was going on with me to the various medical team and personnel that I now had to interact with, let alone family, friends, co-workers, etc. There was a lot that I had to change. But what really made everything real was my brain not working like it had before. My mental capacity and productivity had been such a core part of my identity that when that was not working the way that it used to, there was a true grief for that, even more than me randomly losing my liver. That was the hardest thing for me to adjust to. And because I knew I couldn't do things how I did before, I would have to figure out how to do things in a different way. Hence, AI. Artificial intelligence refers to computer systems that can perform complex tasks normally done by human reasoning, decision-making, creating, etc. So, I'm sure people know that AI, especially generative AI, is a pretty controversial topic, not just in the creative space, but throughout. You have issues with how these large language models are getting the data to train, how these companies are getting the data to train these LLMs. In fact, there's been a recent case, copyright case, Anthropic, who now has to pay out a gag of money to authors for stealing their work to train their models. There's also the environmental impact of AI, of how it just uses an exorbitant amount of energy to power these machines and data centers. And so at the time before, I was like, I don't think I'm going to need to use it. I don't think I would want to use it, but I can see why people would need to use it. And now I feel like I'm one of those people who need to use it. But how I use AI is to synthesize large volumes of information. I can't process the same amount as I used to. It'll take too long and it's complicated, and it takes away whatever energy I need to do something else. I use it to assess for broad considerations. So I would go and say, hey, what is the likelihood an audience would like this? I mean, I could guess, but AI has the data that I don't. So that's helpful to know. I can offload what I don't need to process. So I don't need to think about how do I put certain things together necessarily. That can be done for me. And I use it to prioritize equally important tasks. So I go into AI and say, for example, which given what I would like to do, what is the thing that that would be best for me to do first? Because if I think everything is equally important, that will make me stuck. And sometimes you just need to outsource the help to prioritize things. And AI did help me with this presentation. So figuring out how the various personality types work together solely with my brain power was not going to happen. I needed AI to help me do that. So then I can distill that information and make it so that it's understandable for my audience. But for me to do that on my own, I don't think this presentation would have been done until probably 2030 if I had to rely on my own thought power, my own brain power. AI really has helped my brain feel less jumbled. I treat it like I treat an elevator, a quicker way to reach a floor I need. AI, in this particular case, LLMs, generative AI, has the capacity to sift and sort through data quickly, and much more quickly than I ever could. And what helps these LLMs do that is the algorithm, which is a set of rules a machine, and especially a computer follows to achieve a particular goal. Most of us are familiar with algorithms in terms of social media, in terms of being recommended certain, videos or posts, or when we're doing our web searches, we get certain ads. Those are all done because of the algorithm. It guesses based off of previous information or people's other information that, hey, I think you would like this based on what I've seen you click on before, for example. Even GPS, any things that we use, sometimes algorithms are so ubiquitous, we don't even notice them. But algorithms are only as accurate as the rules and the data sets that they train on. Fortunately, human beings aren't machines. Even if we do run automatic processes like breathing or heart beating, things like that, you don't have to think about that necessarily. It just happens. So we do have internal algorithms. But for creativity and nuance, that's us. We are dynamic. Even in routine, we don't do the same thing the same way every time. Or if the how is the same, the why may not be. Algorithms can't make nuanced decisions like we can. Sorry. So these have become my AI best practices as I continue to use the programs. And this is primarily for generative AI, but I use this for many other AI types, such as web searches. Sometimes those first few results, barring the sponsored ones, are not exactly what I'm looking for. So they're not right. So I have to massage that, how I put in the keywords. But ultimately, I make sure that I use my own words when I'm creating. I check against my internal knowledge when I read the results that I get based off of the prompts that I give it. I then confirm the results with outside sources. So I see what they have here. I'm like, okay, let me fact check that against, a source that I know of. Or even better, when especially ChatGPT will give you a link based on it, they'll give you a source that they got this from. I really like it when they do that. Effectively, it's kind of how I treat Wikipedia. I go there for like basic information, and then I go to the sources, and then I go off onto Google or where have you and look at, particularly for primary sources, I need to make sure I can have an actual source I can point to. And ultimately, I use ChatGPT and generative AI to guide what I'm trying to do, not define it. They are not the final arbiter of what I create. I am. They're just giving me suggestions and help me undo the jumble that I have or take down the overwhelm so I can process how I need to process. Because I am she. I am her. The only thing AI can do is help me. It can't be me. And this knowledge has removed much of the threat or uneasiness that I had before about using it, because now I know how to use it with intention and to be aligned with who I am and how I want to be. And guess what? You are you. Nobody can do it like you. AI sure can't. When you are you, you live with more ease and less friction. You build resilience reserves for the unexpected and the unstable. You meet people where they are. You know what to do, how to do it, and why. And you are the agent of your life, not its audience. If you are tired of being stuck, confused, unsure, exhausted, frustrated, afraid, overwhelmed, or small, if you are ready to be free, clear, confident, energized, encouraged, courageous, centered, and substantial, let's partner. We will create a bespoke approach to help you get clear, balanced, and integrated to the person you truly are and the life you want to lead. No one size fits all system here. And I'm saying this as someone who has had coaching throughout this whole almost 2-year journey in trying to learn how to live in alignment with who I am, especially in the aftermath of such a dramatic life change. And I can say with real authority that if I hadn't already been going through the process of living in alignment, of knowing what I do well and how I do it, I'm not so sure I would have been able to navigate this really big change as well as I have. I keep hearing people keep telling me, "Oh, you're so positive, you're so resilient, you're so this and so that," after having a random emergency catastrophic liver failure, and that leading to other challenges that I now have that I may have for the rest of my life. And I realized that is because I know that whatever I have to face, I have the tools and the capability to face it. That's not to say that there haven't been hard times. That isn't to say that there haven't been difficulties, that I haven't felt low. But there's something to be said of knowing that I know I can figure this out. And not necessarily just with me, but I have help. I know who to reach out to. If I don't have that talent, if I don't have that strength, I know I can lean on somebody else who does, who can help me. And I want to be that person for you. So these are some ways that we can partner. We can do an introductory insight call, and this includes an optimal Clifton Strengths assessment. We can get you your top 5 Clifton Strengths. It's included. You'll get a code if you sign up, and for 1 hour, it is $97. And normally, this would be $297. If you know that you're going to want more than 1 phone call, we can bundle 3, and that will be 3 1-hour sessions again with an assessment if you like it. And that will be $5.97. Or if you think that you want to work for a whole quarter, whether you're a business person or not, we can do a quarterly package where you'll get a call. We can hop on a call every week, work through your strengths if you take the assessment or not, and we'll go from there. But I'm so happy that I was able to share this information with you and that you joined me on this journey as I told you about how I've navigated using AI to help me be who I am and live in alignment with who I am, and realize that this has been such an eye-opening and wonderful and freeing experience. And if I can help other people do that, feel that alignment and that freedom, I'm happy to do so. Any questions?
Hey, Savannah, that was absolutely amazing. Let me check the chat as well because there are comments in there. Okay, we've got some thank yous. Yep, another thank you. Got a couple of thank yous in there. Don't forget, ladies, to remember to scan that QR code. I spent some time with Savannah, and what I love about you, Savannah, you're just a straight shooter. You just are who you are. You say what you say, and you mean what you say. And it's very rare that anybody is like that. Does that make any sense? We use so many words to have to try and communicate or get a point across, and it's one of the things that I absolutely adore and love about you. Your understanding on how to approach things is just brilliant, in a sense that, ladies, we haven't got a tendency to overcomplicate stuff. We really do. We've got a tendency to overthink stuff.
Yes.
I think what Savannah does, yeah, I think we all do it, to be fair. We all do it. We've all got that in common. But I think what you do is that you kind of point out, okay, this is where it goes wrong. This is what you need to be doing. And in just such a calm, supportive way. And then everything you discussed around AI, whether you're on the right side, the wrong side, whether you agree with AI, you disagree with AI, it's here and it's here to stay. And how you use it and how you're going to benefit from it is really key. So please make sure that you take Savannah up on her offer, and make sure, Savannah, if you could just show that QR code one more time, especially for those who are on the replay. If you just share your decks again. Let's go to the last slide.
Yep.
Is it there? Actually, I think it might be there, Savannah.
Sorry, I am.
Don't worry.
Having an issue.
Don't worry.
This is one of the things that happens now.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
It is all good, and we all love you and support you. So here is some of the ways that you can partner with Savannah. So you've got an introductory insight call, which includes optional Clifton Strengths Assessment. And on a serious note, ladies, I've done Clifton Strengths Finder. And actually, Savannah, I learned a lot about myself doing it.
Yes.
When I say I learned a lot, I meant a lot. Even when it came to my top 3 strengths, if God himself had come down and said to me, those were your strengths, I would have said, no, you're lying. Like, seriously.
Especially when you don't have, when you take it and you're not coached on what they mean. You're just like, I don't get it, I don't see it. And then once I got coached on it, I was like, oh, that's how it shows up for me. And the other thing is that many of the strengths that you have, the talents, they cluster, so they don't show up in the same way as the strict definition that Clifton Strengths gives. Like, for example, I know, since I know all 34 of mine, I know how certain things cluster. So like my analytical clusters a lot with my intellection. Like I need to break things down to, the smallest parts or the most basic parts so I can understand, and then I can put it back together. And the other thing, as you can see, even when I retook the Clifton Strengths, my talents didn't actually really change. Maybe the order did, but like the core talents were always there. And that makes sense in a way, because certain times, certain things, you're going to have to lean into certain things more often than not, because you're presented with a new, I won't even say challenge, I'll just say a new possibility has come up. And so how are you going to navigate that new possibility with what you have? So all that to say, if this is your first time taking it, if you decide to take it, you don't need to retake it again unless you have something really major happen. Because even I noticed that certain things I wasn't doing things the same way, mainly because I couldn't. But it's also just good to know if something major like that happens, how things are shaking out now. It's good. It's good knowledge. I'm pro knowing who you are. However however you find that out. I'm very, very pro doing that, having people do that. And I want to be a cheerleader.
I could not agree with you more. And the reason why I've kind of come on screen and asked you to get the decks up, Savannah, is like, seriously, ladies, seriously. I think we're going to have to even send an email alert out. The price that Savannah is giving this to you at, I don't think you really understand the value. Like, even though she's put normally $297 on the slide, go and look up getting someone to do a Clifton Strengths assessment on you, and you will see how expensive it is. This is an assessment that big corporations use on their high-level direct-to-board teams to understand where to place them in the business to get the most out of them. I'm talking about top organizations through America, Canada. I've even seen like top manufacturing companies in Trinidad use this. I'm being serious.
Southwest Airlines is a well-known employer, implementer of Clifton Strengths. Like, yeah. It's pretty,
there you go.
Yeah.
And the fact that you're getting it offered, and like I said, one thing I do love about Savannah, and as an entrepreneur, I'm just going to keep it real and honest. I built this community on being real and honest, so I'm going to keep it real and honest. As entrepreneurs and Black female entrepreneurs, some of us need to be told how it is. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it
does. For me, I'm a coach and I get coach, but I need some tough love. I need someone that's going to whip me into shape, but not be mean to me, just tell me how it is. And I think that's one of the beautiful things that you're going to get from Savannah. She's going to tell you how it is. But the Christian Strengths finder, seriously, you're right, Savannah. I didn't understand my strengths. And when I got them back, I was like, go figure. It's one of the things that I did that made me realize how strategic I was. Going through school, being dyslexic, never getting the exam results that I wanted to get. I was never an academic. Even now to this day, sometimes my husband's like, stop saying that. Like, I'll always say, well, if I can do it, you can do it. It's not like I'm the brightest bulb in the box, because that's just how I've looked at myself through school, through college, through university. I've always just scraped through. So when I got back the feedback from the Clifton Strengths Finder that my top skill was actually empathy, my second skill set was woo, and I was like, what the hell is woo?
Yes.
And that's when I realized,
yes.
You know what, you wanted to do speaking, so woo is actually a brilliant strength for you to have.
Yes.
And then when I said strategy, it was just like, okay, so I have got something. On a serious note, ladies, it gave me the confidence to really be able to tap in and understand my skills and strength. And to this day, every time I look at Clifton Strength Finder, I look at my 34 skills, and I have watched them develop over the last 15 years, because this was something that I did some time ago. So on a serious note, I know I keep banging on about it, but I don't think you guys realize the value you're getting on this one, like on a serious note. So make sure you've got there's a link on the screen. If you can, Savannah, I want you to did you have a QR code or anything? Savannah, I tell you what you do. If you email in your links that are on the slide, I'm going to put them up as QR codes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We will feature them. I think you've got the hello.
I do have QR codes. Give me a second. How would you like for me to share them?
Yeah, because I don't think these women realize the value that you're giving. Right now, go Google it.
Sorry, hold on. Oh, yeah, you don't need to see all that. Go back here. Good. Sorry about that, guys.
It's no problemo, no problem at all. You are giving amazing value. If I knew this what your offer is, I would have told you to increase the price.
Well, I given the way that the universe is working out right now, I'm mindful of how people may feel about investing in them in themselves. Like I have quote unquote more important things to do, or I have more important priorities, but you are an important priority. That's what I have been learning in my personal journey. I wanting to be there for people. I can't do that if I'm not settled. So one thing that I've been saying a lot is I have to put on my oxygen mask so that I can be of service to others. And if you can put your oxygen mask on or find ways to find that oxygen to put on, then you should do it. You are not an afterthought. You are the priority. You are the number one. And that's not a bad thing. It's not even, and if you need to say it's not selfish, then say that because it's true. But if you feel like it is, then it is. Be selfish. You are important.
I could not agree more. Right, so we're going to get the QR code on the screen. We just had a message in the chat from Sandra
it's going to
Mars,
let
by
me
the
be
way.
great.
It is.
Not letting me be great.
Sandra has
There it is.
put in the chat. Actually, let me put it on the screen. Sandra's just put in the chat, I've used strengths for a while and I definitely agree on this amazing value. Yep. If you're debating with yourself, just do it. You won't regret it. Sandra, I could not agree more with you. That's why I had to come on. And I had to put it out there. For those that didn't understand what Clifton Strength Finder is, I needed to get you to understand. But Savannah just brings a lot of value, full stop, lady. She really does.
Here we go.
So that's from Sandra, who has just posted that. Millette has said thank you as well. Yeah, right. Princess, it is a great offer. It's a brilliant offer.
Okay, well, if I put in the would that work? No. How do I get it to you?
So have you got the QR code there?
Yeah.
If you want to just share your screen, by the way, you want to change the screen to the screen the QR code's on, everybody can just take it directly off this screen, and it means that it will be available on the replay as well.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. Y'all are making me think. Which is fine. I love thinking. But it's also like, how do I do this? How do I do this in the most efficient way? That's where I'm that's where I'm struggling with right now. But it's not the prettiest. That's not what I want to say.
We don't care about
the QR code that I can get is tiny. So it needs to be bigger. Let me find
and don't forget have you got your socials on here?
Yes.
So you're on
Substack.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Anybody that's on Substack, please connect with
Savannah. Here we go. I think.
We done it.
I think it's gonna let me be great. Nope, it's not gonna let me be great. That's okay. We're gonna figure it out. I got it. We're gonna figure it out. All right, copy.
And you've got sometimes
yeah.
This is another thing that we do, by the way. This is how us entrepreneurs can suffer from anxiety. We are gonna have a little bit of patience sometimes.
You just gotta be like, yeah, well, we're gonna make this work. We're gonna figure it out. We're gonna do it.
Yeah, we are. As I get older, I'm learning to just kind of take my time and move on from things. Does that make sense? And not rise. And my new one at the moment is approaching everything.
I have to for my health. Like I can't. It's like, oh yeah, I gotta calm down. Not calm down, but just
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah, you just gotta roll with it. And so
You do.
we're gonna roll with it.
I think I
I
saw
think it's
Tony Robbins early this year, and one of the things that I did take away, I've seen him a few things. One of the things that I always take away, and I've got to remind myself, is everything, ladies, is about state of mind. And sometimes you'll have people come into your orbit that will try to alter your vibration or situations that happen in life, and you've just got to always have a great positive state of mind. And it doesn't matter whether you're being approached with something that isn't great from a situation or a person. You've got to approach everything with love. When you do, you get really good results, and what you pull out is what you get back.
Mm-hmm. Oh, here we go. Okay. All right.
We did it. We did
Yes,
it.
we did it. Now I gotta share the screen. We got step 1. Let's get
Brilliant.
step 2 going. Stop sharing that. Okay. And
So if you share again,
my puppy she's upset that she doesn't have my full attention right now. She'll be all right.
she's
Right,
coming
okay.
soon. She's coming soon.
Yes, I'm coming, baby. All right, there we go. This should be the link to the coaching special. So for the
Brilliant. It's
97,
nice and big, ladies. Make sure you scan this QR code, because this is going to give you access to Savannah, to that Clifton Strength Finders and the offers that she has got. Make sure you look her up. Don't forget, all of these sessions will have a replay on them. So all of Savannah's details will be on the program, our actual program platform. So I keep saying to you, make sure if you are listening through social media, come onto our platform. I've just put a QR code in the corner of the screen that brings you straight onto our platform. If you come onto our platform, you'll be able to see all of Savannah's details so you can reach out to her and connect with her. Okay? Really, really important that we all make connections here. This is all about networking. And like I said, she is giving an absolutely fantastic offer away. Okay? It really is worth doing. So the QR code is on the screen. And if you are watching this as a replay, all these links are live and they are working. Savannah, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much. Thank you so much
for
for turning
having
up
me.
and showing up. Oh, you are more than welcome. And I'm sure, sorry, I had to put something down there. You're more than welcome. I'm sure we'll be seeing more of you inside our community, because I just feel you're really valuable. I think you're great. I think you're fantastic. And the world needs you. We need you.
And also, if you're interested in learning more about publishing, writing, editing, you can also contact me. It'll be in all the information about how to get in touch with me. So yeah.
Love it, love it, love it. So make sure you get in contact with Savannah. Savannah, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you here, and no doubt we will speak soon. Take care.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you. Bye-bye.
Right, what have I done? There we go. I'm back. And it is 6:59, and I should have here the wonderful Coach Tamara with me. I'm going to introduce her. Is Coach Tamara here? I can see. Yep, I can see her. Team, I can see Coach Tamara, but I'm not sure. Ah, yes, the beautiful Tamara. She's here. And you're going to see what I mean. So without further ado, I would like to introduce Sasha, who is going to introduce Tamara Brown to the virtual stage. Here we go.
Meet Tamara Brown, a bold strategist and fearless coach. She challenges you to step out of the shadows and become the voice you always knew you could be. Are you ready to break free from the ordinary? Explore Tamara's journey with professionals and entrepreneurs. She dismantles complacency, reignites ambition, and builds legacies rooted in authenticity. Discover how she transforms lives and careers. Authenticity in branding is crucial. Tamara emphasizes owning your truth and strength. Her approach ensures your brand echoes your vision, creating a lasting impact. Tamara's mission is to help Black women own their brand. She empowers them to echo truth, strength, and vision. Her message challenges and uplifts, creating powerful leaders. Feel the power of Tamara's words as they challenge and empower you. Her message is a call to action, urging you to embrace your potential and lead with intention. Breathe in the moment and let Tamara's words sink in. You're not just doing business, you're crafting a legacy. Understand the depth of your impact. Recap: Tamara inspires you to break free, dismantle complacency, and empower yourself. By embracing her message, you're crafting a legacy that echoes your truth. Take the first step today. Embrace your brand, echo your truth, and craft your legacy. The stage is yours. Coach Tamara Brown.
Welcome, Samara. Welcome. Let me add you to the stage. Let's get you there. There we go. It's over to you.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Let me see if I can share my screen. Do you see it there?
Once you've shared it, Tamara, I will. Yeah, hang on. I will actually. Do I? No, I don't see it yet.
Okay.
Yep, I go. There we go. Let me get.
Okay. Awesome. Well, thank you, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. I've been, prepping and figuring out what exactly am I going to say. When I first met Natalia, she was really excited about some of the intersections and what I do. And so I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that. But first, I wanted to give you a chance to, even though you don't know who I am yet, I want to give you a chance to win something that I can promise you will be pretty amazing. I just created a new community called She Propels, which is the title of what I'm going to talk to you about today. And in that community, I'd love for you to, if you see the QR code on your screen right now, if you click that QR code and join the She Propels community, I will be giving away something very transformational at the end of the session. I'll also have links to additional resources, and it's just a free community for us to connect. And there are some, additional opportunities to work with me. So without further ado, I would love to present to you She Propels. I want to talk about embracing your power, elevating your presence, and expanding your platform. I want you to think about this as like a GPS. In order for you to understand where you're going or to get from here to there, you typically need to put in some kind of coordinates, some kind of destination. And what I've found is throughout my career, throughout my journey, and many of the clients that I've worked with, we didn't necessarily know where we were going. We were just trying to show up the best way possible. And so I want to take some time today to share with you a little bit about my journey, as well as how you can kind of shape your journey, enter in the GPS, figure out the best way possible to get to where you are, get from where you are to where you really want to be. So again, anyone who clicks that QR code will be entered into a contest automatically. I'll see your names pop up when you join that community. And I promise you at the end of this, it will be something very transformational. So I'll leave that QR code up a little bit while I talk a little bit about me. I remember back in 2015, actually, it was a Friday morning. I was taking my son to school and stopped by the store, and I got a phone call, and I didn't recognize the number immediately, but when I answered, I quickly learned that it was my VP. At the time, I was a senior manager of communications working for a Fortune 100 company. Absolutely loved my job, and I was all in. So when I answered the call from my VP and he started talking to me, I was like, this sounds very familiar. You see, we were going through a change in the organization. And he was actually regurgitating my talking points to me. And so I quickly learned that I was being laid off. This was kind of a turning point for me at the time. I had 3 children. I was a single mom. I had no plan B. And I loved my job, so it was really hard for me to figure out what was going to be next. But immediately I got ready. I started looking. I landed a position. At the same time, I was helping a lot of other people get ready. They still had a job, but they were coming to me for support and guidance. Because they knew I could write, they knew I could do, I had done a lot of leadership coaching and things like that within my job at Walmart. And so everyone kept recommending, why don't you become a coach? And I remember going through a layoff previously with Sprint, and they set me up with a coach, outplacement agency, and they did my resume and told me all the things I'm supposed to do. And I think my resume looked better than when I handed it over to them. And I was now finding myself in the same situation, but this time I was ready. I love to share this lesson that my granddaddy, God rest his soul, used to share with me. And he would say, baby, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. And so I had learned from my first experience to stay ready. So I did that. And this time it was a lot easier to find what I wanted to do. But along this journey, I discovered this love and passion I had for helping others through their journey. And so I remember that day that I was sitting there. It was my first day of work in my new job as a leadership coach. And it was also my first day in my certification training to become a certified coach. And God just started birthing these ideas into my head. He started telling me everything about who I was going to work with. He gave me the name I Propel You. He even showed me my first logo. It didn't look like this one, but it was a logo. He showed me the entire vision he had for my future. And it was then that I just knew everything was going to be okay. I didn't have a plan B, so to speak. So I'm not saying it was all roses. It was a little bit of a struggle to go from being a single mom, having a very comfortable 6-figure salary, and trying to build a business in an all new, area. And, I loved it though. I'm a big believer when you marry your purpose with your passion, you'll never work another day in your life. And so that was me. Throughout the years, so fast forward, it's been almost 10 years. December, I celebrate my 10th anniversary in business. And throughout those years, I've had the fortune to work with over 7,500 professionals across 25 different countries, waking up and loving what I do every day. But then something a little unexpected happened, and I suffered with some very serious health issues. We just heard from Savannah, and it made me feel like I'm not alone. So I love that. These health issues caused me to do things a little bit different, and I had to take a new direction kind of in life. I had to, again, listen to my granddaddy and slow down so I could throw down. So I did that. This year was a big time for me to pause after being diagnosed with MCI. It's mild cognitive impairment. It was much better than the initial diagnosis I was given. I thought I was losing my memory, and they told me I was, going to be a memory patient within 5 years. I struggled when I first got that news, and I started to dump my entire brain, dump my entire business, everything that I did. I was trying to create books and courses and everything so that I didn't leave my clients. Believe it or not, I was more worried about my clients than my own health, but I didn't want to leave my clients high and dry. So I just started to, get everything in order. About 6 months later, my first love, believe it or not, reached out to me. and we had not been in touch for about 26 years. And I remember sharing my diagnosis with him, and he told me something very powerful. And he said, "I will remember what you forget." And it was like this motivator that ignited, back my purpose and helped me to really get focused. And I had to learn to work differently. I had to build systems and processes and automation. I had to leverage AI for things that I could no longer like do 20 different things at once like I used to. And so, but that difference actually birthed a new business. And so I'd love to kind of talk to you about the intersection of where you are when it comes to your career, when it comes to your brand, and when it comes to your business, because that's something that really changed for me. And I'd love to, pass that on to you. So the first thing I really want to know as I speak to career, brand, and business, what is your number one focus? If you could put it in the chat, I would love to see that. But really what I want to know is, what is your focus? Are you focused on getting clarity within your career, making a transition, growing those ranks into leadership? Are you trying to get a promotion? Are you trying to pivot? Or are you trying to, reignite the passion that you once had in your career? When you think about brand, most people just think about their resume, but the brand is so much more than that. It's what others see before you say a word, right? Before you say anything, your brand starts to speak for itself. So if your focus is on your brand, on your visibility, on your influence, on understanding what your purpose is, I'd love for you to put brand in the chat. And finally, if your focus is on business, if you don't want to get stuck and you want to have that plan B, or if you already have a business and you're trying to figure out how to grow that business, how to be, more sustainable, scalable, and automate so you can do more and be more, then put business or growth in the chat. This is like you're looking to stop operating as a hobby and start operating with purpose so that you can make some profit. So I do see a couple of different things in the chat. And so, growth, business definitely is one of the things that we all desire to do. And so I'm going to talk about all three. When you think about your career and you think about the clarity that you need throughout your career, I want you to reflect, and I want you grab a piece of paper or take some notes. I want you to think about, what title or role do you see yourself in? Like, what does success actually look like for you in your career? Okay? When you think about your brand, why should people follow your lead? What is that message that you want to share with them? When you think about your business, why do you serve and what do you solve? So why do you do what you do? And, basically, how do you do it? How do you do it? Okay. So these are the three focuses, or the three lenses, that I want you to keep in mind as we go through this journey together over the next, 30 minutes or so. And so I created a framework, been coaching for a while, and I realized that I was meeting my clients' needs instead of sharing the transformation that I really wanted them to, experience. And so I created what's called the I Propel plus You framework. And so it's a 7-step framework. This is not a theory, it's an actual roadmap that I use personally to rebuild my own career, brand, and business after starting over. And so what I do is I combine 2 concepts, the I Propel, a 7-step acceleration roadmap, and the You Focus. All right, the You Focus personalizes your growth, personalizes your journey, because we all should know that success is not a one size fits all. So what looks like success for me may not look like success for you. So what I'd like to do now is let's start with the I Propel roadmap. Again, this is kind of like your GPS. All right. And so the first step is to identify your vision. You can't hit a target that you can't see. It's that plain and simple. Here, we define your aspirations, your why, and what alignment really looks like for you. In step 2, we're going to pinpoint your strategy. This is where we get tactical. We explore opportunities, identify transferable skills, and position you to pivot or level up with purpose. In step 3, we're going to revamp your brand. This is a step throughout all of my programs because brand is essential. It is often your first impression and your last impression. So with having a very clear brand, it allows you to really set the tone. It's not just about logos or buzzwords. It's really about building a narrative that reflects your value, also shows your credibility and tells your leadership story. The 4th step, we optimize your position. And so this is visibility with precision. This is using tools and keywords and strategy, and sometimes powered by AI. And not forget the best thing, which is networking, to help you show up where it counts for your particular goals. Again, this is going to be different for everyone. I'll walk you through each of these steps in a few minutes when it comes to your career, your brand, and your business. But for now, I wanted to just kind of share with you the entire framework. And so in step 5, we prepare your opportunities. So when the doors open, you're not scrambling, right? You're ready. Like that granddaddy said, if you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. So this is where we work on interviews, promotions, partnerships. We actually give you the strategy to shine. In step 6 is where you elevate your presence. And leadership is at every layer, but specifically in this layer where we're elevating your presence. Presence isn't about being loud. It's about being remembered. We refine how you show up in every room, online and offline. All right. And then the final step of this roadmap is to launch your plan. Like, it's not enough to go through all the work if you're not able to launch. So we're going to launch your plan. Finally, this step, we take action. I enable you or empower you to execute with clarity, confidence, and consistency with support systems and tools that keep you propelling forward. So most people stop at a framework or a blueprint. I'm not going to stop there. I want to really help you take it to the next level, and that's where the You part of the framework comes in. So You is I love acronyms if you can't tell. So my 7-step framework spells I Propel, which the name of my business is I Propel You. And so the You becomes your focus, and the U stands for your unique brand. This is where we uncover what sets you apart so you can own your narrative and stand out authentically. The O stands for opportunities optimized. We align your experience, skills, and goals with the highest value opportunities. So your next move isn't random, it's strategic. And then the U stands for unstoppable momentum because I'm a big believer in the goal isn't just to rise, it's to sustain. So this is where we're going to focus on resilience, systems, and support so you stay in motion. Together, the I Propel plus you framework gives you both structure and soul. It's a blueprint that meets you where you are and propels you where you are meant to go. So as I shared, I'm going to help you create your own roadmap based on whether your focus is on your career, your focus is on your brand, or your focus is on your business. So for each step, I want you to kind of gain clarity and then write down one action step that you could take that's going to help you get closer to this goal. So step one, we talked about identify your vision. This is really, where are you going? Okay. So when you pick your route, which is career, brand, or business, this is going to help us really define your strategy. So with career clarity, you're going to define your growth destination and purpose. Okay. So whether this becomes a title, an amount of money, or anything else that you really want to align your destination and your purpose to as far as your career is concerned, I'd love for you to write that down. Write it down. They say, write the vision and make it plain. And this is the beginning steps. This is what's really going to help set the stage for you. For your brand, your message, so many people go along in life and they don't know what others think of when they think of them. They don't know what they even want to be thought of. And it's very important, if you're going to establish or try to elevate your brand, that you understand what you want to be known for. So if your focus is on brand, I just want you to write down, what do you want to be known for? And then the third track is business. So this is really mission driven. So I want you to align with the transformation that you want to create. So as a career coach, I help my clients get clarity, get guidance and direction on their career choices, their direction. I also help them with things like career transition plans. So, taking their interviewing, their networking, all of those, their job search strategy, all of those things to the next level. As well as I help with brand elevation as far as your resume, your LinkedIn profile, creating cover letters or bios for board seats, for whatever it is that your goal is with your brand. You really want to understand, what is your end goal? What do you want to be known for? That's going to help you get a lot of clarity around that message. And as far as business, really aligning with the transformation that you actually want to create. So define success 12 months from today. Define that impact. Maybe write a one sentence vision statement of what you want it to be. So where do you want to be and who do you want to become a year from now? It's important to understand that clarity attracts opportunity and confusion repels it. So the next step, we're going to work on pinpointing your strategy. So this is where you actually start to plan your propel. Okay. Now, in your career, I want you to start to map out or do an audit of your skills, your documents, document your gaps, and design a bridge from where you are to where you want to be. I work with my clients doing a strategic career development plan where I help them kind of audit their background, their experience, their desires, what they do well, what they don't do well, and what they really enjoy doing, and then mapping out a path to get them to that next level to accomplish those goals. And so in that, once you map it out, then I want you to think about what are some of the strategies, skills, tasks, actions that you can take in order to get you across that bridge. When it comes to your brand, all right, I want you to select, this is your action. I want you to select the visibility platform where your audience is. I'm not going to go too much into, target audience, because it's something that a lot of amazing speakers before me have touched on. And it's super important that you understand who your audience is, and you may have several audiences. So you need to know where your audience is and what platform is going to help you get there. As far as your business, I want you to outline a client journey, taking your ideal audience or client from that awareness stage to engaging with them, to purchase, down to fulfillment, and finally to them becoming an advocate. What does that look like? It's not enough to say I have a business or I help people do X. You really have to understand, how are you going to interact with them? How are you going to create that transformation from them? It is your strategy that turns your dreams into direction. So don't skip step 2. It's crucial that you really understand your strategy and pinpoint it. All right, so step 3 is, again, about revamping your brand. I wanted to share a quick story, though. As a career coach, I mentioned that I worked with about 7,500 people over the last almost 10 years, and I experienced a bit of burnout. Let's just call it what it was. And I had to really take a step back and figure out exactly what I wanted to do with my clients. What gave me the most joy? What are those clients that I enjoyed working with the most? And I realized that I was doing a lot of transactional work, like resumes and, interview coaching and job search strategy, because that's what my clients needed at that time. But I didn't want to become an order taker. I needed to work with the way my brain was allowing me to work, and I needed to be able to really ensure that I'm giving the best service to my clients. So I got really clear on what it is that I want to spend the majority of my time doing. And when you do that, not only will your clients or customers get more transformation, you will also have a lot more joy in what it is that you do. So I can't share that enough, that, you can hustle and burn out, or you can get clear and align and really thrive and propel. So when you look at your brand, we want to make sure that it shines both online and offline. So from a career perspective, you want to make sure that your brand is going to speak before you even enter the room, whether that's internally within your organization or externally. All right. You want to make sure that you're constantly updating your resume and LinkedIn and adding new accomplishments. I call this a refresh. I have clients who come back to me literally every 1 to 3 years, like clockwork, to get that refresh, because they want to be ready. And unfortunately, in this environment right now, there's so many things changing. Change is the only thing we can depend on. So we have to stay ready. So I'd love for you to challenge yourself and create a headline that describes your value in 8 words or less. Okay. Brand equals perception plus consistency. So how you want to show up, and you show up consistently, that's what your brand becomes. So your career brand is how you show up in meetings and reviews. External brand is more about content. But then there's also a thought leadership and visibility. So recently I started, I had so many clients who were like, oh my gosh, there's so many candidates for this one position. How do I stand out? And, knowledge is power, but it's only power when you use it. So I've been working with my clients to create thought leadership content strategies. And for some of them that don't like writing, I actually create the content for them. And so what it does is it really allows them to leverage their own intellectual capital, their own knowledge, their own expertise, and share that knowledge with others. So they're building their brand. They're putting the very words into their audience's mouth on who they are and what they do well. So it's just really important that you understand your message so that there's clarity in your message. I recommend that you start writing down kind of a career journal of your accomplishments so that you have them on hand. It's great for whether you're looking for a promotion or you're going through an evaluation or you're brushing up your resume so that you're not stuck with like recency. As far as your brand is concerned, I want you to audit, whether it's auditing your social media, auditing your messages, auditing your images. How do you show up? And how can we ensure that there's visual consistency across everything? I know one big thing I'm trying to do, as I told you that I reconnected with the love of my life after 26 years of being apart, and he just recently put a ring on it. So I am now Mrs. Brown. And something that I had to do is change, my name and where it shows up. And I'm still making those changes. So if you see that somewhere, let me know. But consistency in messaging and how you show up and how others think about you is super important. So audit your brand. If you have mentors, if you have mentees, if you have those that you trust to ask for feedback, ask them, when you think about me, what comes to mind? What do you know about my value and what I bring to the table? All right, let's see. So when it comes to your business, I want you to make sure there is alignment, okay? So your digital footprint, whatever you have out there, whether it's a website, whether it's a landing page, or whether you're just sharing, your messaging through DMs or what have you, make sure that digital footprint and your offer delivers on your brand promise, what you really bring to the table. All right. I really struggled with this for a while because I knew what I did and I kept my business very serious, but very separate. So I coached over here and I did resumes over here, and I kept those two completely separate for a couple of years. And so then as I started to merge my brands together, I realized that it took a lot of shoestrings and duct tape and a little glue to tie all the systems and, messaging and, your digital footprint, to tie all that together and make a cohesive system, which is why I recently founded a SaaS platform. I call it iPropel. And it's a boss system. It's a business operations success system. And so it has virtually everything that a solopreneur or service-based business or consultant or coach would need to run their business. And I'm talking everything from managing your contacts to your website, to your landing pages, to your payments, to your community, to your marketing and automation and everything in between. And so this system has been a lifesaver with what's been going on with my health and really helping me be an entrepreneur. About 3 years ago, I had a team of probably 8 to 10 resume writers and project managers and virtual assistant and all of that. And yes, I could handle a lot more work, but I was stretched so thin. Now I'm able to still run my business, and actually I'm kind of running 2 businesses and creating an AI platform as well. All of that at the same time. Now, yes, I'm still stretched too thin, but it's because I have the clarity, I have the systems in place, I have the automation that's really changed how I work. I'm a big believer that your brand speaks before you do. And so you have to make sure that your brand is telling the right story. And so everything that you do, everywhere that you show up, you need to ensure that there is consistency and your brand is telling that consistent story. All right. So after you revamp that brand, it's time to optimize it. All right. So we're going to optimize it for visibility and value. In your career, we have to really understand what you're trying to build. So what that transition plan looks like. You want to ensure that you have a network who knows you, who likes you, who trusts you, and who advocates for you. It's not enough anymore to sit there and be heads down and just work. That's not going to get you really where you want to go, unless you're just a workhorse and you just want to, be an order taker. So if you really want to take your career to the next level, you have to make sure that your network is comprised of people who understand who you are and the value you bring, and that aren't afraid to show up for you and speak out on your behalf. That is the very reason why I got a promotion when I worked at Walmart. It was my mentor who one day I had been mentoring with him for a while, and I just, sat down and told him, like, what I do is not what I want to be known for. It's not leveraging the value that I bring to the table. And I literally brought my resume. I told him what I wanted to do, and I showed him why the organization needed someone like me to do it. Within a month. And this is that was the second time I had done that in my career, where I created a position that didn't exist, that I was a natural fit for. So really showing your value and being able to communicate with your network is going to help you show up when you need to in the right way. And so I did that, and I was able to get a promotion and do work that I loved because of that network that I had and that trust that they had in me. Now, when it comes to your brand, you want to post your thought leadership insights on a regular basis. So remember, we said weekly. The more you do that, and I'm not going to get too far into marketing or anything, but SEO, search engine optimization, is something that is needed, whether you're trying to build your influence, your visibility, or your business. And so by creating content that you share on a regular basis, it helps you optimize your brand, your message, and get it into the place that you need it to be in. So I want you to make sure you're consistent there. Also, for business, it's time to automate. So what are the things you do in business? What are the tools you can use to help you stay visible consistently? I was able to really dump my brand and create an AI agent that thinks like me, writes like me. I updated thousands of pieces of content and things like that. So it really understood my voice and got really clear. So I no longer have to, stare at a blank sheet of paper when I want to create a blog post. I already know what my thought leadership is, what I want to talk about. And so that's one of the things that I automated in my business, because I really like writing for my clients, not for myself. So I automated my social media content. May not be the best thing to do. And sometimes I need to, edit it and interject based on what's going on. But it allows me to, write in the same tool that I run everything else in my business. I can schedule a post ahead of time, up to 90 days in advance, so that I don't have to think about that all the time. Visibility equals credibility. So you show up more, you stand out more. It's simple. So you have to ensure that you are where your audience is. All right, so step 5, prepare your opportunities. And I say raise and revenue. Okay, so whether you're looking for a raise or you're looking for an increase in revenue in your business, this is where you really start to prepare those opportunities for your career. I want you to practice. I want you to quantify your impact and share your success stories. One of my favorite mentors, she wouldn't even know that she, was just valued and watched by me. Her name is Carla Harris. She's a very powerful Black woman on Wall Street. She later joined the board at Walmart, and I had the fortune to hear her talk multiple times. But as a Black woman, she said that, people weren't seeing her for who she really was. They were creating her story for her. And it's when she learned to use the very words that they thought she wasn't, to frame who she was. She literally changed the trajectory. She changed what they thought about her by putting their words in their own mouths, right? So by quantifying the impact and sharing what she did, sharing what she brought to the table, not only was she able to, elevate her brand and be seen across the board, but it helped open up additional opportunities for her. And so when it comes to your brand, I want you to curate. I want you to create a portfolio of articles, of speaking clips. There's a lot of great tools, a lot of great AI tools as well, where you can then repurpose this content and shorten it and turn it into lessons or courses or articles or whatever it is that you really want to create. And this is what I help my clients do. I help them create a portfolio of their brand and stories and messaging, key messages that align with who they are. As a business at this stage, I want you to really start to package. Make sure you have clear offers of what you do, what you bring to the table, the transformation that you can create for your clients, and make sure your pricing is transparent and the outcomes are transparent as well. Preparation makes promotion inevitable. So make sure you do not skip the prep stage. We're about to land the plane. So step 6 is all about elevating your presence. Leading with authority is super important, that you show up with authority, credibility, and knowledge so that others listen to what you have to say. So executive presence in your career is really having confidence and clarity in your communications. Expanding your brand by positioning yourself on podcasts, panels, creating press releases, or getting on other people's stages like this one that Natalia created for us. With your business, I want you to collaborate. Lead teams and initiatives with clarity and vision, even if you do not have a client, so to speak, yet. I want you to envision how you're going to lead that client once you get them. It's when you have that clarity and that vision, it allows you to really see the journey that you'll take them on and be able to communicate that transformation more clearly. Presence is power. It's how others experience your leadership. So I want you to lead with power and elevate your presence. All right. And then finally, this is the exciting step. It's time to launch. And so when you launch your plan, I like to call it boss loading. And it's a funny play on words, but we become an entrepreneur or a business owner because we don't want a boss anymore. But I need you to think about how you're showing up as a business owner without a boss. Are you working as hard for yourself as you would for someone else? And, so I'm going to skip down to the business step. And you really want to think about how can you systemize your sales, your onboarding, your delivery, your check-ins, your fulfillment, and make sure that you're, planning that work and you have it in the right systems and tools and processes to really, you don't want to reinvent the wheel every time you get a new client. And so by having these systems and processes, that allows you to move faster. To launch your plan in your career, I want you to create a 90-day Propel plan with measurable goals and KPIs. So key performance indicators. What does success really look like? How will you know? If you're familiar with the term SMART goals, stands for specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. So if you create goals that follow that SMART mantra, then it allows you to really know when you've made it and what else you need to do to get there, or how close you are. With your brand, I want you to really start scheduling consistent visibility, create quarterly milestones where you're checking back on your progress, seeing your network, seeing your engagement numbers, reviewing your analytics, and, maybe figuring out how you can move things around to focus more on the platforms and channels and ads that are working for you. All right, now I know I've gone through this really fast and there's a lot of information, but sustained action builds unstoppable momentum. For those of you who got something out of this and you want to figure out what's next, you can join the She Propels community. I will personally walk you through this framework on a weekly basis. And you know what? I wasn't supposed to show this screen until I picked a winner, but given the time, what I'll do is I'll announce who the winner, I'll let Natalia know who the winner is, and I'll also reach out to them directly. So for those that have joined the She Propels community, I will select a winner and let you know. And now I probably need to tell you what you've won. So what we're going to do is we're going to start in November, on November 3rd, a 7-week accelerator. I'm calling it the She Propels Bootcamp. Okay, and there's 3 tracks, just like we talked about. So you could take the career track, the brand track, or the business track. And so each week we'll walk through the very things that you need to do and get in place, and you'll have resources and courses and coaching, whether it's in a group format or also along with me. I'll help you really get clarity on your career, on your brand, or in your business, and really help you map out the job market, map out your audience, or identify your ideal client and pricing. And so you can see the 7 steps and what we will do each week. This is something that I absolutely love doing. I have several other programs, but I've kind of redesigned this program just for us, just for women, because we need support in different ways so that we can show up authentic, so we can show up real, and so that we can manage all of the 50 million things that we have to do with when it comes to family and, career and brand and business and all of that. I want you to show up and I want you to shine. So if you are excited about what the possibilities are, I encourage you to join the She Propels community. And reach out to me. There's links once you get into the community on how you can join each of these. We'll have weekly sessions for 7 weeks. For those of you who are really interested in doing everything, I want a complete makeover, I did create a She Propels Total Makeover, and that combines all of the tracks. And so it's a very steep discount if that's something that you're interested in. But I'd recommend that we just connect. So join the community, let's connect, let's talk, let's figure out that strategy and how I can help you get propelled. So here's the final QR code that I will share with you, where you'll save an additional $500 off those plans. And I've already deeply discounted the total makeover plan. Once you get into the She Propels community, you'll notice the links here on the right-hand side where you can join. And then you'll also notice a chat button in the top right, and you can literally reach out to me and we can schedule some time to kind of walk through your unique situation and what support you need. If you're not interested in joining the community, but you do want to talk, I will leave the QR code up there so we can connect, download my information, and I look forward to helping you embrace your power, elevate your presence, and expand your platform. Thanks. I'm Coach Tamara.
Oh, that was amazing, Coach Tamara. That was really, really brilliant. Even for me, when I think about what I do building funnels, you can't build a funnel or a user journey unless you understand your brand and who you are. And for many of us, you know, we've already started a business, we're growing it, and that sometimes can be the disconnect. It means you're building a business on a house of cards, is what I call it. It's not a strong foundation. And if you are in a place where maybe it's just kind of like, oh my gosh, I've got some clients, I can't get to where I need to be, you really do need to think about connecting with Tamara. Make sure you scan that QR code. We're going to be making sure, by the way, anybody that's listening live, please make sure, let me put the QR code up. You go onto our platform and opt in, because what it means is that you will get access every day to our platform, but you'll also get access to all 100 masterclasses after the summit. And what we're going to be doing is putting all the offers from coaches available so you can see them all. So don't be worried if you feel like you've missed them. Also, you can check Tamara out on social media. But if there's something that's not quite connecting, what I mean by that is that, you know, you are getting some customers. There just seems to be a blockage, maybe. I don't know. It's your messaging and how your audience is taking it. Anything where you feel like you're doing everything that you should and everything sell up, and maybe you're not pushing ahead and getting the results that you need, this is definitely someone that you need to reach out to. I just really love that. I'll tell you what else I love about you, Tamara. It's the red. I just feel like it's just your signature color.
It is.
I wear a lot of black. It's surprising I'm even in white today. And my kids always say, Mummy, what's your favorite color? And I always say red, but I never wear it. You just look fabulous. And you always do. You are just always so well put together, and it echoes with the work that you do. You communicate a message, even just as yourself, with who you are. So if you need help with that, make sure you check out Coach Tamara. The replays are available. Scan the QR code. Make sure you get access to our platform. There's going to be a lot of people watching the replay on this. Make sure you still scan the QR codes that Coach Tamara gave you. They are very much still alive, should I say. They're still on offer, so make sure you click. We go on to another 6-week campaign of promoting this. Once we finish, this then goes onto a platform where you can then access all 100 masterclasses. So make sure you scan the QR code right above me. You go onto our platform and you will get the links for tomorrow, for Saturday, and you'll also get a link that will give you all 100 masterclasses and the amazing offers that we've all given you. Right, Coach Tamara, thank you so much. It was a pleasure.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, and I've got no doubt that we're going to be hanging out with each other.
I know. I see it already. Like, I'm excited about that, how we can, work together to take each other to the next level as well. So I love that. I love that sense of community that you've created. So thank you.
Yeah, and I can't remember who said it today. It was Savannah. Yeah, it was Savannah. Sorry, there's been some great speakers today. It's okay to be part of more than one community. You can be a part of a community for different reasons. Okay, Coach Tamara's community very much is the community that comes before us in terms of building funnels. Does that make sense? It's also if you're discovering your why. But I know even me as a seasoned entrepreneur, I've had to come back to what Coach Tamara teaches. If I was to be honest with you, Tamara, a few times.
Yeah,
I'm gonna keep it real a few times,
and I have too, and I teach it. And yeah, it's something that if you create your brand and you leave it stale, then you're not doing yourself any justice, because the world is changing, everything is evolving, and you have to stay relevant, you have to stay fresh.
Yeah, and that is the truth. And I think with technology now and AI, it's just moving so fast.
Yeah.
Could you imagine tomorrow, that my kids didn't actually know what a CD was. Like, had no clue. No clue.
I can't imagine. I've had those conversations with my kids, and I find it amazing. Like, really, am I failing as a parent that I'm not teaching them all these things?
It's just really weird. It's that bad that over the summer holidays, they've got something called the Transport Museum in London. I'm sure New York's got one as well. And do you know the last subway tube that we looked at? I remember it when I was younger. It had wooden floors. You know, you think, oh no, it's in a museum. It's like, yeah. So the world is changing, and we do need to revisit it.
Definitely.
I've had to do it many a times, changing my brand. But Coach Shamira, thank you so much for your time.
Thank
I will let
you.
you go because you've given us a wealth of information. Round of applause, and I look forward to seeing you in the future. Take care.
Absolutely. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right, if you are here and you are live with me, as you can see, I am really blocked up right now. But it's been an amazing day 4. So within the next about 5 minutes, we should have Coach Vanetta coming on stage. Just to let you know, we had a speaker that beyond due to unfortunate circumstances, won't be able to make it, but she will be rescheduled and coming back. So our next speaker is Vanetta. What we are going to do, I am going to do the competition, first of all. If you want to win a free program with us, we're going to be dropping keywords every day. I've dropped them, I think, 3 times already today. All you've got to do is drop it into a Google form, submit it, and you will go into a prize draw of getting a complimentary space on either our funnel program or our coaching mastery program. So all you got to do is write down the keywords I'm about to say. At the end of the last session, I'm going to give a QR code to a Google form. All you got to do is submit those keywords and boom, you are into the prize draw. So let's go through the keywords. Sorry, that hand you see coming at you is just me changing my screen so I can read the keywords, by the way. So the keywords are day 4, authenticity, funnel, engagement, adaptable, and opportunity. Those are the keywords today. That's our competition. Like I said, at the end of the last speaker talk today, we will be giving you a link to a Google form. You're just going to drop those keywords in there. I've already dropped them already 3 times today already. Once the Google form is ready, drop the keywords in there and you will enter into a prize draw. Right, bear with me one moment. We are just going to see if our next guest is in the studio, because we had a little bit of a schedule change. There is a speaker that, due to unforeseen circumstances, is not going to be able to come on, but she will be back on another day. I'm not going to say who it is. So let's just see if our next guest is here. Right, so our next guest is Vanetta, and she will be on at her scheduled time that we planned, which is 9 p.m., which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. So in the meantime, I have had a number of messages just talking about people where I am from the world of everything digital, has been actually asking just about website and softwares. We do weekly masterclasses that will start in November. We call them Lunch and Learns, but the funny thing is that we're going to have to change the name. Any suggestions on names, we welcome them. So they're called Lunch and Learn, and they go live at lunchtime. The problem is as our community grows, many of you are on different time zones. So what do you call a Lunch and Learn on different time zones? Any ideas, please put it in the chat. We would love to hear. We're calling it the Lunch and Learn now. We're going to go back to an episode that I've previously done all about websites. So hopefully you'll get immense value from this. And yeah, many of you are either launching a business or you're relaunching. Maybe you've had a website for a really long time and it's kind of like, where do I start? And it is the start of your digital process. And then what we're also going to do is watch a podcast from one of our guests that are on our lineup. So again, the QR code on the screen above me, there you go. That gives you direct access to our platform where you can view all the masterclasses that are about to follow. Even though Vanetta is our last live session for the day, there are some fabulous masterclasses that are going to continue. However, we stop streaming live and you can just go straight onto the platform. So please make sure you scan the QR code in the top left hand of the screen so you can get onto our direct platform, for day 4 of the top most powerful Black Women Summit. You'll also automatically be emailed tomorrow with a link, and we'll also have all your details to be able to send you the 100 master classes. Gosh, I'm really blocked up. Sorry about that. So without further ado, I am going to bring you into one of our weekly masterclasses all about how to build out your website. %30 of coaches make 6 figures and over. So 70% of coaches are sitting under that 6 figures. And one of the reasons is because... Hi, I'm Natalia Nicholson, founder of Women in Digital Business, where we empower underrepresented women to thrive in the digital world. Welcome to the weekly Lunch and Learn. My name is Natalia Nicholson and I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business. Every Tuesday we come to you with nuggets of information to help you in your journey to become more visible online and be able to make connections and really be able to level up your business and attract more of an audience base by using the internet. We've been hearing this since the early 2000s for so many of you about being visible online and using the internet. And for the first time ever, I feel like this year in 2025, content is really geared towards what people find interesting. The channels and the algorithm now show content based on what people's interests are. This has never really happened before. So if there was any a time to really get yourself out there, get your confidence up and get visible and start making human connections online, it's now. You have got a whole array of an audience waiting for you and you can even break into global markets. Here in this community, what we're going to teach you is how do you create a brand, how do you create automation, how do you create a product, how do you create a service, how do you create all the content assets to make people trust you, get to know, like and buy from you. All of this communication exchange now happens online on various channels. It's your job to make sure that you're doing the right things to make sure that you're visible, but your audience trusts you. What do I mean by that? Okay, no one wants to see a URL that's got loads of percentage signs and numbers, or it's got a platform's URL and not even the name of your business. Nobody wants to see a Yahoo, Hotmail, Gmail account and not an email address that's got your company business name on it. People go onto your socials and they expect it to have a particular look and feel. People expect to see content assets in a particular way for them to know, okay, you're proper and really be able to trust you and buy from you. That leads me nicely as a segue of what today's Lunch and Learner is about. It's all about building out your website. So many of you could be getting into being a coach, speaker, consultant, selling a digital product, content creator, maybe a physical product, maybe some of you are into e-commerce, which is a little bit different, if I was to be honest with you, in terms of your website. And I think we might do another Lunch and Learn just for those who are in e-commerce, because obviously you're selling your product on there. But essentially, many of you are in this space and you've either not got a website, or maybe you've been trading for a long time and you have got a website, but it needs to be updated and it needs to come into whatever you want to call it, 2025, 2026, whatever the case may be. And today I'm really here to talk to you about websites. The functionality of websites has very much changed. When the internet first started, it was very much about, it was more about e-commerce. It was about selling items online and making things more accessible. In 2025, we've watched Amazon go from just selling books to now selling everything you could possibly think that you need and have it delivered to your door. We have seen brands that we've grown up with on our high street, our local malls, our local shopping centre close down, and they've now all gone online, these platforms, okay? So you got to think to yourself, what has been that shift in websites? So whereas before a website was launched to specifically sell something, you would add it to your cart, you would go to the checkout, it's very much changed. It's not just for e-commerce. Any business that's going to be established or known needs to have a website. And we've known that for a while. So not to meaning for us to teach any of you how to suck eggs. But what has changed is that the website has very much become a part of your brand. Okay, a lot of times, ladies, you have to think like, how do you use services? How do you use websites? Because sometimes as entrepreneurs, I think we forget that. A lot of times you will go onto someone's website to check out they are who they say they are. Any of you that might hang out on socials, like, I don't know how it happened, but I actually buy quite a lot of stuff from TikTok. I never thought that day would come or happen, but I do. I just recently ordered a whole load of toilet paper, and I'm sure many of you order toilet paper, kitchen paper and Blue Roll from TikTok, amongst a whole load of other things. Oat milk machine maker I think I've bought. But ultimately, I might discover that product on a social channel like TikTok, but then I'm going to have to go over to maybe a website to order, or actually I can actually order from a TikTok store. This is just an example. But before I order from that TikTok store, what am I going to do if I've never heard of someone or I don't know they exist in this day and age? I'm going to stalk them. I'm either going to drop their details into Google. It's going to tell me who they are, what social channels they've got, what website there is. So a website is really there as a part of your brand to build trust. Once you've made someone aware of what you do, which is usually going to be through either search or on social media, where maybe you've been recommended or you've seen a post or something, the next thing you're going to do as a customer is go to that consideration stage, also known as the engagement stage. And what you're now going to do is you're going to do some research on, this looks good, I'm considering it, but how do I know this person is reputable? Okay, so what do? You go onto Google. What's Google going to spit out to you? What's the search engine results page going to do when you research a company or a person that you're thinking of buying from? They're going to give you their website address. You now go onto their website, and your job is now you're going to think, okay, let me take a look at this. And that's when you'll think, oh, Gmail. Well, they can't be very big. That must be quite a small company, maybe a one-man band. Oh, I do like supporting smaller businesses, but how do I know they're going to send my goods out? Am I even covered? And even though I'm talking about goods, this goes for services as well. Okay, I might look at the URL and I think, oh, a Wix website. Well, they haven't even got their own name website. You can build a website on Wix and you can have your own domain, but it should link to that domain. These are all little telltale signs, like a mobile telephone number, not a landline. In fact, if you don't need to have a landline, you just don't need to have a number on there full stop. You know, to put a mobile on there can sometimes, maybe depending on what you're selling, break trust. So people are going to go on your website to figure out who you are and what you do. So they're going to judge pages that don't load properly. They're going to judge, if the user experience and the layout isn't quite there. Okay, they're going to judge if pictures don't quite look right or they're not up to speed. So if you're going to put your website together, remember, this is a part of your brand. It's as important, if not more important, than a logo. So the days of just having a logo, having a slogan, they're gone. You're going to have that website to build trust. Now, let's move on from here. And we're going to get onto software, by the way, so don't go nowhere. So now it's kind of like, okay, you're going to have to add this great website. It doesn't have to be great and cost loads and loads of money. You can build a website yourself in this day and age. And like I said, we're going to look at the software shortly. But now you've got to think to yourself, okay, how do I push traffic to my website? So what can often happen with a lot of businesses is that you might be doing, LinkedIn lead generation. You might be doing some meta ads. You might have a really great community and following on Instagram. It could be that, you've got a YouTube channel. Maybe you do search engine optimization where people find you. Maybe you're a guest blogger. Maybe you've got a podcast. There's so many different ways that you can make your audience aware of you and engage with you. And quite often, many people that haven't got a website or they're updating their website will think, okay, if I've got a website, I'm going to sell more. That's a common misconception. I've got somewhere to push them that I can tell them about myself. The only problem with that is once they go to your website is usually a reflection of everything you do and who you are. So most websites are going to have a homepage. After a homepage, they're going to probably have an About Us page. Then they might have a services page. They have a blog page and a contact us page. At the bare minimum, those are the 5 tabs that you're going to find, or the burger bar, 3 lines that you see. And remember, that's all user experience. That burger line, when you see the 3 lines, you know that's a menu and you click on it. These are the things that make us familiar with technology we take for granted. So worst ways, you're going to have a minimum of your 5 tabs. On that homepage, it's going to say what you do, the about page, maybe the people in your organization, your why you exist, things that are about you. Your blog, the more blogs you write, you're going to get search engine optimization. You might even have a page that says services, and it's going to have everything you offer. So your website is really for the whole of your target audience, and you targeting everyone. Okay, so to sell online successfully, you can't target everybody the same way. Everybody's got a target audience, but I talk about this a lot. Within your target audience, you've got different segments. And if you haven't done it already, it's work that you've got to do on your business. You have to say, this is my target audience, and this is the segments that belong to my target audience. So I always say to people, if I had a business selling bags to mums, what type of mums am I selling to? You've got mums that have got newborn babies, mums that have got variable age kids, you've got mums that go to work, you've got stay-at-home mums that might homeschool their children. I don't know, you've got different types of mums. So you've got to decide which segments am I going to focus on within my target audience of mums, because there's different types of mums. So your website is for everybody. It's a snapshot of what you do. So for you to push someone for maybe a podcast that's for a particular segment of your audience, lead generation on LinkedIn that's for a particular segment of your audience. Maybe you do B2C and B2B. So you've got an audience on LinkedIn, but you've also got an audience and following and presence on Instagram. If you're pushing everybody to your website and you think that by launching a new website, you're going to be able to sell to everyone when you've got to be really broad on your website, what do you think is going to happen in terms of when you push traffic? So a common misconception is there's many businesses, and I mean big businesses that turn over millions. I've consulted and been in many of them. No word of a lie. They'll build out this really fancy website that shows everything that they do. And then they'll say, let's run some Facebook ads. Let's run some meta ads. So they're now running ads on Instagram and Facebook, and they're pushing people to their brand new, lovely looking website. Now, if you've got different segments, you're now pushing someone everywhere, but I've now got to read through everything on your homepage. I've got to figure out who you are and go through your About Us. Then I've got to look through all of your services and think about, well, which service could be for me. Now, if you've made someone aware of you and I'm possibly thinking about buying from you, so let me even give you an example. I love a holiday. So if I'm looking for a holiday, I love going to the Caribbean. Okay, now I've seen something on an ad that says you've got some amazing discount going for places to the Caribbean. But now when I get to this travel website, I'm seeing the Far East, Europe, Africa. I'm seeing the Caribbean, Australia. Then I go into the Caribbean, I'm seeing all these different types of islands. I'm having to find and navigate my way through your website just for me to find all the information that I want. In this day and age, we have got a brain like a goldfish brain. For me to do all of that, I'm kind of now feeling like, you know what, I'll come back to this. This is a lot. I've got to sift through everything on your website to find the right thing for me. Now think about it. As a consumer, is that my job to have to sift through your whole website, and especially if the user experience isn't there, for me to find the information? What do you think the prospect is going to do? They're going to lose interest, and they're either going to go somewhere else, do some research, possibly go to a competitor, or go somewhere that's going to save time for them. In this world, we have seen the rise of businesses due to convenience. Okay, Uber is a brilliant example. The convenience of being able to pick up your phone and order a taxi through an app. Uber's website just exists to tell people what they do, the business of their model, how they do it. It's there to tell them tell the world about who they are. Your website is an extension of your brand, and in this day and age, it's where someone's going to go and check out to consider whether they're actually going to buy from you or use your services. You really need to bear that in mind. So it's important that when you're thinking about a website, you're also going to have to think about, how do I build out individual web pages for each one of my customer segments, and how do I collect their details? It goes right back to the funnel again. And if you don't understand what a funnel is, you need to check the video out where you understand that a funnel is just the user journey. And that user journey is all the digital touch prints that you're going to put together that go from awareness to consideration to subscription, someone subscribing to you and you collecting their details, nurturing that, actually buying from you, getting a prospect excited, upselling more products and services, getting brand ambassadors to get user-generated content and feed that back down again. Your website very much sits in that awareness and consideration. It's something I'm going to go and check out. This is why websites are becoming more and more visual. You don't need loads of text because no one's reading everything on your website, because your website is to give your audience a feel of who you are, what you do, and help them to decide to move on to that next touch point that says, okay, I want to buy. And that I want to buy needs to go to a page, that specific customer segment that is saying, okay, this is for me. So when we're thinking about websites, we need to get in our mindset. So now I want to touch on the technology, the software. In this day and age, you don't need to spend thousands anymore on getting a web designer to build your website. If you was going to pay any type of fee for your website, I would actually get a copywriter that knows how to connect with your audience, and the copy that you have got on there, you're sending out the right message. If I had a penny for when I'm looking someone up to figure out what they do and I go on their website and I'm just completely confused, I'm like, okay, what do you actually do? I'm going to challenge all of you that's listening to this actually. I want you to pick at least 5. If you can pick 10, that's great. But I want you to pick 5 direct competitors and indirect competitors to you. And I want you to go onto their website, and I want you to just go onto their homepage, and I want you to see if you can ascertain thousands for so many of you. Sorry about that, ladies. Let me come back. So, I want you to go away and check out some competitors on your website just to see what they look like. And again, if you would like that audit, the QR code, should I say, is on the screen. If you would like an audit of your website, the QR code is on your screen. To listen to more, to find out more about your website, please go and look at our YouTube channel, Natalia Official. So, as you know, beyond unforeseen circumstances, we had a coach that couldn't make it, but she's going to be here tomorrow. Please do stick around because we've got Vanessa coming up at 9 p.m. UK time, which is 4 p.m. Eastern time. In the meantime, what we're going to do for the next 45 minutes is we have a speaker called Frida. Frida is a speaker that's going to be on the panel. On the panel is going to be on the agenda tomorrow. Okay, and Frida is just like a breath of fresh air. She reminds us all of where, we're coming from. When I say where we are coming from, like as a people, her story is just so touching, and she's paved the way for so many of us. And I think we need to remember that those of us that are first, second, or third generation living in another country, particularly that be it the Americas, Canada, Europe, the UK, some of us even in Australia, I think we need to remember what those not come before us. I'm making poor Frida seem like she's ancient, and she's not at all. But it's just like what the different generations had to have done to give us a platform that we've got now, which is why it's so important that we are owning our own tables. It's really important that we are leveling up. So I had a podcast with Frida. Frida was speaking at the Oxford University. She was in London, which is absolutely fabulous because she resides in Texas. And we got to hang out and we got to do a live podcast together. So Frida is on our agenda tomorrow. So please make sure you check out her masterclass. And I just want to introduce you to her so you can find out a little bit more about her. Please make sure you join our platform. QR code is in the top of the screen up there. By doing that, it means that you're live onto the platform. You'll get a notification for tomorrow for day 5, and Frida's going to be on day 5. And you'll also be able to access all the replays and access all the classes as all 100 will be going onto one platform. So, without further ado, I just want to take a glimpse before our next speaker comes on, which is the wonderful Vanessa, who's going to be talking all about burnout. I just want to take a look at this podcast so you can get a feel for Frida. She really inspired me. Oh, what have I done with Frida's podcast? Yep, here we go. Welcome to Spotlight Voices. My name is Natalia Nicholson and I'm the founder of Women in Digital Business, and we present to you our annual summit called Top 100 Most Powerful Black Women Summit. So every twice a year we feature 100 women, yes, 100 women delivering masterclasses from business to health to leadership to counselling, to therapy, to business and digitalisation, to AI, you name it. Everything in life that we have to work through in terms to be successful as black female entrepreneurs and those really striving to get to a place where they want to be. And it's a conference that happens and we have the best of 100 women that have real stories that you can connect with, stories that can really help you along in your journey. Very often when we're listening to people that have been through life, who are offering wisdom, who are teaching us and helping us to get along, they're very much sitting in a place where they've reached autonomy. They've reached where they need to be to. And sometimes when we're speaking to teach, we can often sometimes speak from that place. So it's important for us to make sure that we bring speakers to you and we bring stories to you that are real, by real women that have gone through real stuff that can really help you in your journey and pass that wisdom and knowledge along as black women, and we create our own space. So this is a place where we're creating our own tables and we're no longer waiting for someone to come along and give us what it is that we want. We're creating our own space. So I just want to say welcome. So we have got the amazing Frida Minor with us today. Her story is absolutely incredible, and even when I first spoke to her, the wisdom that she put on me and just seeing things for what they are. So today I have the absolute honour of introducing the incredible woman whose journey embodies resilience, reinvention and leadership. Dr. Frida Minor began her career in corporate Kenya before moving to Botswana for her children's future. Eventually, she made the bold leap to the United States of America, where she retained a doctorship and went on to work in government immigration. Now based in Texas, she is building a farm, which I think is absolutely amazing, and living out her vision for food and living off her land and creating a legacy, while continuing to inspiring audiences with her story of courage, purpose and transformation. Frida has a PhD in leadership and honorary, and it also has a PhD in humanitarianism. And she will also be speaking, well actually Frida has spoken at the Oxford University, which is why she is here with me in London. So Frida just doesn't talk about change, she lives it. Her story is about her story is a powerful reminder for every first generation woman, every mother, every leader, that no matter where you are, you can start and build life with purpose, impact and empowerment. So please welcome Frida Minor.
Thank you so much. It's really amazing and a great honor to be sitting here with you, Natalie, because how we met online is also another digital miracle. And here we are. And I admire your entrepreneuring, and not just for yourself, but also passing on your wisdom to other women. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Oh, you are more than welcome. So Frida, we don't get to do many live interviews. It was amazing that, imagine that we could meet on a call, and this is the power of the internet and digitalization.
Right.
I approached Frida because I thought she'd make an excellent speaker, and then when we got on a call, we just connected straight away. So could you tell the audience exactly what you shared with me and just a little bit about your story coming from Kenya and to where you are? Snapshot.
Oh, thank you so much for again an opportunity to be a storyteller. and an archiver of history, because I'm a walking history book, because I was born before Kenya was actually independent from British colonial rule. And because of that, we had nothing. The country had been plundered, and so we had to start almost from scratch. Our parents were going back to their land from the village where they had been restricted to stay, and they were going back for the first time when I was a child. And as they're going back, they're rebuilding their land, they're rebuilding their animals and their animal shelters and so forth. Education wasn't something they were thinking about. It was survival mode. But my parents, luckily, were thinking about education. And they thought, because they did not have property where the children could inherit, they said anybody wanting to go to school, they were going to be very supportive. And so I got into school, and I loved it. And I loved especially reading and writing. And although it was in a foreign language that I didn't totally understand, I just embraced it. And so I started learning English, and then went to high school, and I studied more English and literature, and then I went to senior high school. And then from there, I started teaching after I graduated from high school. And those days, there were only 3 careers that women could get into: teaching, nursing, and secretary.
Right.
So, but secretary had, gained some bad, rep. So my sister took nursing, I took teaching. So as I was learning to teach, I started learning how to design teaching even before I went to college. Right. So I started doing public speaking even before I went to college. Then I went to college, and now formally was trained on how to speak publicly, how to teach, how to design curriculum, how to deliver, speaking engagements and stuff like that. And then from there, I decided, to be the best teacher there was. I wanted to be that great teacher that students look back at and remember.
Because we impact a lot of people's lives through teaching.
Today, if I count the millions of students I've impacted, there are many. Whether it is in Kenya, Botswana, here in the US, here in the UK, I have impacted a lot of young people. And that, I started looking back and decided, wow, what else can I do for myself? I can't be a teacher all my life. So I went back to school and I studied, masters in business. Because I was thinking, let me start my own business very early so that the day I retire, I will already have build my business.
See, I found that really interesting.
Yes.
See, no one taught me about retirement. My parents didn't teach me about retirement. I don't know for those of you who are listening, if you're in the same boat as me. When you're young, you think you've got all the time in the world, and you don't think about retirement. And I think that's a big shift with the younger generation. We're not thinking about the end road enough and what it is that we want to build to. Right. And actually, retirement is really important because you don't want to retire and not have wealth.
Exactly. I had actually a dream of retiring at 50. It didn't happen, but many things happened that were great, that have driven me towards my, and I wouldn't call it retirement per se, because you don't just quit a job, you transition into something you like to do. And so, as I was working in Kenya using my MBA, I thought, well, maybe let me try another economy and see whether I'm going to be paid better for the sake of my children. So I moved to Botswana.
And imagine that, Frida, in this day and age, you can move economies through the internet.
Right.
Back then, the courage that it would have taken, have to pick your stuff up, pack yourself up.
Yep.
And I don't think the next generation, many of us don't realise how much easier it is, even though it might seem like it's hard. That's what I love about this story. Sorry, I had to point that out.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, we were doing it the hard way. Because, like Natalie is saying, you moved yourself. Mm-hmm. Today, I'm here because I met Natalie, over internet. You can do great businesses, you can build an empire over the internet without ever having met your client face to face. But because I was coming to London, we thought it was a good idea for me and Natalie to meet face to face. which is really just magical, because you see someone on the screen, and now here we are, we can see each other face to face.
And we're sharing it
And
with
we're
you.
sharing, and we're sharing with the world.
Yeah.
Yes, and the best thing about it, having been a teacher in a small classroom of maybe 25 to 50 students, now I teach thousands just sitting here. And like last Saturday, I taught about 600 students, and they were spread across different campuses, which was different from what I was always doing, either teaching in a classroom, whether it was high school, or teaching in a classroom at a university. But now I can teach from my house, from my studio, and I can teach the whole world.
Yeah.
And this is really amazing, because this is where the economy is going. The economy is not just, or brick and mortar. It's not just on the physical planet. It can be virtual, and we can be everywhere. And that is what, became my pivoting point.
So what was it that made you think, I'm going to change economy, and what made you choose Botswana from Kenya?
One, I knew in Kenya I wasn't being paid how much I thought I was worth, or I knew I was worth. I had done my, research, because I used to guide students on going to university or seeking for a job. So I knew the market very well, and I knew someone with my experience and my education and my skills, how much they should have been paid. But even when I was in corporate world in Kenya, I wasn't being paid close to anything that I thought I was.
I think we're still suffering from that problem today.
Yes, I think we are. And so I moved to Botswana, and I was paid quite a decent amount compared to what I was getting in Kenya. But while I was there, my daughter wanted to go to university in the US. So it was like, okay, another pivoting point. Well, how do we get there?
Yeah.
So my daughter applied for university, and she got a sponsor to help her for 1 year. So she moved while I was still in Botswana with a brother who was still in high school.
Wow.
So
you had to split, you had to separate.
So we were separated now.
Right.
So as we are separated, I got a dream that now that my daughter has gone to the US, we should all relocate and go to the US so that we are not separated. But it took many years, maybe 5 years, to concretize that dream.
Right.
Then I remembered, the Department of State in the US usually gives green cards. It's not free, but you get that opportunity. You have to play the lottery to win that green card.
See, I've heard of this green card lottery all the time from growing up. Obviously, I'm from the Caribbean, and we all disperse to different parts of the world. So I've always heard of this green card lottery. And I'm going to let you say it. I'm still in absolute awe of the fact that
I won.
Yeah. I don't know anybody that's won the green card lottery, so I feel a pleasure to be connected to you just for that alone.
What are the odds?
Yeah.
Of I'm in Botswana, not even in Kenya, and I decided to apply for that lottery green card. And before I did it, it was April. I remember very well. I told my son, get ready, because we are going to go to the US, improve your grades, because that's where you're going to go to college. And I wrote it down on a white flashcard. And I put it behind my bedroom door. And then I waited for October, because the green card application started in October through November. So come October, I applied. Then you have to wait until the next year, in May.
Next year?
In May, to know the results.
Right, didn't
So
realise that.
you're waiting, and then you get the results, and I had won. And I had won,
Amen.
So the rest was just preparation. So for me, change has always been an opportunity for growth.
Yeah.
Has always been an opportunity for transformation. So whenever I am at a point that is like a crossroad, I'm excited. But this is from experience.
Right, okay.
From experience, because every time I found myself at a crossroad, something big, a major change that would transform me and my family happened. And it was always great change. And so now we embrace change so much in my family because of that experience.
And the thing about life and business and entrepreneurship, you have to learn how to pivot. You have to get used to change. And I'm always saying you have to get used to being uncomfortable.
Yes.
If you're comfortable,
you're not growing. You're not growing.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable, you're not growing. And if the dream you're dreaming doesn't scare you, it's not big enough. And I'm not saying this just, for the sake of it. It's because I knew when I was in Kenya the kind of dreams I was dreaming. They were just small dreams, but they were coming true. That's why I decided from that confidence, I'm going to expand my dreams. And so one day I decided, okay, now that I didn't start my business in Kenya or Botswana, I'm in the US, I'm going to start my business. And I'll keep growing it even as I'm working full time, so that by the time I decide I don't want to work full time anymore for someone else.
So you bootstrapped your business then?
So my business will have flourished.
Yeah.
And I wasn't dreaming of something small. I was going to start a university. And I was going to start it online. So I started that, and I would be offering small classes here and there, free, so that I test my system. And I mounted my virtual university. And because I'm good at designing courses, it was very easy. I would just design them and then mount them on the system. And then came AI. That made my life very easy.
Oh, I think AI was built for our generation, Frida.
I think it was.
Yeah.
Because, can you imagine, when I started teaching on a blackboard on a wall and white chalk that made screeching noises and gave me so much coughing because of the dust. And then when it came to exams, I would type them using a typewriter and make a copy using some machine that would cycle-style that paper so that I could make copies for my students. And by the time I'm done and going to administer the exam, my hands are all black from the black ink. Today,
could you imagine that?
I don't even touch paper.
Yeah.
Even when I grade, I tell my students, I don't grade paperwork.
Yeah.
I set it up online, and I can go online and I can grade it there. They can see it. They can actually collaborate with me even as I'm grading. We can work together.
Even just as simple as Google Docs. I can write a document, share it with you, and we can collaborate on it together.
And correct it or expand it.
Yeah, and I don't think we've realised how much the world has moved on in a very short space of time. Because I feel like all of this has happened in the last, I would say 5 years maximum, if that. AI, I would probably say it's about the last 3 years. It really has revolutionised. Mm-hmm. And we keep saying, where did it come from? Predictive text on our phone, Google Docs. We've been prepared, spell checkers. They've been preparing us for this for quite some time. Yeah. We just haven't realised it.
We haven't tapped into it.
No, we haven't. Yeah. And I truly believe that AI is something that's come to play that's going to create a new generation of wealth. And for those that can see innovation and those that can understand how to use it, they're going to be able to level up the game.
Yes. So when I discovered education technology, I was just amazed, and then I was just excited, and I embraced it. And took a master's in instruction technology.
Did you? Oh, wow! I didn't actually know. So, okay, we've got I feel like about 3 PhDs now and a master's.
Actually, I have 3 masters, 2 PhDs.
Right, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And maybe you're right about another PhD, because there's a master's that I could turn into a PhD that I haven't completed. But it's good to always have something at the back burner that you haven't completed. So I'm not perfect. So anyway, so I come to the US, I start my school, and I am now just borrowing all the technology that I was learning from that master's. But technology is growing and changing such that even what I learned in class was obsolete in a few years. And then came COVID, and it blew up everything. Because everything went online. Zoom started actually becoming, a traded company even before they had.
I wish I had shares in it, Frida, if you want me to be honest with you.
I really do wish I had bought. Instead of buying shares, I simply bought onto the system so that I could now be talking to my students using Zoom.
Yeah.
And I even before people knew what Zoom was, I was on it, but I didn't buy shares. Well, regrets. However, no regret, because that system has helped me tap, into audiences that I otherwise would not have been able to tap.
And a lot of people still today, I feel, still don't use applications like Zoom to how they could. Like, it's got an annotation tool where you can get people to collaborate on a whiteboard.
Right.
Just like when you had the blackboard and the chalk.
No, I haven't.
You've actually got that in the software. And
Yes.
I still see people using Zoom very much like a webinar software.
Right.
And not using the educational tools that you can use to help people learn more and the information to stick.
And because I teach using project management, kind of style, so I put my students in different groups, even on Zoom, put them in different groups so that each group is solving one world problem.
Yes.
And then we come back and congregate, and every group shares what world problem they solved.
Yeah.
In
Love
class.
it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so technology for instruction really has become amazing. And while I'm even doing that, I can record for a student who was absent, or I can record for my podcast, I can record for my social media, So it is really amazing.
And I feel like we take things for granted. Even just going from what you were saying with the blackboard and the chalk, and go from Kenya to Botswana to United States of America, training, realising your gift of being able to write programs and then being able to teach the masses. It's only when we speak through your story that I hope that some of you are understanding that actually things have been made easier. It doesn't feel like it. So I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to shame anybody or make anybody feel like, this is really easy. That's not the point. But the point is to understand that when you look at Frida's journey and what she's been through and how we've transitioned, there is an opportunity for us to be able to create a voice.
True. Very true. And the significance of what, technology is offering us.
Yeah.
As women especially. Because as women, there's that expectation that we stay at home. I don't understand what stay at home is, because I have watched women who are called stay at home and the amount of work that they have to do. But life has also been made easy for them by technology, because when it comes to washing dishes, when it comes to doing laundry, when it comes to cleaning, when it comes to taking
100 years ago,
you
there was no washing machine.
No, you had to wash them by hand.
Yeah, there was nothing to spin your clothes out and get the water out.
No, there was even no machine to dry them. You had to dry them on a line outside or in a room, in a basement that would make the whole house damp.
Yeah.
So it has been made easy for us. But what actually amazes me is that now we can actually be entrepreneurs right at home. Because after the children have been sorted out and the home has been sorted out, there's always those few hours where maybe a stay-at-home mom used to watch TV.
Yeah.
Now instead of watching TV, you can, using your phone, record, some of the tips that you have gained about childcare or about, being a wife or being a mother, and you can share with people on social media just via your phone.
Yeah.
Then you can actually teach professionally, because as much as those of us who are trained as teachers teach professionally, mothers are professionals. It's just that we've not been recognized as such.
Yeah.
And we carry many roles. So I noticed that I can do that using technology. And so that's how I decided to start.
And there's so much to learn as well.
Exactly.
Learning isn't just about institutional education centres as well. There's life learning as well.
And in life learning, actually, these days, nobody is looking for an education certificate. People are looking for skills. So if you can demonstrate that you have those skills, then people are looking for you.
Yeah.
People need
Right, I'm off mute. We are back. So that was some of my interview with Frida, who is going to be speaking to us tomorrow, day 5. Make sure you get onto the platform. It was just an amazing story. But we did have Coach Marlene that was coming on, and I've just seen that she's in the studio, which is mega exciting. Hello, Coach Marlene. Really great to see you and your beautiful smile. We have got a schedule to stick to. So 9 o'clock is Vanessa. But if we'll let Vanessa know to hang on a little bit, which I'm sure she won't mind, Coach Marlene. And I just love your background. You're going to see what I mean in a minute. I just absolutely adore it. But without further ado, let's get Sasha to introduce Marlene. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Oh, actually, no, Coach Marlene, that is your Dex. Let me just check something. I'm so sorry, people. You can tell we are live. We are live, and no, that's not that day. Oh, no, day 4. Here we go. Bear with me a moment, everybody, before I bring Marlene on. Marlene, bear with me. I'm just trying to get... Oh, no. I've got so many tabs open. Right, for whatever reason, I don't seem to be able to open your file. Right, I'm going to get there, Marlene, I promise. I'm so sorry I didn't see you in the studio. Right. Right, Marlene, absolutely no problem. We are not going to faff around any longer, my darling. You are in for a really, 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 really great treat. Okay, if you're here, get other people. Make sure you share. You're going to have an absolute whale of a time. I'm going to introduce Coach Marlene. Marlene, well, actually, we had an introduction ready, but for whatever reason, it's freezing, it's not sticking. But what's better than actually meeting you and you telling our audience about who you are and what you do? There couldn't be a better person to tell you. Let me introduce Coach Marlene to the stage. You are live.
Okay. Hey, I am here, yes. Come on, I need energy from you. This is Coach Marlene. I am here today to show you how to get up and fight. Yes. Thank you. First of all, to the Queen of Funnels, thank you for allowing me to be here in your presence. I am Coach Marlene, better known as the Knockout Queen, and you're going to find out in a few minutes why I am the Knockout Queen. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I am a minister. I'm also an Amazon bestseller of my book, From Corporate to Marketplace. And I'll tell you a little bit about that as we continue on. And I'm also a women empowerment speaker. I love doing that, right? Empowering women. That's why I am here today. And I am also an AI business consultant. And I'm going to tell you more about that. I have a lot that I will be unpacking within the few minutes that I am here. And what I want to do is go ahead, if you don't mind, I'm going to time myself just to make sure I stay on target here, because I do not want to wear out my welcome as being the guest here today. Okay. And what I'm going to do is ask you a question. First of all, before I do that, I want to give you a quote I love from Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali said, "You don't lose if you get knocked down. You lose if you stay down." Let me repeat that. You don't lose if you get knocked down. You lose if you stay down. I say that quote today because I am here because of what's going on and the reason why I wrote my book. I wrote my book at the beginning of this year, From Corporate to Marketplace, because I saw some things that was going on just in our economy. And I don't know if you are aware with what's going on with the women. Okay. 300,000 Black women have lost their jobs. But I'm here to tell you today that you do not have to stay knocked down. You have a gift that you need to now tap into so that you can share it with the world. And guess what? You're not starting from scratch. And that is why I'm here today. And what I'm going to do is go ahead and go and get into my presentation here. Hold on one second. Hold on.
Yeah. Hang on a moment. Oh, are you okay? Are you trying to share your text?
I am. I uploaded it. Yes, I am.
There you go.
There we go. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now, is there any way we can make that bigger? Let me see if I can on my end. I sure can. Thank you so much. Okay, welcome to my masterclass. Today, we are going to talk about the 3 steps to turn your resume into revenue with AI. How does that sound? I'm excited about that. Okay, 3 steps, 3 easy steps. And just so you know what, what my background is that how did I end up with AI? I pivoted. I pivoted at the beginning of this year. Okay. And that is why I wrote my book. I am a generation, I said Xer, because in this age group, we as corporate women, we are afraid of AI. And after today, I want to show you why AI is so crucial to you, because you have been called to share your gift, your skills, your talents, and your experience with other women. You are a Titus 2 woman. And it is incumbent upon you to take what God has blessed you with and show it and share it with others, because they're waiting on you. Okay. Who showed up today in adversity? I want you to give yourself a big hug right now. You're here for a reason. I'm hoping you just didn't show up just to be showing up. Some of us had to go through some type of struggle just so they can show up today. Who came here after losing something, a job, a title, a sense of certainty, but you showed up anyway? Give yourself credit for doing that. And that is what my gloves represent. I know that this is Domestic Violence Month. There are women out here right now that's suffering in silence, but you still show up. And royal purple represents royalty. And I want you to know that you are royal. Despite your challenges and adversities, you still showed up. If that's you, you are the woman this moment was made for. Hi, I'm Marlene Tremuel. I am the bridge to your future. I'm going to show you how to take your gift and take it to the marketplace, because I help women, corporate women, not just, and I'll explain later what corporate really means, right? Corporate is a state of mind. I help corporate women transition from corporate to marketplace, meaning that you're going to go from being unseen to seen, from employment to empowerment, no matter where you are, okay? Using AI as the bridge to freedom and wealth. I make it very simple for you. One of the verses that I love is Ephesians 6:7. It says that serve wholeheartedly as if you were serving the Lord and not people. Because everything that I do, I know that I am being held accountable for it. And that's why I do it in integrity. And that's why I give. I'm a giver. And I love to give because I want to make sure that you are fully equipped so that you're able to move forward in your calling and in your purpose. And I want to show you today how I can serve you and how we can work together and how you can transition from being in corporate to the marketplace. I want to show you the 3 simple steps that is going to take you from corporate to marketplace. And I'm so excited about this, right? Because this is the roadmap to your next chapter. And what I like to call this roadmap is the AI GPS for women. GPS stands for God's prosperity system. And I've created that just for you. And I'm going to show you how to go from clarity to cash flow. How cool is that? Because I realized that clarity gives you direction. You all know that you can't get in a car and just drive. You have to have some type of direction and your destination, correct? You need to know, how am I getting there? So if you get a new address, what do? We pull up GPS or we ask for directions. Those directions give you clarity. And that is what you need. That's why most of the Generation X women that I talk with and that are my clients, they're stuck because they do not have clarity. And it's funny, I want to share with you all real quick I'm also a minister as well too. So of course, in ministry, when you're given and when you're invited to speak, of course, I ask for the text and what's their topic. And then I do my research, and that's how I come up with my sermon, right? And the thing is this, when I transferred over, and I'm used to giving seminars and workshops, created those and everything, right? But guess what? When I decided to, I took a break. And then when I decided to get back out on the playing field and build my platform, guess what? I had to learn how to be very, very clear on my topic. I no longer had someone telling me, Marlene, I need you for this, I need you for that. It was in reverse. So that is when I had to really, really go into my lab and find out, what is it that I can be focused on? What is it that I need to be clear about? And that's when God, he showed me one of my gifts, you all, and you'll learn this as you work with me, is I score number 1 with the gift of discernment. And I love empowering other women. And what I can do is, working with you, I can tell you what your gift is. God shows me that. And then I like to bring that gift out to the forefront, because some of us as women, we've been silenced. Okay. We've been told, we've been overlooked, we've been underpaid. So what we do, we end up unconsciously suppressing our gifts and keeping to ourselves until Marlene comes around. Because today I want to expose the very thing that you've been hiding. Because your gift is your gold mine. Would you agree? Your gift is going to bring you the wealth that you need. That job that you just lost, guess what? That was a divine shift that was happening in your life, because it is now time for you to walk in your purpose. So the 3 steps that are going to take you from corporate to marketplace that I'm going to go over with you is, the first step is, we're going to dig. We're going to discover your inner gift. I created 3 custom chat GPTs that's going to do this for you. And it's going to blow your mind. Okay. It's not going to take long for you to get it done. We're going to find the treasure that's hidden in your resume. Your resume is your roadmap. But guess what? In your resume is your behaviors, your patterns. It's going to tell you a lot of stuff about yourself that you probably didn't even realize. Okay. Number 2, after you discover your gift, that is when we're going to narrow it down and turn that, get it. I have a system that I've set up with my custom chat GPT, where you're going to clarify, leverage, and empower and align and refine all the good things that we need to do to find out exactly how you can be clear on your messaging. Because the more clear you are, that's how you're going to come into your cash flow. And then the third thing we're going to do, you're also going to learn how to turn that gift into a business, right? Because you've been pouring into everybody else's vision. Now it's your turn to pour into your vision. And I'm going to show you how to do that just from your gift. You're going to learn how to start your own business, right? Let me give you a little bit more motivation here. Because one of the things I want you to understand is why you need to start your business. Because there's women right now that are waiting on you. Okay? This is the reality that we face. I want you to know that there are numbers that are changing daily about women that are in AI. That does not mean you have to get a job in AI. I want you to learn how you and AI can partner so that you can go out into the masses. Because God told us to go and preach the gospel to the nations. And you may ask, how can I do that, Marlene? I can't travel all over the place. That's why he blessed us with AI, because AI is going to do it. But you have to give AI something to work with. So AI, I want you to change your mindset, is going to be a transportation vehicle. Just to give you a little insight here for the employment reality, Black unemployment was at 7.2% in July of this year. 300,000 Black women left or lost their jobs this year. You see the potential that's there? 300,000 Black women lost their jobs, or they left, or they retired, okay? Because it's pulling from different areas, right? Less than 5 million Black entrepreneurs, that's 14.5% of the population, are Black entrepreneurs. And then 3.3% of employer firms are Black owned. You see the potential that's still there? Someone is waiting on you. And let's switch over here to the women that's in AI. 30% of the AI workforce, and only 22% of them have AI talent. There's only 30% of women that are in AI, and 70% of the AI systems are still shaped by men. Women, it's time for us to get up and fight. But guess what? We no longer have to ask for permission. We can take the seat ourselves. We can build our own platform. Let's stop asking. That is why we're here today, so we can collaborate and work together. And I want you to know that we're not behind. We're being invited to build. We are natural builders. Remember that. A wise woman builds, and a foolish one tears down her own home. A wise woman builds her own house. We have the capabilities in order to do that. Now, clarity becomes before strategy. Would you agree? How can you build something, right, if you don't have clarity of what you're building? You have no clarity as to what you want to build. It's like I used to be a real estate agent. And the first thing before you take somebody out, I know the strategy. I know how to take somebody out, look for the house, and do all the stuff that's in between, right? But I love to sit down with my client just to get a clear picture on what they were looking for. And I would just take my notes. I had my questionnaire, ask them certain questions. That gave me a clear vision of what they were looking for so that I could serve them. So now I want you to do the same thing for yourself. Go through that same cycle and get clarity. Before you go and do anything, you need to find out exactly what it is that you were called to do, and I can help you to do that. And the thing is this, the reason why most of you are stuck is because you're not clear on what you want to do. So that's why you stay stuck. You have all this experience. You got 30 years or more experience, and you don't know what to do next. And it's so exciting. I think about my friends. We're all retiring. Well, they're retiring, but they're still young. And I'm like, you are now a Titus 2 woman. And what does that mean? Check it out. That means that it is incumbent upon us to train our younger women. You have the skill set. And I know that I'm talking to somebody today that's out there. You have the skills, the wisdom, and the experience. You need to share that wisdom with the younger women. That's in Titus 2. Okay? I am challenging you to do that on today. And another thing that I challenge my clients to do is to make sure that you're going to die empty. We know that we are only here for a short period of time. As crazy as that may sound, that is your ultimate goal. That means that you need to expose your gift and stop sitting on it. You don't need a plan, you need clarity. Strategy without clarity is movement without direction. Strategy without clarity is movement without direction. Trust me, I just shared my story earlier. See, clarity reveals your gift. Strategy builds around it. Let me say that one more time. Strategy reveals your gift. Clarity reveals your gift, and strategy builds around it. And that's why I've been loving Natalia, what she's been talking about, since she is the queen of funnels. Yes, that the funnel is the one that's going to give you your strategy. It's going to help guide your people. But guess what? She can't help you if you don't have clarity. So when you have clarity, you can go and sit, and it's almost as if when I'm done working with you, you're going to have a step-by-step process. And you're going to be able to look at it and say, hey, this is, and then she's going to take it away from there. And you cannot monetize confusion. Trust me, I know. I'm talking from experience. And I'm very transparent, because what I've done was I want to save you time, because that's the one thing we value as women is time, because we multitask. So who has time to sit down and learn all this stuff? I know some of you are stuck because you know that you have something to share with someone, right? But you don't know where to begin. And then you want to know, what is my niche? Which business model should I use? Guess what? I got you. I've created my custom chat GPTs to help you, because what I did was I took my pain and what I was going through and what I was not getting. I created that myself. I don't want you to experience what I was experiencing, because I spent out a lot of money. And each time I'm thinking I'm getting this, and I was peeling back that onion. I'm like, this is crazy. I don't have time for this. My time is very precious, and I value my time now. And I know that you do as well. But guess where we're going to start? Your resume is your blueprint, not your past, your potential. Your resume is your gold mine. I want you to know and believe that. And your resume is going to tell us, or tell you, what your strengths and your weaknesses are. And most of the time, what I've developed was, you have your resume, and then you have your gift. That's why some of us do side hustles, right? And we say, oh, this is my passion, but this is my job. But we want to be able to combine both of those. That's what fulfillment is, okay? Being able to fulfill your purpose. Now, how do we begin this? The first custom chat GPT I want to tell you about is the gift discovery assessment. Okay, you need to know what your gift is. Who are you? Why do I do the things that I do? Why do I like this? I need you to really, really start getting to know who you are, who God created you to be. Okay, the gift you're searching for is already in your history. And I know that you can see the woman that's on the that's up here now in the presentation. Inside of you is a gift. And I have the gloves on her because it's so important, because we have to fight against our internal barriers. You're fighting on the inside and you're also fighting on the outside. Wherever you are in your job career, we face a lot of things at our jobs. And I won't even go into details with that because we'll be here all day, right? That's why you always have to be on defense. You have to fight for your value, your worth. You feel that you're unseen, you're unheard, you're underpaid. The list goes on and on. That's why we have to stay sometime in fight mode. That's on the outside. But let me tell you this, if you know who you are and why you exist, you're going to learn how to overcome that. But everything starts from the inside, right? If you're dealing with internal struggles as well as outside struggles, you're going to be in constant conflict. And your gift is going to get further and further down. But you also see that on the inside, guess what? The word says, greater is he that is within me than he that's in the world. Sis, you got the strength to get up and fight so that you can claim what is yours. It is your turn. It is your time to create your platform and to take your seat at the table. Can I get an amen on that? I'm excited. I'm getting excited just from saying that. It is time for you to get up and fight. Tap within, tap into that strength, tap into your inner power so that you can share your gift. Think about it. Somebody is waiting on you. Imagine if the person that created, products for our hair, all the Black founders that are out there, the creators, the inventors, imagine if they sat on their gift. We wouldn't have half the stuff that we have today. So I know that God right now has caused you to have a divine shift in your life because he wants you to go deeper into your assignment. He wants to show you that no longer do you have to depend on a paycheck. Your fulfillment now is going to come from your gift from serving others. When you serve others, you're going to receive in return wealth. It's an even exchange. He said your gifts will make room for itself. It's time, sis, for you to step forward. It's time for us to work together so that you can identify your natural gifts and transferable skills. The skills that you have developed over the years through your corporate setting can now be transformed into the kingdom's economy. I want to help you to reframe the corporate accomplishments as purpose statements. It's all about transformation now, right? And along the way, you're going to build confidence beyond the titles. Some of us got demoted, promoted, outmoded. Let's have fun with this. It was all a divine shift so that now you can start relying on what God created you to do. Because Deuteronomy 8:18 says that he has given us the power to acquire wealth, to create wealth. What does that mean? You got everything you need within the palm of your hands. Your resume is going to also show how your story solves a market problem. Wow. It's going to show how your story solves a market problem. Step number 2. I named this one the gift to clarity experience. The GPT. This is when your message, after we discover your gift, right? This is when your message is clear and your money has a map. I like that, right? Your money has a map. Now you're going to give your message direction. This is how you're going to see how you can make money. This is how you're going to start creating your wealth, building a legacy. This is where we're going to clarify your core message and ideal audience. And just think, who's part of your ideal audience is you. We're going to start with, first of all, what problems have you wish you had? And then you can start asking some of your family and your friends, what is it that you think I'm really good at solving? And just start listening to what they were saying. But start looking at, as of today, look at your patterns. What are you naturally good at doing? What do people come to you and ask you for? Think about that. And then we're going to leverage AI to shape your signature program and offers. We're going to empower your voice to speak from purpose. And then you're going to align those skills with profit streams. I want to let you know that each one of you, some of us have more than one gift, right? But you do have a primary gift. And that primary gift is what is going to allow you to create multiple streams of income. Okay, like me, I love to write and I love to speak, right? I love empowering women, but my primary gift is writing. And so for my writing, correct, I'm building platforms, speaking platforms, because in order for you to speak, you got to write, right? I know you had ChatGPT, but guess what? ChatGPT can't write for you. I've also wrote some coaching programs. I'm also an author. And I'm also building other digital products because I love to write. And then we'll find out what your gift is. But from that one gift, I'm able to create several other programs. And guess what? Your skills, we're going to align your skills with your profit streams, like I said, and you're going to refine your brand story for authentic connection. What comes naturally to you? The third one that I named is clarity to cash flow blueprint. Now, this is where, your clarity is going to lead to that money map. We're going to build a purpose-driven offer from your divine clarity and step into wealth with confidence. One of the things that I was able to redo is establish my confidence when speaking, because I was able to narrow down my niche. In this step, we're going to define the transformation promise behind your offer, because you want to make sure you're delivering exactly what you tell people that you're going to deliver. We're going to outline your unique framework or method. And it's all going to be based, it's all going to stem from your gift. So remember, we're following along this GPS system that I've built. Everything is going to be in alignment. We're going to choose your delivery format, clarify your audience, and then set a confident price point there. And you get to name your offer with purpose. And guess who's going to help us and assist us with doing that? My custom ChatGPT. So sis, let's stop hiding behind planning. It's time to build something that can bless, serve, and sustain you. This is your world. This is your platform. It is time for you to start building. Because a wise woman builds businesses from your one gift. We're going to start there with that one gift. And one other thing too I have here is I've also created an AI profit agent, you all, and it's part of my coaching program as well as these chat GPTs here, because I want to make sure that not only are you building this out, you're going to need assistance as you can see going through this, the strategy. You have the blueprint, and now you're going to need assistance with carrying out these tasks. And that's a whole nother subject there. But it's all about automating your business. Gone are the days where we have to sit here with spending hours writing up proposals. All of that is gone. Okay, because now AI is here. And one thing that we do value now as women is especially as being Generation X, is time. We want to be efficient in what we do. We want to be professional. Okay. And now a task that may have taken you 3 to 4 hours to do, you can now do it in 15 minutes. And what I love about this, while you're sleeping at night, guess what? You have your AI agents working on your behalf, completing tasks. How cool is that? Right? And this right here is all part of my GPS system that I put together for women. One of the things that I want to do, you all, is I want to challenge you to answer the call to rise and to get up and fight. I want to partner with 300 women who are ready to rise, who's ready to fight through their fear, their loss, their doubt, any self-limiting belief that you have. I want to work with you so that you can turn your wisdom into wealth, your pain into profit, and to turn your gift into a purpose-driven business. I have set up the system so that it can be done quickly and swiftly, because who has time, right, to be sitting around trying to figure it out? Well, I've done the hard work for you. And you have a team of women. I know it's 100 speakers that you can collaborate with. It's time for us to come together. So I want to work with 300 women. That's my number. So that you can transition from corporate to marketplace. Because you don't have to wait any longer for permission. I want you to know that you can grant yourself the access to expose your gift. Say, today I'm exposing it all. And I want you to take a stand on doing that. And the first thing what I invite you to do is to take my 7-day challenge to take your seat at the table. And in here, there's a workbook, it's videos that you can follow along. Go ahead and scan this code and you can gain immediate access. And I would love for you to be part of this. It's a 7-day challenge for you to take your seat at the table. It's time for you to take back what the enemy has stolen from you. It's time for you to put yourself first. Give yourself permission to go to the next level. Give yourself permission to work with me so that we can turn your resume into revenue. Okay? Now that's just one gift I want to give away today. The second one I want you to do, I want to also give you my 4-week entrepreneur journal. This journal is going to help you unleash that inner leader. We are all called to be leaders. So I want you to be able to track your successes. It starts from within. Everything starts from within. You need to become a master of who you are, of self. Give yourself permission to spend time with yourself over the next few days so that you can find out, what is it that I want? Ask yourself, what is it that I want to do? What has God been calling you to do? And I want you to be able to write the vision. What is it that you've been visualizing yourself doing? See, because I know for a fact that if you can see it, then you can achieve it. If you see it, you can achieve it, but you have to take the steps. But it starts today with you making a declaration to yourself. Okay. Now, I've shown you my chat GPTs, correct? And I'm giving you the 7-day challenge just to jumpstart you. And I'm even giving you the free journal. But it does not stop there. Now it's time for you to take action, because faith without works is dead. So you need faith and you need strategy and you need to execute. I know that you have the faith, or you wouldn't have hadn't shown up today. You showed up today in faith. So now you can walk away with a strategy. I want you to become one of the first 300 women who says yes to their next level. I'm inviting you to join my From Corporate to Marketplace, my 6-week AI boot camp. And it's only $497. And it starts on Monday and it's at 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. It's 6 weeks. And in those 6 weeks, everything that I told you, you're going to meet my custom chat GPTs, right? And you're also going to build 7 profit AI agents. Okay. And you also will be able to automate your business and then be in a position to launch your first program. Okay. Because you have to start somewhere. And it's only $497. And I do offer Afterpay and Klarna. And here's the code that you can scan so you can get started today. Now, I'm a big giver. Now, for the ones that take advantage of this today, there is a bonus for the action takers today. For you that are ready to move, I have something special for you. I am going to give you a 90-day access to my AI profit agency. And you may say, what is that? It is my digital marketing studio. In that studio, because I believe, because I told you before, right, our time is very valuable. In that studio, you'll be able to create all of your digital AI photos. You can create your ebooks. You can create apps in there. It's so much more that you can do. I love it. Okay. And even your podcast, I'll be there to show you how to do that. And you have a free 90-day access, and I'm going to walk you through that as well. But guess what? You still need clarity so everything can work in harmony so you won't feel overwhelmed. So that's why I want you to start with my AI boot camp. Okay. And you also are going to get an autographed copy of my book, because this right here is your blueprint. And my subtitle is You weren't fired, you were set free. You were set free so that you can now share your gift with the world. You can walk in your divine purpose. You can bless somebody else and have an impact on their life because they need what you have. Sis, stop being hidden. It is time to be seen. And guess what? Seen does not mean that you have to be visible. I know extroverts that are behind the scene and they're still sharing their gift with the world. I can show you how to do that, but it starts with you taking action today. And then you're also going to get the 3 ChatGPT, my little friends that I just told you about. Okay. Now, this is your moment to act, not later, not someday, but now. Okay. Once again, here's my contact information. And here's my code. And I look forward to serving you. And that is what I am here to do, to serve you. But you have to take the first step. It's only $497. And I look forward to working for you. And I just want to say thank you, Natalia, for inviting me to be a keynote speaker and being able to share with the ladies everything that I have to offer them. Thank you so much.
You are more than welcome. And I truly, truly enjoyed that. You're definitely going to be seeing more of Coach Marlene in our community. When we spoke, we realized that our ecosystems pretty much plug into each other like a plug to socket.
Yes.
And she is right. This is the part that you definitely, need to do first. You guys have had some amazing offers today. You really have. So please make sure that you scan that QR code. Okay, it's an absolutely amazing offer. Without AI, your business just isn't going to survive, to be quite frank. It's not. And the one thing I think we underestimate, Marlene, that I think a lot of people underestimate, if you think back to the technological advance that we've had from, I'd say, when my second son was born, 2015 to now, in 10 years, it's unreal. Like, literally, my kids do not know what a CD is, what a DVD is.
Yes.
the whole notion of even having to use the keypad and do ABC to pick the letters. Remember how we used to text that way? I just
Yes.
don't think we realized the rise of the smartphone was about 2017. From 2017 to 2025, could you imagine globally everybody's got a smartphone? I just don't think we realised. People would say, "Oh, I'm not very tech savvy." I keep telling them, Marlene, you are tech savvy. If you can use Word, Microsoft,
Yes,
if you can
I
navigate
agree.
around your phone, okay, you're doing technology without even realising it. You've got to get ahead on the AI. You've got to get started. You've got to get to understand how to use it. How it can really save you time, how it can bring extra resource in, it can shape your business, all the foundations. It's just an excellent offer, and it's something that I think that we all need. You've got to be able to understand the changes that are about to happen. So I'm really grateful for you to be here today. And Coach Marlene, I would love if you would come back into our community at some time to talk about this again. And really get women to understand what digital empowerment is. Because sometimes I think we throw words around and we don't really take the time out to understand what they mean. And that's what you did today. I just love your background. I really do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Should I tell you what it is? Growing up in the UK and coming from the Caribbean, I come from a family that watch boxing. But it's just like, we just want to get in the ring and have a knockout.
You know what? I didn't I didn't share my story as to why I have the boxing ring. To be honest, is when I had I found that I had the brain aneurysm. That moment when he told me that, it was a shock, right? And that's when God showed me I was inside of a boxing ring. And I had some purple gloves from working out. And he was already showing me some purple gloves because of what I was going through, right? I didn't understand, why is he showing me these purple gloves? It wasn't until then he showed me inside of a boxing ring and showed me those purple gloves came in. He said, you're going to have to get up and fight through what you're about to experience. I lost my brother and my father in 1 year. And my mom was going through cancer then.
I'm so sorry.
And guess what, though? My neurosurgeon, I had told him, he said, what is stressing you out so much? And I told him what was going on. He said, Marlene, I'm going to tell you something. He said, you can't be stressed. He said, because by you being stressed, you're going to take yourself out before the rest of them. And that's when God taught me how, right, to start taking care of me. And so, but I also made a promise that if he takes me through this, the brain surgery and all of that, that I would then rededicate my life, because, we all fall off the track sometime, right? With our purpose and being in alignment, right? Helping everybody else and forgetting about ourselves and taking care of ourselves. And that's one of the things that I did not do. Natalia is being in ministry. We always put other people first and put ourselves last. And that's my whole mission also, is to let women know to center yourself in peace. Take care of you first. You can't.
Yeah, instead of being the caretaker for everyone else, because that's the role that we play very well.
Mm-hmm. So
thank you, Marlene.
Yeah, it's so important.
I know, I appreciate it. Right, we've actually got Vanessa Morrison coming up now. We are coming fast and furious with the speakers. Coach Marlene, it was an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
We look forward to you hanging out with us more. Take care. That was a brilliant offer. And everybody listening, you can catch the replay on the link. We'll be sending all the masterclasses out, and we'll also be sending everybody's offer out as well. You've got an array of brilliant people to work with depending on where you are in your journey. Coach Marlene, thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right, so we are on a roll. Now, we played the podcast yesterday for Vanessa, who's going to be talking to us about burnout. It was a brilliant podcast episode that I shared, and she's also given an amazing offer away if you sign up to attend her workshop. So we told you to turn up. We told you to show up, that this was going to be a great masterclass, and we met it. And we meant it, sorry, should I say. So without further ado, let me introduce Sasha, who is going to introduce Vanessa Morrison. Silly Natalia. That's Vanessa's Dex. We're going to introduce Vanessa Morrison.
Imagine carrying a weight no one sees. Black women often bear silent burdens unacknowledged by society. Vanetta Morrison shines a light on these struggles, giving voice to those who've been unheard for too long. Vanetta Morrison crafts sanctuaries for healing, where Black women find solace and strength. Her strategies empower recovery, transforming pain into power. These spaces foster personal and communal growth, creating a ripple effect of empowerment. Through innovative approaches, Vanetta nurtures resilience. Her work not only heals, but also builds a foundation for future strength. Witness how these sanctuaries become a beacon of hope and empowerment for many. Vanetta's influence reshapes workplace culture and trauma recovery. Her initiatives inspire income creation and self-worth among Black women. Through her efforts, stories of transformation and empowerment emerge, showcasing her profound impact. Hear firsthand accounts of how Vanetta's work has changed lives. Her dedication to fostering self-worth and economic independence is a testament to her role as a catalyst for change. By embracing Vanetta's teachings, Black women are not just surviving, but thriving. Her influence helps them create a legacy of strength and empowerment, inspiring future generations to continue the journey. Join us in supporting Vanetta's mission. By acknowledging and addressing these silent burdens, we can foster a world where every voice is heard and valued. Let us make welcome the amiable Vanetta Morrison.
Wow, what an introduction. I think I need to hire, is that Sasha or Viva? I don't remember their name, but I think I need to hire them because that was absolutely excellent. Thank you so much, Natalia, for that fantastic introduction. If I can have someone
no problem.
Slides up, that would be great. Thank you so much.
No problemo. Slides, here you go. Oh, come on, slides. Oh, hang on. Let's get rid of Sasha first. That's why we can't see the slides. There we go, my lovely. And let's get rid of me. Bye.
Right. Thank you so much. Welcome all. It is such a pleasure and honor to be here. Thank you to Natalia and the rest of the Women in Digital Business team for creating such an impactful summit. Thank you again for all who are here. I see my German friends who are an hour later than us, so it's a bit late for you. Thanks to the ones in the UK and also the American that are still here, especially at this time after a week of powerful keynotes and masterclasses. So I'm Vanetta Morrison. I feel like I don't really need to say much more based on what Sasha has shared. But for those who don't know, I'm an emotional wealth strategist and director of The Blueprint Way, which is an online coaching and counseling business helping Black and brown women thrive from the inside out. So if you have LinkedIn, feel free to find me there under Vanetta Morrison. Okay, just a quick note that I am running a giveaway of my book, Me, Myself, and Imposter, and also gifting a space on my Fraud to Free course, but more on that later. So stay with me until the end of the session. Today, we're going to be talking about burnout-proof business, the Black woman's guide in success in systems built to exhaust us. So the title of this talk, as I said, is Burnout-Proof Business, and it's intentionally for us. Because our journey to success comes with a silent tax, a hidden exhaustion. This week, we've really focused on well-being and strategies with regards to how to grow our businesses. And practices, well-being practices like emotional release and self-care are essential foundations. But tonight, we're going to go a little bit deeper into this concept of well-being and strategy. For Black women navigating leadership, burnout isn't about needing more rest. It's often the logical outcome of biased systems. True burnout proofing requires more than personal replenishment. It demands a strategic blueprint for building authority and infrastructure within those systems. And tonight, wherever you are, as a counselor and as a coach for Black women leaders, my goal is not to give you more tips to add to your to-do list, but to give you a blueprint that names the game that we're in so we can learn to win it on our own terms. So going through today's agenda, in the next moments that we have, we'll diagnose the systemic reality that leads to burnout, understand the internal impact it has on us. We're going to reframe our approach using the concept of emotional wealth. We're going to briefly touch on 3 key shifts you can start making immediately and also map out next steps. Looking into the physics of oppression before we start redesigning the equation of getting out of it, the solution of getting out of it. The hard truth that many of our lives show and replicate is that we often are uniquely exhausted, like it's a personal failing, and we feel like it's a personal failing. But the data tells a very different story. We are frequently overqualified for our roles, chronically overworked, consistently underrepresented in leadership, and systematically underpaid. This isn't accidental. It's exhaustion by design. And the numbers paint quite a stark picture. In the US, Black women lost roughly $42.7 billion in wages versus white men in 2023. And Coach Marlene just touched on that. This is before the madness of 300,000 Black women and counting losing their jobs in the current presidential administration. That's money, freedom, and emergency buffer that never made it to those households. In the UK, analysis shows that Black women often earn around 20% less than men in comparable roles. That difference really compounds, and it compounds into heavier emotional tax at work. And it's not because we're lazy or unqualified. We are the most educated and entrepreneurial demographic. But many of us start businesses not from ease, but from exhaustion, because the door to corporate advancement was quietly shut. And we often have no access to startup capital or mentorship networks. And then while we're building our own tables, we still face the emotional tax of bias, microaggressions, and under-recognition. These experiences don't just frustrate us. They actually leak into our nervous systems as doubt. And this is the seed of imposter feelings. And in addition to that, they also burn out our bodies. So when we talk about exhaustion, we're not talking about weakness. We're describing the physics of oppression, systems that pull energy from us faster than they restore. Often those systems don't restore energy at all. And this is why burnout is not a personal problem. It's a systems issue. And you might have heard the term rest is resistance. It's a book, a very well-read and best-selling book. And if you ever wondered why rest feels rebellious, why rest is resistance, or why slowing down feels unsafe, it's because the system has taught us that safety equals productivity. We were trained to equate exhaustion with worth. This is what fuels burnout. This concept of exhaustion equals worth. But imposter syndrome is that engine that burns through our personal energy via overworking, perfectionism, self-doubt, double checking, triple checking, quadruple checking. But I hope the next slide kind of explains in compassion why we carry that load so deeply. Because the expectations for us to keep carrying it were socially engineered generations ago. Okay. I think I'm missing a slide here. There are multiple systemic drivers that kind of feed into why burnout is such a pivotal and crucial element for Black women. The first system, so to speak, is the parentified role. This happens when you're given immense responsibility, often for fixing deep organizational problems like culture or diversity, but without corresponding authority, budget, or support to actually succeed. You made the one-woman DEI team, You're asked to lead a failing department with no resources. You're made the captain of a sinking ship, responsible for all the risks. You might be expected to be the office mama, nurturing and fixing, often picking up the slack for senior leaders, but you're not given the grace period to learn or the power to make real change. This is a setup. It's a setup. Because it is the modern manifestation of the mammy trope. And if you don't know what that is, Google it, the mammy trope, M-A-M-M-Y. Those in the States will definitely understand what I mean. You're expected to nurture and fix everything, carrying the load for those senior to you without recognition and with the unspoken expectation of complete self-abandonment. And this parentified role places you directly onto system number 2. This is a system that drives oppression and also burnout for Black women in particular. And that is the glass cliff. Research shows that women, and particularly women of color, are more likely to be promoted to leadership roles during a crisis when the risk of failure is highest. Your big opportunity is often a setup, replacing a glass ceiling with a slippery glass cliff. It's like being handed the controls to a plane that's already losing altitude with no co-pilot. If you crash, the failure is seen as a proof of your incompetence and confirms their bias. But if against all odds you succeed and land it, that's when you can transition from the pet they could control to the threat they must contain. You succeed, and suddenly your competence becomes a problem for the very leaders who put you in that impossible position. The result is a no-win scenario, a structural double bind designed to exhaust even the most capable of leaders. And how do we often respond to this constant external pressure? This is with system number 3. We often activate a deeply ingrained internal survival strategy, the strong Black woman script, the one who can carry it all. And this isn't just a personality trait. It's a systemic expectation born from a legacy of exploitation that demanded our resilience simply to survive. If you look at the image on the slide, and that is kind of like the physical manifestation of the strong Black woman, you're just carrying everything. This image is not an asset. She was engineered by slavery, by colonization, by workplaces, churches, and families that demanded resilience without rest or reciprocity. She had to overfunction because the systems around her underprotected her. And don't get me wrong, that script, as we've taken that on in our own ways, was never a moral failing. I want you to be really compassionate towards yourself in this. It wasn't a moral failing. It was a brilliant strategy for survival. But what was once protection has become pressure. And now we're allowed to reverse engineer her, to keep the strength of the strong Black woman, to keep her faith and her competence, but to release the martyrdom. Our new blueprint is the sustainable Black woman, strategic, supported, self-caring. Today, when I say burnout-proof business, this is what I mean. Leadership that honors her legacy while refusing her exhaustion. Today is for liberation, not relentless labor. Crucially, these systems don't just exhaust us externally, they create an internal impact. Where does that often persistent feeling of being an imposter fit in? It's often the internal symptom of navigating these exhausting external systems. The constant bias, the microaggressions, the unrealistic expectations, they trigger those feelings of self-doubt, isolation, and the need to overwork or be perfect. So addressing burnout requires addressing both the systemic pressures and their internalized impact, including those imposter feelings. Because when you're trying to build and lead inside systems not designed for your visibility, your success can trigger scrutiny instead of support. Addressing the symptoms without addressing the system is why most imposter syndrome advice fails us. Because what looks like self-doubt is often a rational response to environments that question our belonging. So before we label it as a flaw, let's reframe it as data, evidence that something in the system, not you, needs recalibration. Because when our environment questions our legitimacy, our nervous system mirrors it. And the antidote isn't perfection, it's proof and practice and permission to just be. So how do we shift from surviving these systems to thriving despite them? Generic wellness advice falls short here because we need to address both the external systems and internal impact. We need a strategic reframe. Emotional wealth. Emotional wealth isn't about feeling good. It's a strategic operating system for managing your internal resources, like those imposter feelings, so you can navigate external challenges sustainably. Emotional wealth is our ability to stay grounded, confident, and creative under pressure. It is the CEO advantage. When we are regulated, our internal system, us as individuals are regulated, we negotiate better, we lead clearer, and we last longer. And there are three core pillars to this concept of emotional wealth. The first is managing our mental health. The second, resetting our relationships. And the third, practically pursuing purpose. As you can tell, I love alliterations. But to make it short, it's about regulation, relating, and reclaiming. So moving into the three liberating shifts, how do we have emotional wealth in action? How do we combat burnout? How do we combat imposter syndrome? The first shift is regulate. It's about building that internal resilience to manage the nervous system impact that these external pressures have on us. So this includes learning about nervous system practices that we can do anywhere. Simple ones. Is it breath work? Is it taking a moment to count? Is it recognizing what is around you? Is it visualizing peaceful scenarios? It also includes tools like the REST audit, which is my framework for systematically regulating your internal state, evaluating your energy drains and fillers, identifying support resources, and tending to your immediate needs. It's a strategic check-in to plug energy drains before they lead to burnout. Because in systems designed to exhaust us, protecting our energy is paramount. Why this works? Well, research shows us that self-monitoring, so assessing yourself, and brief mind-body practices reduce stress and burnout. Looking at the second pillar, the liberating shift number 2, relate. It's about resetting our relationships. We cannot do this life alone. It's about strategically building support systems that sustain us personally and professionally, rather than drain us. Burnout and imposter syndrome both thrive in isolation. So building intentional communities, our village, is a strategic necessity. My tool that I recommend is the Village Map. It's a process to consciously design and cultivate your network, identifying who provides witness, challenge, and strategic support, creating a robust buffer against systemic pressures and the isolation that they breed. Why this works? Research shows that mentorship, sponsorship, and peer support buffer burnout and accelerates advancement when intentional and sustained. And then the final pillar, the third liberating shift, is reclaim, or practically pursuing our purpose by architecting our authority structurally. This is where we build the infrastructure for sustainable success, where we align our ambition with our well-being so our success doesn't cost our soul. This directly counters the feeling of powerlessness that often fuels burnout and imposter feelings. It involves implementing micro boundaries in your daily workflow. And crucially, it requires the margin mandate, which are non-negotiable practices of scheduling protected buffer time directly into your calendar, treating it not as leftover time, but as essential strategic infrastructure. And why this works? Again, research shows that boundary management reduces emotional exhaustion and goal setting increases follow-through. Because boundaries aren't barriers, they are business infrastructure. That's what we need to see them as. They are not barriers, they are business infrastructure. By reclaiming our time and our work, it protects the hours and the terms that we need to grow, because we need to recognize that our calendars are ledgers both of our well-being and wealth creation activities. So I ask you, how often do you look at your calendar and see well-being as an activity rather than the wealth creation activities that you might be pursuing? Okay, a little bit of story time from my end. So over the summer, I had plans to really up my business game instead of rest. This was to make up time for time off, having surgery. And thankfully, by the grace of God, those plans went absolutely nowhere. And the crazy thing is, if one of my clients had told me that they were having heart surgery and wanted to launch something new in their business immediately after, I would have told them they needed to stop and reconsider if that was wise. Yet, as you will probably know, we so often treat ourselves harsher than others and expect more from ourselves, so that we miss giving ourselves the same compassion, attention, affirmation, and affection we would naturally and generously give to others. No matter how high the stakes of not resting are, if our nervous systems are used to being pushed to the limit, rest starts making us feel nervous, no matter how reasonable it might seem. Fast forward to September and October for me, having taken time off to rest up, regulate my nervous system, have holidays, relate well with family, friends, and strategic partners. I'm back, recharged, seemingly attracting opportunities with ease, when really it's because I am operating out of alignment, not anxiety. All this to say, well-being is not a luxury. It's a business plan. It's how we refuse to be consumed by the same systems we're trying to change. So your blueprint, your burnout-proof blueprint, involves these 3 strategic shifts. It is a system addressing both the external pressures causing burnout and their internal impact, like those imposter feelings. Burnout isn't just about overwork, it's about being under-supported in systems designed to drain. Emotional wealth is our way of building from the inside out through regulation, relationships, and reclamation. So the key to reclaiming our power is not to dismantle the global system by next week, but to dismantle its primary weapon against us, the voice that says that we're a fraud. And here's the link to imposter syndrome. When we're unregulated, isolated, or disconnected from our purpose, we internalize systemic exclusion as personal inadequacy. And that's what makes imposter experiences so common. They are signs and signals that the system is misaligned, not that we are unworthy or not capable. Burnout-proof leadership is learning to read those signals with compassion, not shame, and to translate them into strategy. And that's where Fraud to Free comes in. It turns those signals into steps towards liberation. It is your journey and our journey to authentic authority. While emotional wealth provides the overarching strategy, the specific tool set for dismantling those internalized imposter symptoms and building that undeniable authority step by step is the Fraud Framework, which is the core of my book and the Fraud to Free course. So in this keynote, we've spoken about awareness, the systemic drivers of burnout, the parentified role, the glass cliff, the strong Black woman, and also the internal engine that keeps it going, imposter syndrome. My book, Me, Myself, and Imposter, provides the foundational research and evidence, as well as the fraud framework. The next step I'm inviting us all into is activation on the free Fraud to Free, the leadership workshop. And for those ready for deep transformation, the full course, Fraud to Free, the blueprint for authentic authority, is where we turn emotional insights, so that those imposter feelings, that data that's coming in that we're exhausted, that we're close to burnout, or that we're at burnout, and activation into actionable authority and embodiment. Now to the giveaway. I am giving away a signed copy of my book, Me, Myself, and Imposter, How to Boss Your Imposter Syndrome Through the Fraud Framework. As mentioned, this book provides both the receipts for why we feel how we feel and invites us to start reflecting on some of the changes we want to see happening in our lives. It contains the entire fraud framework, the complete strategic playbook to decode the external pressures and reclaim your internal authority. It's a map that you can use every single day. But the winner of the book copy will also get a seat on my course, Fraud to Free, the Blueprint, which is a comprehensive, trauma-informed, evidence-based course for engineering the internal and external conditions for your liberation. It is truly a blueprint for your authority. And finally, you'll also be getting a VIP strategy session where I will personally support you in mapping out a strategic action plan to turn a real-life imposter moment into a blueprint for authentic authority. And to receive all these amazing gifts, the book, the course, the strategy session, all you have to do is find me on LinkedIn, either The Blueprint Way or Vanessa Morrison, follow me and tag me in a post sharing your key takeaways or favorite quote from tonight's keynote. And that equates to 2 entries for the giveaway. And or find me on Instagram, the.blueprint.way. Again, follow me, tag me in a post sharing your key takeaways or your favorite quote. That equates to 1 entry for the giveaway. And in addition to either the LinkedIn or IG post or both, if you subscribe to my mailing list, you get another entry for the giveaway draw. And for that, you just need to scan the QR code to do so. So doing all the above equates to 4 entries for the giveaway. And the more entries you have, the more likely the chances are that you will win. So the winner will be announced on Tuesday, October 28th, which gives you time to rewatch this, go through what you've learned, quote, find your favorite quote, and join in over the weekend. And for those who might not like giveaways, although this is also a giveaway, I invite you to join the complimentary Fraud to Free, the leadership workshop. Because we have talked about the systems and the internal engine of burnout. But awareness without action is just a heavier burden to carry. And I'm mindful that there's a lot of heavy themes that I've touched on tonight. So to help us all take that first powerful step into activating and working on this awareness piece, I'm inviting you to move from awareness to activation through this Fraud to Free workshop. It is a 90-minute live session on November 3rd, providing you with a burnout-proof blueprint. We're going to touch on the rest audit, the village map, the margin mandate, all the things that will move us from diagnosis to action. So if you're tired of just surviving, this is your first step to building a system to thrive. Again, scan the QR code on the screen to register. Seats are limited. We'll end with an affirmation. Repeat after me. I build with my life, not at its expense. Burnout-proof leadership isn't about doing less. It's about leading differently. You're not just managing exhaustion. You are designing liberation. Thank you so much for your energy and attention tonight. I know that we've covered a lot. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them now. And if you'd like to learn more about my work and receive any tailored support from myself, please stay in touch with me through the details on the slide. And I hope to see you at the workshop.
Oh, thank you so much, Anetta. That was absolutely amazing. Everyone, please do get a copy of your book. Even for me, obviously, I introduced all the masterclasses, and I'm here, but you captivated me. You just got me to stand still for a moment. I don't know if that makes any sense. Sometimes as being a coach yourself, you can't always have an answer for everything.
Yeah.
It was just nice that you got us to hold that space, and just the way that you commanded us as an audience and kind of spoke us through it. And, you know, just the information that you gave, how well structured it was. But more importantly, there's just a way that you've got when you deliver training, for me, is that you captivate who you're speaking to and really just say, it's almost like your voice is saying, just sit and listen, pause, be quiet and listen and take it in. I don't know. It's the weirdest thing ever. The weirdest thing, but the best thing ever. And it's just, especially for someone like me, that just centered me, and I genuinely mean that. These masterclasses are going to be running. If you watch this and you really liked it, make sure you tell other people. Make sure you scan the QR code. Make sure you turn up to the workshop. These speakers are really accomplished speakers, and they've put together packages to really be able to help you move forward. We've all come together. We've all put ourselves out there. So please do make sure that you support to be running a complete and utter workshop with that amount of value that you can turn up to. It's amazing. And don't forget to support and get the book as well. The QR code is on the screen. Like I said, if you enjoyed this, tell others. Make sure, let me put the QR code up myself. Please make sure that you actually log on to our platform. By opting in to log on to our platform, there are many masterclasses coming after Vanetta, but they are not going to be streamed live no longer. But you can get access to all of them. So make sure you scan the QR code at the top left-hand side of the screen. That's going to take you to day 4, because we are at day 4. But that opt-in also means that you'll get a link automatically for day 5 and our bonus day 6, which is Saturday. In addition to that, you will be sent all 100 masterclasses, as they will be uploaded onto our platform and shared. Vanessa, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, that was absolutely amazing. And tomorrow I will be playing the promo and the podcast today, just to direct everyone back. It's really kind of you to give the gift that you have in line of this summit. And it's not just a summit, ladies, it's a mission. So Vanetta Morrison, thank you again. Thank you for closing out tonight. That was really, really powerful. Definitely landed for me. And I'm sure it did for everyone else. So thank you very much. Take care, everybody. And we will see you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.